You were the undisputed top dog of the tower, grinding in the shadows for 50 years straight. To keep your profile low, you even rocked a cheap 1-cent mask to hide your face. But after biting the dust, you somehow wake up 20 years later in the body of a total loser. And the kicker, the locals worship you like some kind of deity. To figure this mess out, let's rewind to the day the 8th floor fell. Absolute chaos erupted in the deadlands of the 8th floor. Footsteps pounded the ground, matching the frantic rhythm of heartbeats. Soldiers marched in lockstep behind Kazuki. He freezes, throwing up a hand to signal the squad. With a stone-cold expression, Kazuki announces, "We are here to pull off the impossible today. Taking down the 8th floor guardian. Do not drag your feet just because this is a joint alliance raid. If we do not scrub this place clean, the 9th floor stays a myth forever." Suddenly the troops split, carving out a path. Kazuki narrows his eyes. Look who finally showed up. Spotting the approaching crew, Kazuki recognizes the Blue Eyes Guild. Leading the pack is a man hiding behind that signature mask. He flashes his trademark grin, strolling over to chat up Subaru. Subaru hits him with a polite, "Sorry to keep you guys waiting." Kazuki shakes his hand with a smirk. "Waiting, buddy, you are the first one here." Subaru raises an eyebrow. "I heard the martial arts squad was joining the party today." Kazuki sighs. "You are the main event, Narukami Subaru. They probably just want to pick up whatever scraps you leave behind." Right at that second, Subaru grips his sword hilt and speaks up. "If scraps are all they are after." Subaru drops a heavy hint. "Then I have got something for you right here." He drops a glowing object into Kazuki's palm. A status window pops open. Archangel's blessing. Kazuki is confused. "What is this?" Subaru explains. "I plan to clear this raid flawlessly, but this is just insurance. You hold on to it for me." Kazuki hesitates, listening to him. "But you need this way more than I do." Subaru cuts him off. "Besides, you planning to come back to Blue Eyes after this brawl?" Subaru emphasizes, "You can give it back to me then." In that moment, Kazuki looks down, a wave of melancholy hitting him. Subaru pats his shoulder, reassuring him. "Well, if you do not want to return it, keep it forever. Your call." Suddenly, a deafening boom tears through the air, making them both snap their heads toward the noise. Subaru warns, "Here it comes." Kazuki is shook. It is revealing itself this early. Moments before the historic clash, everyone rallies. 8th floor guardian Kazuki screams the order. Brace for impact. The poison dragon Hydra emerges, heads writhing, and launches an assault on the squad. Subaru looks up, scanning the beast, and lets out a sigh. What a hideous freak. Dark energy engulfs Subaru's hand. "Thing makes my skin crawl." The system pings as lightning surges through Subaru's entire frame. His voice drops to sub-zero. "Today is your expiration date. The poison dragon Hydra," side-eyes Subaru. Instantly, the heads roar in unison, charging up a massive green sphere of doom. Kazuki panics, yelling commands. It is unleashing a breath attack. Everybody fall back, but Subaru stands his ground. No need. Watching the monsters run wild, Kazuki asks in disbelief, "What are you talking about?" The Hydra combines its power, its roar, shattering the atmosphere. In a split second, Subaru touches his hilt and draws. Finally, Subaru slashes the empty air, unleashing a torrent of dark power. Two titanic forces, good and evil, collide head-on. Kazuki watches awestruck. "Subaru, you never change, do you?" Chino skips over, hyping him up. "You are a beast, Subaru. Your training is legit." Seeger rubs his neck, complaining, "Damn it, I was a step too slow. Wanted to land the first hit." Vina looks up and asks, "Hey, what did you hand Kazuki earlier?" Subaru's voice is cryptic. "You will find out soon enough." He looks around. "Everyone ready? Let's slaughter this giant lizard and clear floor 8 right now." The entire squad charges the monster, leaving Kazuki standing alone in the back. He watches indifferently. Look at them. So united. Suddenly a voice from behind whispers, "Just as planned." Hidden soldiers emerge from the shadows, taking position. Kazuki turns, smiling coldly. "Perfect. Let's get this started." Someone finally took the bait. The mystery figure muttered, "Hope luck is on your side, kid." Kazuki glanced back at the battlefield, his eyes dead cold. He watched with zero emotion. Her silhouette looked fragile against the storm, hair whipping around like a flag of war. Then the squad moved as one, launching a full-scale raid on the beast. Instantly, the poison dragon snapped, its glowing red eyes open, and unhinged its massive jaw, unleashing a torrent of lightning. That thing looked like a nightmare with teeth. Vina didn't flinch. She charged straight into the kill zone. Sigun screamed over the chaos, "Yo, a heads up before you go berserk. Would be nice." Right then, she glanced back to see a blade flashing in the light. Rina scoffed. "Seriously, you still can't keep up with my style." But he barked back, "There's style, and then there's being reckless. Watch your 6. Isak jumped into the fray with a grin. "Hey Toshia, wanna bet? Who racks up the most damage?" A crimson light flooded the arena as the beast howled. They surrounded it, attacking from all angles. Toshia grunted, "If that's how we're playing then." Isak cut in, "Loser buys dinner tonight." He flashed a cocky smirk, and unleashed a devastating sword strike. As the behemoth crashed down, Isak called out, "My bad, Chino." She flared her power, shouting back, "Don't worry about me, just keep the DPS coming." Chino summoned a massive barrier to cover them. "I'll handle the tanking, focus on attack." That's when Kazuki stepped out of the shadows behind her, his voice a deadly whisper. "Chino, you really think you can block this?" Before she could blink, the strike landed. Zero defense. Kazuki's tone was ice cold. "For real though, this is the price you pay for being arrogant." Subaru sensed the shift instantly spinning around, as a choked gasp cut through the air. "Subaru." Chino crumbled, hitting the dirt hard. But what froze Subaru's blood was seeing him standing there, wearing that chilling smirk. Rage exploded in Subaru's eyes, veins popping like he was about to snap. Kazuki taunted him, Subaru eyes on the prize. "Don't look away now." Right then, the poison dragon was closing in on him. Subaru's voice cracked raw with betrayal. "Kazuki, why?" Then darkness. The system interface booted up. "You have been chosen by the tower. Prepare for the climb. The tutorial begins now." A global notification pinged every player. The tower's first message. Was it a challenge or a twisted blessing? Even now, nobody knows who sent it or why. The true purpose remains a black box. We just followed orders. An absolute command we couldn't refuse. And so, the grind began. We aimed for the peak, a place no soul had ever reached. Earth Muram. Lucan. Warriors from every dimension carrying their own burdens. Today the climb continues. The sky wasn't blue anymore, just a choked haze of dust and smoke. The corpses of poison. Dragon monsters littered the freezing ground. The battle was won, but the cost was absolute. Heroes died here. Subaru gasped for air, lungs burning in the cold. Floor 8, boss room. The red dragon Hydra. His voice trembled thick with grief and resentment. "I told you guys to run, but nobody listened. They finally took down the unkillable beast, but at what cost?" Subaru stared at his fallen squad, choking on tears. "I don't remember giving you permission to die." His brothers in arms. Gone. He screamed in agony, "You idiots." The system alarms blared relentlessly. Status poisoned. Natural recovery disabled. Fatigue level 94. If he could just go back. Subaru knew exactly what they'd say. The system mocked him. Fatigue at 100 means death. Classic Subaru Narukami, the Thunder King. He turned his gaze to the traitor, whispering, "You, why did you do this?" Seeing that smirk again, Subaru snapped, screaming, "Answer me, Kazuki Kyojo." Kazuki stood up and crouched right in front of him. "It's been 10 years, Subaru. I've been chasing this moment for 10 long years. Everyone needs to get it. This was the only way I could beat you. If I didn't create a distraction, those precious blue eyes of yours would have seen right through me. You have no clue how much your gifts tortured me, so I chose the world over you." He forced the words out. "That's all there is to it. Shame it had to end like this, but at least I get to see the finale. Oh right, I guess I don't need to return this anymore. The blue eyes die with you anyway. Don't look so sad. Even in death, you'll go down in history as a hero. Not that you'll be around to verify it." Subaru's voice dropped to a growl. "Until the bitter end. You only hear what you want to hear." Fighting to keep it together, Subaru clawed at the dirt. Subaru analyzed the nightmare in front of him, mind racing. At this rate, his gaze sharpened. It wasn't over. "I'm absolutely cooked, but I ain't going out like a punk without a fight." Kazuki whipped his head around, eyes wide with pure terror. "No way," he screamed. Right then, the system interface glitched into view. Legendary rank Aeolus. Counter reading. 4 Subaru lunged forward, roaring with grit. "It's still active. Think I'm out of juice. Keep guessing trash." System confirm. Uses remaining 4. He did the quick math. "I've got 4 shots left in the chamber, and exactly 4 Blue Eye members still breathing." He unleashed hell, praying his squad could make it out. Kazuki barked orders, veins popping. "After them. Move it. Wipe them all out." One of the lackeys signaled the charge. "Go now." The battlefield was massive. A giant magical fan dominated the center. Blood trickled down Subaru's chin as he screamed, "Oh no you don't." He raised a hand, leaking raw energy. "You lot are stuck in here with ME status alert, fatigue level critical." Fatigue spiked to 95. The Thunder King's durability was failing. Didn't matter. Subaru pulled the trigger on his full power. Skill activated. Descent of the Thunder King. "Subaru," the enemy scoffed. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" His body was breaking apart. Fatigue hit 96, but his voice ice cold. "I don't know what kind of payout Kyojo promised you sellouts, but I hope it was worth your lives. Because starting now, nobody leaves this circle unless I say so." The enemy squad hesitated, sweat beads forming. They realized, at this rate, screw it. They rushed him, going all in. Blades raised high, ready to crash down for the kill. Any other day these clowns wouldn't stand a chance, Subaru thought, spinning his weapon with a tight grip. But if Kazuki jumps in, I'm toast. Just handling the fodder is draining me. My fatigue stat is the real killer. His mind was racing. I can't keep this up. A moment of distraction. Bam, backstabbed. Subaru grimaced, coughing up a fountain of blood. System warning. Fatigue at 98. Running on fumes, Subaru whipped around to strike back. The battlefield was a mess of gore and giant gashes. Light illuminated the carnage. His legs felt like lead. His sword clattered to the ground. Kazuki cheered like a maniac. We did it. We finally killed Subaru Narukami. But suddenly Subaru was right in his face, whispering, "You killed who exactly?" His body erupted. A massive surge of lightning exploded. The goon was fried instantly, eyes rolling back into his skull. Smoke cleared, body dropped. Subaru gripped the blade impaled in his own gut. He was running on empty. He collapsed to his knees. "He's down," someone shouted. "Is it finally over?" Kazuki skulked behind his minions watching. That monster. Subaru. Can't believe he went out that easily. System alarm fatigue, 99. Danger. Warning death. Imminent at fatigue 100. Subaru's mind drifted. Kazuki. You of all people should know. Even as my legs give out. That in the end, suddenly Subaru bellowed incoming. His eyes were dark pools of pure vengeance. I win. Was he planning my eulogy? System activate. Archangel's blessing. This is my ticket out. Kazuki's jaw dropped, eyes bulging in horror. Subaru's blade was already airborne, and right in his face before he could blink. Impossible, Kazuki gasped. Told you I'd win. Dropping one-liners while looking like roadkill. Kazuki. I just wanted to see his lights go out before mine did. My final thunder flash definitely connected. Weird though. Is this what dying feels like? Am I gonna be stuck in this limbo forever? This is pure torture. Wait, what's that funk I can actually smell? Could it be? Clang. A metal lid hit the pavement. Subaru was sitting in a dumpster surrounded by garbage. He looked around completely dazed. Is this hell? A hologram popped up. Name Subaru Hosoi. Origin Earth. He froze. Subaru Hosoi. What the actual hell? What kind of trash stats are these? Subaru raged. And that name definitely doesn't match this face. And Earth. That place is just a dumpster fire. Passersby started whispering. Yo, look at this bum, you just hanging out here to make us look good. Yup, he sized up the situation instantly. Subaru Narukami is an anomaly. Wait, is his power really sitting at 50% of what it was 20 years ago? Subaru Narukami died 20 years back. Seriously. Then, whose body is this? Subaru crawls out of a literal dumpster, totally dazed. You kidding me? Is this a glitch in the Matrix? Bam, he faceplants onto the concrete. Pain shoots through him. Subaru stares at the item in front of him, skepticism written all over his face. He snatches up the player gear. Muscle memory kicks in. If I use this. Fingers flying across the interface, he searches for the blue eye. System ping blue zone, successor to the blue eye. Insufficient power. What's the dark secret behind this blue zone tag? The blue zone is thriving, inheriting the will of Subaru, Narukami, and the blue eye. And today, Guildmaster Kyojo is live. We're crushing the next tournament. They're discussing the hero spirit of the blue eye from that day 20 years ago. He can't believe his eyes. No way, Subaru zooms in on the face of the man on the screen, totally shook. That guy isn't dead. The dude on the monitor is way too familiar. Kazuki, Kyojo. They weren't enemies back then. Subaru's mind rewinds to that conversation. What's up? Calling me out at this hour, he replied. Subaru, I'm thinking about leaving the blue eye. Subaru frowned. Yo, what? Out of nowhere. Kazuki proposed, I need you to break the news to the others for me. Friends. At least that's what Subaru thought they were. His voice dropped. You'll understand why soon. Don't worry, even when I'm gone, I'll always be your shadow. Fast forward a few years, Kazuki started a guild and showed up again. He used a name they used to joke about, Blue Zone. That was the shadow he talked about. But he's still stuck on floor 9, meaning he's achieved 0 progress in 20 years. Suddenly, Subaru freezes. The bulletin board is blowing up with people heading to a memorial service. The Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall. Memories that haven't faded even after 2 decades. He jolts. My Memorial Hall Subaru stands right in front of the entrance to the Subaru Narukami Shrine. He's stunned. Okay, this building is way more impressive than I expected. Center stage. A mask is displayed like a holy relic. The crowd is locked in, hyper-focused on the display. Subaru stands there, totally lost in the sauce. Remembering me for what he shuffles forward, heavy steps, eyes darting everywhere in confusion. Who did this, and why? A booming voice splits his headache open. He was the blueprint for us all. The hero of the Blue Eye Guild, the man who created the undefeated legend. The man closest to the tower's peak, Subaru Narukami. My squad and I will honor him forever. Subaru's eyes widen in horror. You gotta be joking. Kazuki's voice echoes. We built this hall to remember. Subaru is fuming, veins popping on his neck. You, Kazuki, the voice continues. Narukami and the Blue Eye are gone. However, Blue Zone remains. We inherit their noble spirit. Subaru clenches his fist, screaming inside. Shut up, stop spouting trash. Wasn't killing me enough for you. Now I have to live up to your twisted expectations. The sermon drags on. Narukami and the Blue Eye will never return. Subaru glares. Just you wait, Kazuki. Those fake eyes on the screen. We will never forget them. His mind rebels. That narrative, I'm rewriting it from scratch. Subaru looks up at the sky, plotting. I won't let him pull this crap again. I'm not wasting this second life. Suddenly, something grips his ankle tight. Subaru instinctively catches the weak figure stumbling into him. He shakes the person. Hey, the face looks up and Subaru freezes. Is that my mask? Two people rush in. So sorry. You okay, Minato? You good? Don't worry. Just a little fender bender. You sure you aren't hurt? Subaru spirals. Wait, these guys too. Subaru spins around, panic setting in. What the hell? He frantically rubs his eyes. Wide-eyed terror. What is this nightmare? Everyone around him. They're all wearing his face from his past life. What is going on? Kazuki's voice turns cold. It's a shame it came to this. But don't be sad. Even when you die, you'll be hailed as a historic hero. It clicks. Is this his game? Subaru's eyes sharpen into pure hate. Kyojo Subaru stomps through the crowd. Straight ahead lies his own funeral portrait drowning in fresh flowers. All of this, just a way for him to hijack the glory of the blue eye. Suddenly, his gaze shifts from hate to shock. Those white chrysanthemums, they're glowing with a blue light. Subaru's eyes roll back, reflecting the scene. The crowd surges, shoving him violently. Desperate to stay hidden, the crowd erupted in annoyance, yelling, "Yo, watch where you're going, wait your turn, creep." Subaru ignored them, walking like a total zombie straight toward his own funeral portrait. He reached out his hand, touching the glowing light. Subaru whispered in total shock, "Is that really you?" Sagiri cut to a high-angle shot of a rooftop. A figure stood overlooking the city. Sigir broke the silence. "Looks like we survived another year." The woman behind him shot back. "Speaking of paying respects, if we were any later, we'd be throwing hands with blue eyes right now. Besides, is this little ritual really necessary? Every single anniversary, dropping some chrysanthemums should be enough." He gently removed his hat, replying softy, "You never know what might happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers we left." She scoffed. "You really think that kid is still breathing?" Segura replied. "I haven't confirmed a body with my own eyes yet." Rina snapped back. "Instead of us finding Subaru, Kazuki is going to track our location way faster. And look, if Subaru was actually alive, he wouldn't have just sat there watching everything burn for 20 years, you dummy." Golden hour hit the sky, birds circling above. Cut to Subaru, crumbling in a corner, sobbing like a lost child. His whole body went rigid. She's actually... Subaru's thoughts raced. Actually alive. He crushed the flower in his grip, whispering Sigur's name. Interior, the cramped room Subaru Hosoi used to live in. Turns out, the guy was broke. The online search for blue eyes returned 0 hits. Subaru slammed the laptop onto the bed. But there's no doubt, Sigur is out there. She's alive. But why is she hiding from Kyojo? Is that the root of all this mess? Knowing that guy's personality, he wouldn't let anyone sleep peacefully if they knew the truth. Did Sigur really survive that blast solo? I'm not sure. All 4 of us got blown away that day. But as long as Kyojo is alive and kicking, reaching out now is basically a suicide mission. Plus, I'm powerless right now. Forcing it would just put a target on my back. He stared at the mask and flower on the table, telling himself, "First things first." Subaru looked at his hand, clenching it. "I need to get my strength back." He gripped the sword tight. Based on Hosoi's memories, the player tutorial kicks off in 2 days. He stroked the blade, lost in thought. If I can just survive this. Subaru's eyes hardened with resolve. As long as we're breathing, we can find each other again. Smash cut to the exam hall lobby. Hyuga stood there, arms crossed, radiating strict instructor energy. A candidate just finished the grind, body dripping with exhaustion. Hyuga stepped up, voice cold as ice. "You passed. But do you want to proceed to the next stage?" The guy stammered, terrified. "Next stage." He panicked, staring at the system window. "System alert. Do you want to challenge the next level?" The guy screamed. "No way, I'm not doing that. Are you insane? No. How am I supposed to solo 3 of them at once?" Hyuga barked back. "Keep it down, my head hurts. I'll fail you right now." As the guy teleported out, he frantically asked, "But I still passed right." Hyuga sighed, complaining. "That brat. Barely scraped by the tutorial. Can't believe I had to let a weakling like that through." Isaac Renhardt's kid is the only one who cleared level 20. The rest of this batch looks hopeless. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the screen. Someone walked in, dragging a sword across the floor. Hyuga warned, "That's a heavy name to carry, kid." "Well, it only matters if you actually survive." "All right, let's do this." In that moment, Subaru stood there, face stone cold, waiting for the system. Notification, spawning, 2 goblins. Eliminate the targets. Hyuga started to speak. "Let's get this test started right." Before Hyuga could finish, Subaru launched forward like a blur. Hyuga blinked, confused. Did something just fly past me? Before he could process it, Subaru had already deleted the monsters. He smirked internally, spent 2 days testing this body's limits. And I was right. This vessel I woke up in, it's actually cracked. System, continue to the next challenge. He accepted instantly. Obviously. I don't have time to waste, so let's speedrun this. Hyuga let out a shocked gasp at the scene. Rolling right to Hyuga's feet was the severed head of the monster. He stared in horror at the display. What the hell is happening? Hyuga froze, analyzing Subaru's movement. His eyes went wide. He's not just swinging wildly, he's predicting too. No 3 steps ahead of the enemy. Subaru's grip tightened on the blade, those muscles popping, the tension in his frame. Hyuga watched, stunned. That wasn't just the stance of a skilled swordsman. Even I couldn't pull off footwork that clean. Unless this kid is actually the legendary Subaru Narukami reborn. His blade was a blur, slicing through the monsters with surgical precision. Subaru's eyes ice cold, scanning the carnage. System alert. Stage 49 complete. Want to challenge the final boss. He sighed, barely breaking a sweat. Bring it on, right now. The dimension shuddered. Right beneath Subaru's feet, the ground cracked open, glowing with eerie white veins. A massive hand erupted from the earth. Hyuga screamed, "Hey idiot, hold up, you're not actually Narukami. If you want to live, back off right now." The beast roared, deafening the entire arena. Enter the Goblin King. The system flashed red sacrifice detected at stage 49. The Goblin King is enraged. Hyuga yelled, "Bail out before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King isn't brave, it's a suicide mission. Don't be greedy, skill can't bridge that stat gap." But Subaru, he didn't even blink. Pure determination. I know the math, Subaru thought. With my current stats, I'm basically hitting him with a wet noodle. He gripped his hilt. Even so. His voice cut through the noise. I refuse. Then he did the unthinkable. He threw his sword on the ground. Hyuga clutched his head, freaking out. Why did he drop his weapon? Has he lost his mind? I knew this kid was off from the start. But this, meanwhile, the Goblin King charged like a freight train. Thwack! An arrow slammed into the beast's leg. The king's face twisted in shock while Subaru crouched low. In his hand, a fistful of poison arrows. Surprise. Ugly. The Goblin King paused, trying to process the glitch in the matrix. Subaru smirked. Let's place a bet. Do you drop me first, or do I turn you into a pincushion? Zero hesitation. Subaru dashed forward. The Goblin King let out a furious, earth-shaking roar. Come on, answer me. The monster lunged, massive legs tearing up the ground to close the distance. A giant axe swung down, aiming to split him in two. It was a clash of titans, but Subaru was faster. He weaved through the attack like smoke. Flashback time. He remembered the grueling training. Subaru unleashed a volley of darts. Off target. A memory surfaced. A girl walking up to him, shaking her head. That's not how you throw, Rina. Anything can be a weapon. She stepped up to show him how it's done. As she wound up, she explained, find the center of gravity and it becomes deadly. Snap. She nailed the bullseye perfectly. Back to reality. He channeled Rina's lesson. Snap. A direct hit to the monster's throat, followed by a dozen more peppering its hide. Subaru grinned. Power equals rotation plus precision. Inverse to hesitation. That's the Rina style. Hyuga watched from the sidelines, mind blown. Goblin corpses and loot don't despawn until the trial ends. He's using the game mechanics against itself. I underestimated him. It's not just swordsmanship. He's mastering ballistics and using loot as ammo. Hyuga whispered, the kid's a genius. No, genius doesn't cover it. The Goblin King looked like a hedgehog now. The beast collapsed, totally spent. Subaru calmly retrieved his sword. He looked down at the fallen king. Nothing personal. A critical hit to end it. The system pinged instantly. System, you have defeated the Goblin King. Tutorial stage 50 cleared for the first time. Chill system. It's just the tutorial. Why put a raid boss in the training montage? Level up. Reputation gained. Achievement points acquired. Tutorial shop unlocked. Limited time offer. With these points, what can I get? Current balance, 2,425 points. He kept getting blindsided. I didn't even know the shop existed. Opened the shop. Prices ranged from 5 to 200. I'm absolutely loaded. I'm going to have so many leftovers. He scrolled down and froze. Wait, I can buy this. The Nameless Demon Sword. Cost 1,000 points. Grade sword. Effect drains user's life and sanity. Boosts cutting power and physical stats. A failed masterpiece by the legendary blacksmith Kinder. No name, just power. A Kinder artifact in the tutorial. That's insane. But a weapon that eats my HP. Next option, the Sword of Miranda. Cost 1,400 points. Grade sword. Reduces fatigue buildup. Extends combat time. A mithril blade, blessed by the temple. Looking at the holy sword, Subaru hesitated. Demon versus holy. Do I go for raw, self-destructive damage with the demon sword, or play it safe with the holy sword's stamina buff? He's wrestling with the decision. Both options look solid. How do I invest my starting points? Gotta play this smart. Then it hits him. A re-roll strategy. Can I still swap? The system interface flashes open. Skill greed. Cost 1,400 achievement points. Rank S, level 1. Passive nullifies all side effects from items and abilities. Rank and proficiency are upgradable. Upgrade cost 10,000 C. Subaru's eyes pop wide open. Total shock. I've never seen a perk like this. If I pair this with the demon sword, no. It could literally delete the sword's curse. System notifications flood in. Skill purchased greed. Minus 1,400 points. Item acquired Blade of the Nameless Demon. Minus 1,000 points. A devilish grin spreads across his face. Totally worth every penny. He grips the hilt, giving it a test swing. The weight is perfect. Turns out this skill and the demon sword are a match made in hell. Instead of struggling with a high-risk weapon from day one, he just hacked the system. Hyuga strolls up. Not a bad pick, kid. That skill and the item have crazy synergy. But as a proctor, I'm stumped. I'm Hyuga, by the way. Why that specific combo? I don't know if it's practical, and frankly, neither do you. Subaru snaps back. Do I need to draw you a diagram? Hyuga flares up. Just explain yourself. Is that really what you're asking? Manners are dead, I swear. You must be fried from the exam, so I'll let it slide. No deep reason, really. Hyuga stares him down. Internal monologue running wild. So that snot-nosed brat actually made proctor. He recalls a scrawny kid from back in the day. Big fan, sir. Can I get an autograph? An autograph. I don't have one. Just write your name then. Name's Hiroto. Snap back to reality, and the boomer rant begins. Back in my day, becoming a player started with etiquette classes. Compared to that standard, kids these days get a couple of skills and think they're gods. Where did their parents go wrong? They hate losing but demand everything handed to them. And instead of respecting their elders, they call us dinosaurs. Times have changed just like the hair count on your head, old man. Subaru cuts him off. Look, I'm not answering that. Just keep my test results confidential, okay? There he goes again. Talking back with that shallow wiki knowledge they pick up online. Hyuga suddenly smirks, an idea forming. Fine, fine. Since you lack discipline, I'll train you myself. I'll build you from the ground up. How about it? Want to join the Knights Guild? Hard pass. Hey, it's rare for a proctor to scout someone personally. Going to the second floor. Use the telly. Wait, hold up, stop right there, the second floor. But Subaru is already ghosting him, walking away without a glance. Hyuga sighs, defeated. Good lord, what a disappointment. Moments later, Subaru lands in a new zone. The audio clutter is intense. Floor 2. Deep sea fish fresh from Runeterra, get your special jerky here. Come check it out, the rookie zone, we got everything you need. Fabrics from the martial world to leather jackets from Earth. I'm back. I've grabbed a chance nobody else has. My second playthrough. Since I've lived this once, I'm gonna crush it this time. For the squad waiting for me, and to rewrite that nightmare ending we all faced. He finds a private training room, the spot for grinding skills and testing limits, durability tests and all that. As he arrives, an old caretaker asks, which floor you from? Subaru replies, just came up. It's a hub for regulars. The old man points a bony finger. Then stick to training room number 1. It's got a straw dummy. Subaru pauses, then counters. I'll take room number 5. Number 5. The old man gets cranky. I'm gonna be real with you, don't do it. It's a waste of cash. Stick to number 1. I appreciate the concern, but give me 30 minutes. Acting like he's the main character in some drama. Whatever. Your funeral. No refunds if you rage quit halfway. The system interface pops up. 50 credits deducted. Balance remaining 10,050 C. The higher the number, the harder the room. And he's right. Walking in with 0 gear makes you look like total bait. But he steps in with 0 hesitation. Alright, let's get this grind started. It's time. Subaru locks in. He grips the sword tight. Crimson light floods the room as the system pings. Nameless magic sword recognizes its master. All stats temporarily boosted. Absorbing user, HP, and MP. Greed level 1 attempts to parry the backlash from the nameless magic sword. A sliver of HP and MP regenerates. But Greed fails to fully suppress the blade's rejection. Stamina is tanking fast. Fatigue is spiking. Just as predicted, level 1 is too weak to handle this beast. But hold on, the nameless magic sword just drained the user's HP. It's a high-risk gamble, power scales up as health drops. The more the system analyzes, the deadlier the blade becomes. Suddenly, a crimson aura flares up, blindingly bright. Subaru is losing the reins. Is this his limit? No, this was all calculated. Account balance deducted 10,000 credits. Greed skill leveled up. Subaru slams the blade into the ground, gasping for air like a drowning man. The system interface pops up. Greed is now rank E. Secondary skill classification unlocked. Effect mitigates side effects from user-equipped items. Cost to upgrade. Requires 20,000 credits. Greed level 2 engages actively fighting the sword's recoil. Partial success achieved. The blade devours his HP, but the power output skyrockets. It's working. Subaru's expression hardens into pure steel. Eyes glowing blood red, he prepares to unleash hell. Time to field test this power. Back outside, the old gatekeeper looks bored out of his mind. The old man sighs, thinking he sees a ghost. Am I dreaming? Or just hallucinating from the boredom? He spots Subaru walking out drenched in blood. The old man rubs his eyes. Wait, is that the kid from room 5? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. He knocks on the door. Hey dreamer boy, you still alive in there? Silence. He pokes his head inside and his jaw literally hits the floor. What kind of natural disaster hit this place? The room is absolutely demolished. Scene shift to Subaru. He stretches, waking up from a deep slumber. How long was I out? Body feels stiff as a board. Sitting up, he analyzes the situation. If that had been a normal cursed sword, I would have breezed through that room. His physical stats are definitely cracked now, and he successfully synced with the sword's chaotic energy. Checking the status window. Name Subaru Hosoi. Origin Earth, level 10. Strength, 17. Agility, 17. Stamina, 16. Focus, 18. Magic 8. Fatigue, 61. Before this, he couldn't even lift the magic sword, let alone swing it. Now he's a different beast. Flashback to the battle. He smirks. The synergy between greed and the sword is absolute perfection. A full set bonus might actually be possible. But there's a catch, the skill level. System window opens. Greed rank F. Type secondary skill. Credits required for next upgrade, 20,000. Remaining balance, 50 credits. Am I seriously this broke? Subaru stares at the screen defeated. I'm having credit flow issues already, talk about a dead end. Literally, since I already died once. Yo, what is up guys? Suddenly a blonde guy approaches talking to thin air. Here to explore floor 2. Flashbacks hit Subaru, reminds him of his rookie days on the second floor. Today's topic. How much does trendy gear actually cost? Let's go. Alexander just donated 1,000 credits. That brings back memories. Donation alert triggers. Thanks for the 1,000 points, Alexander. The guy suddenly dumps a cup of water over his own head and screams, "That stings. Thank you so much." Subaru watches, totally confused. Is this guy off his meds? Is he psychotic? Subaru's eyes narrow with suspicion. He pulls out his phone to check the feed. How do people make money these days? It's the era of PvP. 1 in 3 players is a streamer now. Average income for top players is in the millions. Wait, live streaming. Subaru mutters to himself while scrolling. Real-time broadcasting to farm donations. That's the meta. So that's what that clown was doing. It clicks. Isaac walks up. Yo, you made it. Didn't expect to see you here. You local. Looking at Isaac, Subaru's face goes pale. No, it's not fear. His body is instinctively reacting with disgust. Guess we didn't exactly get along. Isaac presses on. Hey buddy, I'm talking to you. Don't ghost me, in real life. Feels like I'm talking to a wall. Subaru is deep in thought. No, this isn't just awkward. He stammers. I actually made it here. Surprise, surprise. Isaac squats down, voice dripping with sarcasm. Never thought a weak piece of trash like you would survive the test. The tutorial. Honestly, I was betting on the goblin gutting you right there. Then it hits him, the memory floods back. Subaru's mind flashes back to the moment he was on his knees begging. Isaac, why? Why are you doing this to me? Wipe that serious look off your face. It's pissing me off. Just hearing your name makes my skin crawl. You can't even follow basic instructions. Totally useless. You trying to advertise that you're an orphan with 0 brain cells. Because you're doing a great job showing everyone how empty that head of yours is. That incident. The credits you coughed up. Not enough. So, bam, Isaac delivers a brutal kick to the gut, sneering at Subaru's pathetic state. Shut it. Bastard is a good look on you, by the way. Listen up. See that box? That's your crib now. Do not step foot outside of it, no matter what happens. If I catch you wandering, you know exactly what kind of hell awaits you. Remembering the threat, Subaru's expression hardens. What kind of idiot just takes a beating like that? So is that why you're hiding in that box? The guy just won't shut up. I cleared all the way to stage 20, smashed my old man's record. Even Proctor Huga was singing my praises, calling me a true son of Reinhardt. I even snagged a skill as a completion bonus. A B-rank skill. That's the top-tier loot you can get from a tutorial run. All this talking. I'm parched. Maybe I'll grab a drink. He pauses. Actually, scratch that. Since I'm leaving, grab me a coffee when you come back. I don't care if it's cheap slop, just get it. At that command, Subaru blinks. Huh, Isaac facepalms, shaking his head. For real, still disobedient. What is up with you lately? Staring people down, talking back. Did you get body swapped or something? Subaru doesn't flinch. I'm broke. 0 credits. Buy your own damn coffee. Seeing Subaru attempt to leave, Isaac's voice drops an octave. Sit down. But Subaru ignores him and keeps walking. Sorry kid, but I don't have time to babysit your personal drama, Subaru thinks. Unless this clown gets in the way of my revenge. Then, it's a different story. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on Subaru's wrist. Isaac's eyes are bloodshot with rage. Hey, you really dying to get your face smashed in again? Subaru's reply is ice cold. Let go. Unless you have a death wish. Isaac's grip tightens, thickening the air with tension. He glares eyes, murderous. Don't get cocky, Subaru. I can't cause a scene in front of this crowd, Subaru calculates. Making a mess now will only complicate things. Suddenly, Isaac bursts into laughter, misunderstanding Subaru's hesitation for fear. Relax. I was just messing with you like old times. Still a coward, huh? With your skills, you probably barely scraped by the tutorial. I bet you're feeling pretty proud of yourself for surviving. Isaac steps into Subaru's personal space, looking at him like he's trash. Do you honestly think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you vanish right now. You know who my father is, right? He turns, walking away with a mocking cackle. Watch your back, friend. Subaru watches him go unfazed. Friend, yeah right. Suddenly the system pings. Notice, 2 paths for player growth. The holographic guide unfolds. First path, the tower trials. By clearing floors and earning rewards, players grow naturally. To enter the tower's trials, you pay credits, but safety is guaranteed within a virtual space. Since the trials are simulations, even if you die, you only lose credits and progress, not your life. Second path, hunting. This involves slaughtering monsters outside safe zones or clearing floor dungeons. Growth is explosive compared to the trials. However, since hunting takes place in reality, it is a literal life or death situation. If you die out there, it's game over, permanently. Cut to the Orc Nest dungeon. Subaru stands amidst the carnage. That's why most players avoid hunting. Why risk your neck when there's a safe option? But Subaru isn't most players. He lounges casually on the corpse of a massive beast he just butchered. Safety is slow. The monster lies in a gruesome heap. Danger is fast. He pulls out a sleek device, scrolling through the breaking news. A masked figure looms on screen. Subaru freezes. Narukami Subaru, 80,000 live viewers. You gotta be kidding me. The mystery streamer brings the hype. What's good, chat? Y'all ready? Today we're crushing the third floor trials. Subaru's face twists in disgust. The name, the mask. How many clout chasers are gonna rip off this persona? System prompt pops up. Narukami's just a sellout, accepting 20,000 credit missions per clear. The fake grins. Narukami Subaru at your service. I'll play the clown if the price is right. Big thanks for the 20,000 creds, homie. Subaru's jaw drops. 20 bans for a single mission, and the requests are flooding in. Notifications blow up users like Lonely Wallet Poker and Safe Asset Drop missions. The masked fraud beams. Appreciate the love, fam. I'm about to wreck this dungeon for y'all. Narukami Subaru out, making absolute bank just by turning on a camera. Meanwhile, the real deal is out here breaking his back against literal monsters, risking his life for scraps. A quick check of his balance, a pathetic 50 credits. Salt in the wound. That guy's rolling in dough. Subaru glues his eyes to the screen, studying the hustle. He stands, letting out a long sigh, then snaps into focus. Adrenaline kicks in. All right, time for one last gig. A massive foot slams down. The earth quakes. A horde of nightmares emerges, fangs bared, snarling for blood. System alert, Orc High General has entered the chat. Subaru doesn't flinch. Don't have my poison needles this time, but whatever. I'm packing something way nastier. System update. The nameless magic sword is draining user HP. Every drop of blood fuels his stats. Level 2 mastery kicks in, nullifying the blade's recoil. He grips the nameless magic sword, eyes blazing. I'm on a tight schedule. Let's wrap this up. System ping, user HP, and mental stability temporarily restored. It's go time. Boom. A boot to the beast's face. No time for trash mobs. He launches into an aerial backflip. He rains down destruction, picking them off mid-air. The boss just stands there frozen, staring up at his doom. Subaru delivers a devastating punch. System clear. The Whispering Orc dungeon is history. He pauses. Guess I gotta put the costume back on. Staring into the mirror, he mutters to himself. I see how the game is played now. If I'm gonna stream, I'm doing it my way with raw skill. He slides the mask into place. Besides, I'm the only real one here. Subaru spins around and marches out. Notification: Narukami Subaru is now live. Cut to the office. Dead silence. Just Hasuka, deep in thought, looking intense. Her jaw tightens. She snaps. What the actual hell is this? Morons. Scumbags. Absolute garbage. A 5-man squad couldn't clear that. Are you kidding me? Seong Hyun strolls in. Careful. If the sensor beep hits first, that's a 1,000-point penalty. You were borderline just now. So what's the drama? Who is it this time, Hasuka? Growls Shubakichi. Seong Hyun blinks. Wait, is Shubakichi the real Narukami Subaru? Or another fake? She throws her hands up. Who knows? Could be a clone. Could be the guy himself. The OG hasn't shown his face. So logic dictates whoever's the strongest is the real deal. Literally everyone and their grandma is cosplaying Narukami Subaru for a quick buck. Is the streaming meta officially dead? Seong Hyun shudders. Don't even joke about that. This platform is the only reason we're eating. Hasuka rolls her eyes. You think I don't know that? These clowns don't respect the rules. Even the hardcore tower climbers think it's a joke. Seong Hyun lowers his voice, concerned. Hasuka, why'd you quit the tower climb for this dump anyway? Boredom, she says flatly. Same reason you bailed, right? If I had actual freedom, I'd be doing literally anything else. Now shut it. Seong Hyun flinches. No, I quit because I wasn't good enough. He stares at the floor. He only climbed the tower to meet his idol Narukami Subaru. Without that goal, his fire just burned out. Suddenly, Hasuka yells, "Holy crap, I found a diamond in the rough." He sighs. What now? Another weirdo. Hasuka looks stunned. A brand new Narukami Subaru impersonator. Songhyun groans. This is painful. Is this really what we call talent scouting? What a joke. Why are you even watching a Floor 2 stream with 0 views? But Hasuka's eyes are glued to the screen. I know, she whispers. But every time I see that mask, I just can't stop hoping it's him. And just like that, 1,000 credits vanished into thin air. Seonghyun hits the deck, practically begging, "Please, man, you gotta forgive me." The system spams notifications, initiating second floor trial. Objective: clear the starter dungeon and extract. Completion score scales with the kill count. Subaru thinks to himself, this second floor run isn't exactly sweating me, but that feeling of eyes burning into my back, it adds a little pressure. Suddenly a DM slides in. What floor is this? The random user presses on. First time noob. He mutters under his breath, "Yeah, this is my first rodeo." The chat blows up immediately. You serious right now? Is streaming this even safe? If you're a rookie, you're flying blind out there. Out of nowhere, a hideous beast lunges. Subaru's reflexes kick in. He snatches the monster right by its ugly mug. He yeets the thing into the distance. System ping: one-eyed bat defeated. 1 point earned. Subaru pauses, muttering, "Is there a problem?" The system chimes in, commencing first trial. Conquer the rookie dungeon and extract. Achievement points awarded based on total kills. Chat scrolls by. Bro's reflexes are cracked. Wait, people are streaming from floor 2 now. I see him sometimes, but they always rage quit because they get 0 views. Better not get greedy. Just wait for a party to carry you. Subaru speaks up, cool and collected. Hey, love money, appreciate the advice, but that's gonna be a no from me. He cracks a grin. I prefer running solo. The chat is confused. Solo. Huh, did you even do your research, bro? He's cooked. Rookies these days. Subaru starts venturing deeper. Just using the name Subaru Narukami pulls viewers automatically. I don't even have to try. Suddenly, a salamander creeps out heading straight for him. His hand snaps to his sword hilt. In a split second, he deletes it. Too easy. Now let's see how far I can push this. System update: Mud Monster defeated. 2 achievement points awarded. The comments start rolling in. Did anyone catch that? Was that actually a mud monster? In the blink of an eye, one-eyed bats swarm him. He moves with fluid, insane speed. Nothing is touching him right now. Chat, what was that glitch? What just happened? Immediately the system pings. One-eyed bat defeated. ×2. Received 2 achievement points. Defeated mud monster ×2. Achievement points acquired. Subaru addresses the stream. If you guys focus on the audio cues, you can tell exactly which direction and how many mobs are incoming. Chat snaps back. Yeah, we know that. Stop capping, you're no rookie. I know that, too easy stuff. Hey, no pepper guy, what level are you even? Subaru keeps talking. If you guys already know the basics, I'll just say what's on my mind. Comments pop up. Normal players can't pull that off. Haha. It all comes down to raw skill. Stick to your content, bro. I get it. Haha. Trying to clout chase off the Subaru Narukami name is a bit much though. Haha. Subaru thinks, still not enough. I need to stack as many achievement points as possible before I extract. Chat responds. Have you just been W-keying straight this whole time? Real men move in silence. 0 research. You're asking for a beatdown if you just keep walking straight like that. Suddenly, Subaru freezes in the middle of the cavern. Slowly, he tilts his head, eyes locking onto the ceiling. A massive colony of one-eyed bats clinging to the walls. One pupil dilates glowing crimson, then another, and another. A sea of red eyes awakening. Chat spam. See, told you so. Haha. He is absolutely cooked. See you at the respawn point. System alert: user Maloney stream generated a quest. Reward 100 reputation points if you wipe them all out. Subaru stands there, deep in thought, calculating his next move. The chat reacts. Is this a setup, savage? Haha. Subaru finally speaks. Yo Maloney stream. Thanks for the free 100 rep points. A fist slams onto the desk, knuckles white. Songhyun screams in panic. Where did I mess up? I was cruising until floor 6, and now I choke here. Give me my money back. Wait, sorry, was I too reckless? My bad. Hasuki is just glued to the glowing screen of her phone. Seonghyun tilts his head. Yo, hello. What's up? What are you watching? Her voice drops serious. Something isn't right. Seonghyun panics. It's not that much money, I swear. For real, I can pay you back. If I ever touch gambling again, just kill me. Hasuki cuts him off. That's not it. Her voice sounds shook. Narukami Subaru. Seonghyun glances over, confused. Huh, you're still watching that stream. Suddenly his expression darkened as he looked down. No way. The comments started flooding in. Holy cow. Is this guy really a rookie on floor 2? You kidding me? I'm actually starting to feel bad for those bats. LOL. This is insane. How many is that now? Seonghyun murmured, asking, Just how many has he soloed? The one-eyed bats were swarming him like maniacs. Just like this. Subaru's blade sliced through the air, dropping them with zero effort. The chat scrolled by. Bro, your explanation explains absolutely nothing. Who called this guy a newbie? Step forward. Something just happened. Is that seriously all you have to say? I'm on a higher floor and I'm getting schooled by a floor 2 rookie. That advice is basically saying if you move your feet, you can walk. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Subaru let out a sigh. Man, communication is tough. A comment popped up. Don't forget to claim your reputation points. He blinked. Oh, right, totally forgot. Subaru's fingers tapped hurriedly to claim the points. The chat roasted him. What's wrong? Is he lagging? In real life, Subaru scratched his head awkwardly. How do I even accept this? Another comment rolled in. Aside from his insane skills, this guy is definitely a streaming virgin. Click the accept button on the mission tab at the top of the chat window. Mission complete. Received 100 reputation points from Maloney Stream. Subaru replied instantly, thank you so much. He pushed deeper into the dungeon. The next zone had to be the final one. The system displayed his current stats. 150 points. Achievements currently at 118. Suddenly a piercing scream cut through the air. It echoed outside the building. Hasuki gasped, eyes wide with excitement. This is bad. She could only stutter. This is so bad. Seonghyun gritted his teeth and covered his ears. The only one in trouble here is you. She whipped her head around. What well did you see? Have you ever seen anything like this? Seonghyun grimaced, retorting. You are overreacting big time. It is literally just floor 2. Hasuki stood up, eyes sparkling. Yeah, I am overreacting. He panicked, waving his hands. Okay, sorry. Her cheeks were flushed red with hype. Where is he from Earth? I am Subaru Narukami from Earth. Could this be destiny? Could it be the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami? She had seen it in those comics, the classic isekai trope. Seonghyun scowled, muttering to himself. This girl goes completely feral whenever Narukami is mentioned. Hasuki kept rambling. What should I do? I'm getting dizzy. Hey Seonghyun, if I close my eyes right now. He flinched. No, she looked shocked. What, why not? Seonghyun cut in. That's not it. You're thinking about scouting him, aren't you? Hasuki shouted angrily. You bet I am, he argued back. He has some flashy moments, but he is still just a rookie. A loner streamer. She cut him off instantly. I know that Seonghyun sighed in defeat. You don't know anything. If we tell the section chief, we are going to get chewed out again. Hasuki was fuming. And earlier you were all about gambling on him. Why so serious now? Her cheeks puffed out in frustration. Just you wait and see. Hasuki's gaze locked back onto Subaru intensely. Suddenly, the ground around the boy began to tremble. He placed a hand gently on the wall. This was it, the end of the dungeon. The massive doors slowly, heavily creaked open. Subaru stood his ground, radiating pure confidence. And there it was, the werewolf, sitting in a slumber. You're Seeger, the werewolf, the chat exploded. Just seeing that thing gives me anxiety. Insane. Let's keep it a secret that I wiped to this guy 8 times. I thought it was a bug when he wouldn't let me pass on the first try. The system chimed in. Received acknowledgement from the werewolf. Passing through the gate allows you to continue the challenge, Subaru thought to himself. The werewolf isn't a monster created for hunting. It's a gatekeeper designed to gauge the strength of the players. Conquer the rookie dungeon and prove you're worthy to proceed. His eyes slowly shifted. He glanced sideways at the screen. Subaru's face froze in surprise. 3,000 reputation points. The chat scrolled. Another rude guy just showed up. LOL. Maybe he has no intention of donating. LOL. Announcing budget cuts. Besides, this isn't a monster you kill. LOL. The werewolf's pitch-black pupils slowly opened. A deep scar ran across its fur, right above the eye. The system quickly announced Werewolf Seeger, keeper of the second floor. It let out a long, heavy breath and spoke. A player, huh? Subaru didn't waste a second answering. He just raised his sword in front of him. Seeger voiced his praise for Subaru. You're skilled. Even when you shifted your blade mid-stance, your breathing and gaze didn't waver for a second. Subaru looked puzzled. Blade direction, the wolf continued. From the start, it looked like you were aiming to strike, with a single decisive blow. Were you calculating the enemy's fluid movements? And even planned your counterattack way in advance? Subaru didn't reply, looking deep in thought. He suddenly pointed at his own face and said, Honestly, I wasn't thinking about anything. Seeger grimaced. What an annoying brat. Subaru drops the line casually. Maybe I should have held back. Tiger lets out an awkward, nervous chuckle. Normally, yeah, that's impossible. Subaru's mind races. Sig would definitely vibe with how weird this is, right? Look, combat is just aggressive communication. Lock eyes. Transmit the message instantly. When you're mobbing a swarm of one-eyed bats, forget precision aiming. Don't waste time targeting individual eyes. Those bats headbutt when they attack. More enemies equals bigger openings. Use their numbers against them. System ping. Quest earn the werewolf's acknowledgement. The wolf's eyes snap wide open. Total shock. Solo the beast grunts. You really pulled up here alone, Subaru replies, voice sub-zero. You got eyes, don't you? The werewolf gets right in his face. Snout to nose. You. are entertaining. I smell a great warrior on you. Chat goes wild. Great warrior scent. Bro, 5 minutes ago you said I smelled like trash. Yeah, he literally said, I smelled like a dead goblin. Subaru's gaze sharpens into a glare. Wolf Clan warriors don't just smell sweat, they smell souls. They look straight through to your core essence. The wolf speaks up. You got the goods. You pass. Test over. Get out of here. Chat scrolls fast. What is wrong with this NPC? Is he anti-discrimination now? Since when is this a mechanic? Subaru scratches his head thinking, even in my last playthrough this never happened. Hate to break it to you, but I'm here for you. The wolf tilts its massive head. Me, not the loot door behind me. Subaru nods instantly. Yup, somebody put a hit on you. The wolf looks up, realizing, of course, only a great warrior's soul would take that contract. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched office downtown, Hasuki and CEO Hyun are sweating bullets, fingers tapping the desk in a furious, angry rhythm. What is this Titan Entertainment Department head John Taylor demands? That streamer. What's the viewer count? Gong Hyun forces a painful smile. About 20. Hasuki cuts in sharply. No. She beams like she just won the lottery. It's over 30 now. Hyun thinks, shut up, you idiot. John grabs his glasses, furious. Are you guys trolling me? You think I don't know you're gambling on company time? And for what? I said, find me a prospect and you bring me a nobody with 20 viewers. Hasuki's eyes drift down. 30. John snaps. Who cares, Hasuki? Why don't you just stream? You've got actual skills. You'd actually get fans, she yells back. Chief, look. Hasuki points at the monitor. I just checked. He broke 40. John grimaces. Hey, are you even listening to me? Back in the dungeon? Subaru stands his ground against the warwolf. The beast raises a massive arm, claws glistening. Subaru's grip tightens on the hilt. Clear mind. No thoughts. System alert. Nameless demon sword is draining user mana. Stats increasing in proportion to stamina consumed. The buff is active. Subaru centers himself. Chill. System alert. Level up 2. Side effects of Nameless Demon Sword nullified. His pupils glow with eerie light. First time using this. Thoughts vanish. The warwolf lunges. Just gotta do it like I always do. Clang. Subaru's blade catches the claws. The wolf doesn't pause it, immediately swipes again. The beast unleashes a frenzy of attacks. Subaru plants his feet, struggling to stay upright against the onslaught. Subaru leaps back, gasping for air. Guy is a tank. Trying to overpower him is suicide. The wolf glares, analyzing. A true warrior. The beast shifts its stance for another run. It speaks. But you aren't on my level. Subaru refuses to let go of his sword. Chat reacts. Defensive playstyle for a mercenary build, lame. Bro, that wolf is broken. Stats are unfair. Maybe takes 2 or 3 tries. Whoever made this quest is gonna regret it. Nah, he's got this. Gonna be tough though. Subaru is literally backed against the wall, panting, thinking. Sometimes, brain beats brawn. The warwolf grins. You interest me, little warrior. The claws go high. Time to end this. The massive arm comes down like a guillotine. Pure destructive force. Subaru pivots his body at the last frame. That's exactly what I said. You telegraph your moves way too much. Slash. Subaru's blade bites deep into the wolf's torso. Die. The beast collapses, blood spraying everywhere. Subaru doesn't stop. He launches himself into the air. Gripping his blade tight, he effortlessly unleashes his skills to dismantle the warwolf. Subaru smoothly sheathes his sword back at his hip. The warwolf looks up, gasping out. Perfection. Warrior. The system alerts flood and warwolf defeated. Level 12 reached. Strength +2. Agility +1. Focus +1. Magic +2. 500 achievement points secured. Chat pops off. Wait, did he actually clap him? Is he frozen? Did he just die standing up? This stream is fire. Isn't this his first run? No way. Subaru pants, flashing a smirk. He's down. Chat scrolls fast. Solo run. Cap off to you. The quest giver LOL bet he never thought the kid could pull it off. Viewer count 56. System alert, mission complete. 3,000 reputation points received from Bossy Set. Subaru speaks up. I'll put it to good use, Bossy Set. System update. Current reputation 3,150. Current achievement points 618. The gate creaks open, and Subaru slowly steps into the blinding light. Suddenly he freezes, sensing a lethal threat. Chat reacts. Something's raging. System panels multiply before Subaru's eyes. Chat freaks out. 13 options. You joking? The record so far is only 6 right. Is this a new record? I only got. System notification. Number of choices is proportional to player talent. Will you challenge the Thunder trial? Chat hypes him up. That's the spirit far. If he doesn't pick Thunder here, he needs a name change. Subaru hesitates for a beat, then finally speaks. I choose it. The system instantly confirms Thunder trial selected. Subaru's entire body gets wrapped in a powerful electric aura. Hasuki stays glued to the monitor, tracking every move. Everyone bursts into excited laughter. There it is. Hasuki points at the screen. He actually did it. We hit 60 viewers. How's that? Ever seen a streamer blow up this fast? And usually, Quests give 2 or 3 options max, but he unlocked 13. John lowers his voice, continuing. It is seriously impressive taking down a werewolf. Rumor has it that beast was undefeated. But still, he's just a rookie streamer on the 2nd floor. There's a lot left to discuss. Hasuki grins with excitement. Chief, want to place a bet? He blinks surprised. A bet, she continues. If he fails to absorb the thunder, Seonghyun and I will work for a fixed salary for 5 years. On the flip side, if he succeeds, you sign him immediately. No complaints. Songhyun starts whining. Say what? Why am I involved? Hold on, wait. I don't even know this guy. John chuckles. Even if he makes it to the trial, do you really think he stands a chance? The only player to ever master thunder was Subaru Narukami. Hasuki replies confidently. Won't know unless we try, right? John crosses his arms. Fine, I'll take that bet. Hasuki quickly covers Seonghyun's mouth. I don't. System alert, thunder trial commencing. Subaru glares, whispering. This is... Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Watch out. Someone tackles Subaru out of nowhere. Boom, a massive explosion erupts from behind. Falcon is panting hard. With a giant fragment looming behind him, he yells at the dazed Subaru. What was that? You got a death wish. System update. Defeat the giant fragment. Subaru is shocked. Why is this guy here? Suddenly, the giant fragment grits its teeth and looks down. Chat scrolls by. What's the situation? Isn't this the thunder trial? Yeah, that's a monster from the giant clan. Why did he spawn like that? Subaru thinks. A boss-level monster. It was supposed to appear in part 2 of the trial. Did something shift because I took down Rex the giant fragment? Slams its weapon into the ground. In a blink, Subaru has already vanished from the spot, walking slowly. He sighs. It's just big. Its structure is way inferior to Rex. Lucky I already have this intel. Falcon rushes over, and after I got in trouble, saving you. Run now. Subaru tightens his grip on the hilt. I need to wrap this up fast before anyone interferes. System alert. The nameless demon sword absorbs user's blood. All stats increase, corresponding to health consumed. Upgraded to level 2. Side effects of the demon sword nullified. At this moment, Subaru stands his ground against the giant fragment. He suddenly widens his stance, locking into combat mode. The battle rages. The giant fragment slams its weapon down with bone-crushing force. Subaru sticks the landing just in time. But the monster isn't done, it charges again, relentless. Falcon gazes up at the sky, watching the chaos unfold. He sees Subaru hovering in midair before diving straight for the beast's head. The blade sinks deep without a second of hesitation. One strike and the giant fragment screams in agony. Subaru's eyes go pitch black, staring cold. You're too loud. He grips the hilt tighter. Stay quiet for the rest of your life. The monster forces its head up. Blood sprays everywhere. Its eyes droop shut, fight's over. System alert, you have defeated the giant fragment. Stage 4 cleared. The chat goes wild. Stage 4 already. System alert, level up. Level 13, plus 2 levels. Strength +1, agility +1, health +1. Magic power. You received 4,000 achievement points. Loot drop giant's heart. Loot drop thunderous. Chat 4,000 points. Is that back pay for stages 1 through 4? All at once, that's generous. Killing the werewolf perfect clears from stage 1 to 3. Falcon walks up to Subaru stunned. Yeah, you are. Chat lights up. Wait, is that Falcon? LOL bro, switch to polite mode real quick. Anyone would be on guard if a monster like that spawned in stage 4. Yeah, total panic mode. LOL. Falcon gasps, completely shook. Who on earth are you? Subaru stays ice cold. Can't you tell by looking? His pitch black eyes look down. I'm here to slaughter giants. Cut to a dead silent town. Barely a soul in sight, just nervous guards patrolling. Subaru sits alone in a quiet room. Eyes glued to the screen. Chat demands content. Show us the loot. Let me see it. Show us, bet it's magic tier. Nah, probably rare. Subaru reaches into his inventory. I'm curious myself. Alright, let's unveil this. System alert, giant's heart. Rank rare. Type accessory. Health +2. A ring carved from a giant's actual heart. Boosts health and regeneration speed. Subaru muses. Accessories are high-value loot. Health boost, I can dig that. He glances at the floor. Needed some armor anyway. System alert. Thunderous. Rank rare. Type armor. Defense +5. Infused with the power of lightning. Active skill. Thunderous usable once daily. Nullifies all debuffs. 3 charges remaining. Chat sick find. Even with the usage limits. That's viable until floor 5. No way giant's heart is an endgame item. Priceless, honestly. Subaru equips the heavy armor instantly. System alert. Narukami Noah. Registers a quest. Reward. 5,000 reputation points. If you pick up thunder magic, give it your all. Subaru nods solemnly. Appreciate it, Noah Narukami. System alert. Imban registers a quest. I'll drop 5,000 for the same mission. Mr. Villain joins in. 3,000 points for the same quest. Chef Essence registers a quest. My love. And 7,000 reputation points. Subaru speaks up. Thanks guys. I'll make sure to show you what I can do. Why is everyone so hyped for thunder magic? Maybe he's the chosen one. More important than he realizes. Suddenly, a voice from the hall. Come in. Chat, perfect timing. LOL, ear against the door much. Bet he's got a quest too. Enter Falcon and the man beside him, Peleus. Falcon smiles. Sorry for the wait. This is the knight captain of the village, Sir Peleus. Giant attacks have been ramping up lately. As knights, we're on guard duty 24/7. Full gear, total lockdown for everyone's safety. We banned all non-essential travel. Didn't expect an outsider to roll up, especially now. Peleus steps forward. Heard you held the line while I was gone. On behalf of the village, thank you. Subaru cuts him off. No need. I just did what had to be done, Peleus. You're the face of this village. A brave knight standing against the giants. Peleus's expression hardens. Luckily, our scouts found the giant chieftain. We're planning a suicide mission to corner it, so forgive my rudeness, but I'm begging you, please save our village. Subaru stays silent. He just stares at Peleus. The chat explodes. Peleus, don't die on us. Peleus, is he gonna die? Stop with the spoilers. Subaru grimaces internally. According to my memory, Peleus is definitely dust in the next stage. He reaches out his hand slowly, chin up. A confident smile spreads across his face. I'm in. Let's do this. Peleus beams, shaking his hand firmly. Thank you so much. The system drops a blaring alert. Level 5 survival mode initialized. The entire squad marches in sync, bathed in the dying light of a crimson sunset. Subaru's eyes are glued to his interface. Viewer count is skyrocketing, and the chat stream is scrolling faster than he can even read. Interaction. Impossible at this speed. Suddenly Belos freezes, throwing up a hand. Hold it. Falcon's face goes dark as he points dead ahead. A massive muscle-bound monstrosity blocks the path. Belos, chief of the giants, steps up. I'll draw its aggro. Benefactor, you flank him from the rear. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto his shoulder. Hold up. Belos grits his teeth, snapping his head back to look at Subaru. The earth beneath them violently convulses. Belos and his crew are losing it, panic setting in. But Subaru, his gaze sharpens, locking onto the threat. That's not human. The chief's pupils dilate in pure shock as the creature slowly shifts its gaze to the side. Massive giant shards materialize out of nowhere, charging in with a frenzied manic energy. Belos watches from a distance, eyes wide and body trembling. Why is this happening? A colossal hand descends to crush them. Stop. Death is staring them right in the face. The giant shard looms closer, flashing a sinister grin with soulless white eyes. Sheer terror takes over. The formation breaks. Retreat to the mountain base. Move, move, move. The giants let out a rage-fueled roar. Bam! A massive fist pulverizes a sacrificial victim into the dirt. Screams erupt. One guy tries to charge but gets tackled by a teammate. Don't do it. The monster raises a hand as the man wails in despair. Brother Votran Belos stands his ground as a human shield spinning around to bark orders. That is a direct command. Get out of here. His voice cracks like thunder to shake them out of it. Think of your families, your village. This isn't where our story ends. We will rebuild. That snaps them out of it. They bolt. Belos turns back to hold the line alone. I'm entrusting Falcon's leadership to you guys. He turns his head to the side and then he bumps right into a shadow. Belos screams, you two, get out of here, please. Rebuild the order. Avenge us. Subaru coolly unsheathes his blade. Actually, that's my line. Subaru steps past him. You're not planning to run. Belos blinks, totally confused. Huh. What are you talking about? Subaru waves him off. You're in my way. I can't move freely with you here. If you stay, we're both dead meat. Belos looks like he's about to explode. Abandon an outsider and run. I can't do that. Subaru roars. Don't make me say it twice. That does it. Belos sprints away, but not without one last look back. I'll gather the warriors. Just hold out until then. Subaru ignores him, eyes locked on the horde. Thanks. Belos screams, fading into the distance. Survive this battle. I owe you my life. Stay safe. The monster horde erupts in a deafening roar. Subaru launches himself forward, zero fear, his blade enveloped in energy. A pitch-black aura coats the steel. I'm your opponent now, slash. He cuts deep into the giant's leg. The titan loses its footing, teetering on the edge of collapse. The sound alerts the rest of the pack. Hearing their kin scream, the others turn their gaze. Subaru casually wipes sweat from his brow as a system window pops up. Defeated trace of the giant ×2. 20 achievement points acquired. His eyes glow crimson as he slices through another one. Even if this is just a test, I really hate being left behind. Meanwhile, back to Belos. He's sprinting full tilt into the forest before skidding to a halt. Lungs burning, breath heavy, he looks back at the path he took. Guilt washes over him as he clenches his jaw tight enough to crack a tooth. Back with Subaru, the chat is exploding. Is he actually trying to fight? That's straight up suicide. There's too many of them, bro. Just needs to survive. Exactly. Why'd he chase the tank away? Score depends on how many warriors make it out alive. Wait, it's not just about surviving. This game is rigged. Subaru catches his breath, mind racing. Belos was scripted to die here. If I play it this way, I can save every single one of them. While Subaru strategizes, the giants go berserk charging him. Boom, Subaru executes a one-hit kill. Defeated trace of the giant. 10 achievement points. He pivots instantly, deleting another one. Defeated trace of the giant. 10 achievement points. Subaru analyzes the situation. The nameless demon sword drains the user's mana. Stats buff correlates to mana consumption. Taking them out one by one, piece of cake. He grips the hilt tighter. The real question is, how long can I sustain the demon sword's power? I need high ground to spot the boss. He scrambles up the corpse of the giant he just dropped to get a better vantage point. The remaining titans lock eyes on him. Subaru surfs through the air. Below him, the monsters unhinge their jaws, waiting for a free meal to drop. One beast gapes its mouth wide, reaching up to snatch him out of the sky. Subaru doesn't even swing his sword, he just stomps right on its ugly face. Subaru treats the giants' faces like literal stepping stones, parkouring his way up. The chat goes wild. One slip, and he's toast. Aerial combat isn't just a skill, it's Subaru Narukami's playground. Tuning out the spam, he locks in. Goal hit level 2. Gotta neutralize the nameless demon sword's backlash. His stamina and mental fortitude fully recharged. Stamina drain is way lower now. Good gear is a total game changer. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide. Target acquired. I need to find the boss before I burn out. He spots the monster in the distance. Found you. The beast locks eyes with him and lets out a twisted, mocking laugh. Subaru doesn't hesitate, he dives straight in. The giant winds up a massive weapon. Subaru's mind races midair. If I don't drop him in one shot, I'm finished. The giant raises its club face, dead serious. Subaru looks stone cold on the outside, but inside, he's praying hard. Please just work. Snap. The sound cuts through the air. Instantly, Subaru is engulfed in a blinding golden aura. Thunder booms across the battlefield. The giants recoil, clutching their heads and shielding their eyes in agony. Screams tear from their throats. Even the boss drops his weapon to cover his face, then glares up roaring. Human Subaru descends like a hawk blade aimed dead center at the monster's skull. The nameless demon sword drinks his mana greedily. His eyes glow crimson. The blade flashes with lethal light. Thrust. The blade sinks deep. The monster's eyes bulge in pure shock as blood sprays in a gruesome fountain. The massive giant stares in disbelief before tilting backward. Gravity takes over crash. Down goes the titan. The rest of the mob is too busy writhing in pain to notice their leader is dust. Target destroyed, the giant seed. System windows pop up like crazy. Stage 5, survival, cleared. Performance excellent. Level up, stats, incoming. Strength +1, agility +2, stamina +2, magic power +1. The stream chat is losing its mind. Has anyone ever soloed that boss? No way. How is he this cracked? Was the difficulty nerfed? I didn't even see the kill window. When did that happen? He beat the unbeatable. Total glitch abuser. God, I hate how weak my avatar is compared to his. Subaru is gasping for air, lungs burning. If this were a typical manhwa, this would be the cool ending pose. But nope. The sky turns pitch black, lightning strobe flashing violently. The giants snap out of their daze, lowering their hands. Subaru raises his sword, realizing the grim truth. Reaching level 2 didn't cancel the demon sword's curse. He sways, barely keeping his feet. Right. The rules. Even with the objective cleared, the mobs won't despawn until the timer hits 0. The mechanic he exploited to farm XP, yeah, it's coming back to bite him. Hard. Blood drips from beneath his mask. Subaru stares at the wall of giants. This is bad. Really bad. I'm out of juice. Suddenly the heavens open up. A bolt of golden lightning tears through the sky, hitting the ground at Mach speed. The flash blinds him. Boom. Direct hit on Subaru. The explosion forces the giants back in terror. Meanwhile, in a different forest, the sky is blue, birds are chirping. Golden sunlight filters through the canopy. Deep in these woods sits a treehouse nestled in the leaves. A girl is sitting out front, focused on something. Her eyes are glued to a device in her hand. Seeger steps out of the cabin, spotting her immediately. He walks over. What are you doing out here? She ignores the question completely. Weather's nice, isn't it? Air is fresh. Rena doesn't look up. Better enjoy it while you can. Seeger looks up at the sky. Is it almost time? She pauses. 1 year. Tops. He turns back to her. Time to end it all, huh? She goes silent. Seeger lets out a helpless sigh. You're so weird. Zoning out while we're discussing the apocalypse. He leans in to see her screen. What's got you so hooked? She hesitates. Oh, this. It's the stream of Subaru. Right now he goes by Subaru Narukami. Seeger loses his cool. Subaru. You said Subaru. Rena sighs. Relax. Obviously not that Subaru. This kid just hijacked the name Subaru Narukami. Just some streamer on his second trial run. The live chat on her screen is buzzing. His movement is god tier. And they say this guy's a newbie. Rena stammers, then gets serious. You recognize it too, don't you? Xena snapped, her voice cracking with frustration as she tore into Tiger. If Subaru actually survived that hellhole, The tower would have chewed him up and spit him out ages ago. Tiger kept his cool. What's that supposed to mean? Zena's brow furrowed, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Subaru is gone. Dead. You need to wake up and face reality. Tiger didn't wait to hear the rest. He spun on his heel. I'm done discussing this. Zena panicked, her voice rising. Tiger, wait. She shot up from her chair, screaming, how long are you going to keep hiding in that kid's shadow? He whipped around, face twisted in annoyance. Look who's talking. He snatched the device from her hands. This is exactly why you're stuck in this mess. Zena opened her mouth to argue, but he shoved the screen right in her face. I'm just killing time here. Her eyes locked onto the screen. What she saw made her let out a blood-curdling scream. Tiger grabbed the device back, scowling. What now? But the second his eyes hit the display, Tiger froze. Stone cold. It was him. Subaru. On screen, the kid stomped the ground, hard enough to crack it. A massive shockwave of energy exploded outward, lighting up the entire dungeon. The pressure was so intense, the giants were pinned down, unable to take a single step. A system alert popped up. Skill acquired lightning. You have received 2,000 achievement points. Option 1, continue the challenge. Option 2, move to the next floor. The chat room went absolute nuclear. What? No way. That is insane. So that's how you unlock it. The difficulty scaling is totally broken. You asking how to get lightning? Just clap the giant boss. Easy. Why is Subaru Narukami silent? Makes sense though. Even if I told you scrubs, not like you could pull it off. He looked down, thoughts racing. No. Under normal circumstances, this power shouldn't even be available here. The system window flashed the specs. Lightning rank A+. First tier skill. Consumes stamina and mana to wield the power of thunder. Upgradable via lightning shards. Subaru stared at the panel and exhaled. I didn't die. That's a win. The challenge pausing right then literally saved his neck. A wall of notifications flooded his vision. Donation alerts everywhere. Subaru found his voice immediately. Thanks, guys. He checked his stats. Reputation points, 20,150. Like I promised, get me the gifts and I'll give you a show. Challenge resumes now. The giants shook off the paralysis and charged roaring like beasts from hell. Subaru's gaze sharpened like a blade. Time to show you something cool. 20,000 reputation points consumed. Skill greed level 2 upgraded to greed level 3. Effect lightning, side effects nullified. He raised a hand crackling with raw electricity. I want this current running through my whole body. But the lightning surged into his arm. His hand glowed brighter than a supernova. Come get some. He stood his ground, defensive stance locked, while the monsters rushed him like starving tigers. Just as they raised their massive fists to crush him, Subaru smirked. He gripped his sword hilt with both hands, channeling lightning into the nameless demon sword. His entire frame radiated a deadly crimson aura. Should I wipe them all out in one go? Just like the old days. He swung down with everything he had, eyes flashing with power. Wherever that blade went, giants were sliced clean in half. Nothing escaped. Total annihilation. Subaru's Reaper Slash. The curtain call. As the bodies fell, the glowing light around him began to fade. Subaru gasped for air, his lungs burning. Crap. I was trying to save energy for the trip back. He leaned on his sword, legs shaking. Misjudged my stamina reserves. Behind him a group approached. They saw the carnage and froze. Their faces were painted with pure shock. Peleos looked up, confusion written all over him, then bolted toward Subaru. Our savior Subaru, barely holding himself up, turned at the sound. His vision was going dark. He tried to regulate his breathing, but the world was blurring. He saw Peleos running over. Idiot. Seriously. Peleos reached out, and Subaru's eyes snapped shut. Logged out. Back in the real world, a device on a desk started buzzing. 3 people in the room, tension thick in the air. Seong Hyun looked up, voice trembling. Did we really need to go that far? John threw his hands up. Don't look at me. I gave up trying to understand women years ago. Hasuka buried her face in her hands, curled up in her chair. This is bad. This is so bad. Her face was beet red, sweating bullets. What do I do? She rubbed her face frantically. Maybe I sounded too cold, too professional. What if he thinks it's just a generic business text? I should have spammed more emojis. The guy crossed his arms. Hate to break it to you, but it definitely looked like a business text. Are you running a fan club or a management agency? John nodded. Honestly, I thought you were trying to be his manager, not his stalker. Hasuka slammed her hands down. Hey, before I'm a manager, I'm a hardcore fan. Can you blame me? She suddenly bolted upright, striding toward them with purpose. Besides, I already called it, didn't I? Boss Hasuko pressed a hand to her chest, her voice crystal clear and commanding. That lightning power, it's something only Subaru Narukami could ever unlock. With this, it's officially become a signature ability exclusive to Subaru and his squad. Hearing this, CEO Hyun let out a heavy sigh. Somehow I managed to keep my paycheck safe. He rubbed his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. No wonder nobody else could get their hands on it. Definitely a player to keep on the radar. Suddenly, the device in his hand buzzed with a notification. Hasuko's eyes instantly lit up. Oh boss, but CEO Hyun's next words sparked a flicker of anxiety in her. Looks like Subaru Narukami just read the message. However, the moment he finished that sentence, Hasuko turned to stone. He left us on red. He just looked at it. Both of them stared in confusion as she stood there completely paralyzed by the rejection. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, inside a room stacked floor to ceiling with anime figures, an excited voice rang out. Whoa, a young guy sat perched on a high-end gaming chair, surrounded by a killer PC setup in a sleek modern studio. His eyes were glued to the massive LED monitor, unable to hide the hype. Alright chat, shall we get this party started? This guy was a streamer, specializing in deep dive match analysis. Armed with eagle-eyed vision and encyclopedic game knowledge, he had crushed countless rivals, and cemented his status as a top-tier content creator. A confident smirk spread across his face. They called him Hawkeye. Legend had it that his breakdown skills were razor-sharp whenever he reviewed gameplay footage of various top players. That included Kurokawa Amon, the newest recruit to the Blue Zone. The future of the Blue Zone, a comprehensive breakdown of Kurokawa Amon. Hawkeye pointed dramatically at the screen, displaying Amon's profile. A total dark horse has emerged, climbing the tower at breakneck speed. Some folks are even calling him the second coming of Narukami. Time for Hawkeye to work his magic. His analysis list also included Kazuki Kyojuro, a former member of Blue Eye. Does he have what it takes to be the strongest man alive? Blue Zone's Kazuki Kyojuro Hawkeye dove into the stats. He's now a player representing Earth itself. The weight on his shoulders must be insane. But today, I want to take a closer look at his actual skill set. And of course, the generational legend Narukami Subaru is no exception. No matter what the haters say, the lightning belongs to this man right here, Narukami Subaru. Hawkeye didn't hold back the praise. When you guys think of a player who's just on a completely different level than everyone else whose name pops into your head, most of you are probably picturing this guy. That's right, Subaru Narukami. Hawkeye hit the go live button. He launched into his intro with high energy. What is up guys, it's your boy Hawkeye. Thanks for tuning in today. Today we're going to be dissecting the hottest player in the game right now, Narukami Subaru. The chat immediately blew up. Subaru Narukami is back. Nah, that ain't the OG. Wait, isn't he still stuck on the second floor already? Turns out there's a ton of Subaru clones. New Subaru, running out of content, LOL Hawkeye fell off. The chat was flooded with skepticism. Hawkeye didn't let it faze him. He clicked his mouse. Alright chat, don't kill the vibe before we even start. Hawkeye pulled up the footage of Subaru's battle. He lost his ability to commentate, leaving him stunned in silence. Oh, that is insane. The chat went into a frenzy. Yo, what is up with this dude? LOL, is he seriously a rookie? This is on a whole different level compared to that overrated gacha god, right? What floor is he even on? The doubt in the chat completely evaporated. Hawkeye remained glued to the screen. He stammered, What just happened? A chill ran down his spine as he witnessed Subaru's performance, leaving him with only one word. Godlike Hawkeye finally snapped into analysis mode. No, wait. Look at that focus. There is no way a normal player handles a brand new skill with that kind of precision. He couldn't stop praising him. He's perfectly controlling the output, channeling exactly what's needed into his blade, without wasting a single drop of power. The comments section was drowning in hype. Is that even physically possible? What do you mean? Am I the only one lost here? Oh, I see it now. I don't get the mechanics. Just one word, God. If this footage is real, that's insane. Hawkeye had to agree, it was madness. The delicate control, the hyper-focused technique. It's the concentration that makes it possible. And the judgment to deploy it exactly when the moment calls for it. He literally didn't make a single mistake throughout this entire raid. Hawkeye leaned in closer. Where the hell did this monster come from? He thought to himself. I bet half of you guys don't even realize what you're actually looking at. And before wrapping up the stream, he made a promise. This guy is going to be huge, mark my words. I plan to keep my eyes glued to him for the comment section under Hawkeye's upcoming stream is absolutely blowing up. I thought this dude was a tank main. You planning a collaborate with him, is that your hot take? If this guy climbs the ranks a bit higher, teaming up would be sick, but honestly, he's just built different. Suddenly, one comment snatches Hawkeye's attention. No final verdict today. He pauses, brain buffering for a second. Ah, right. I totally forgot to drop the signature Hawkeye one-liner. After a long pause, he decides to keep it 100. In terms of pure microcontrol, he might actually be sharper than Narukami in his prime. Cut to black. Subaru jolts awake from a dead sleep, eyes wide. Something's gnawing at him, making it impossible to drift back off. As he sits up, the system chimes in. Stage 6 is imminent. His fatigue stats completely wiped. 0. Do you wish to postpone the challenge? Subaru recalls the 2 requirements needed to hit pause on this game. First, you gotta clear the previous stage. Second, the next stage cannot have started yet, and your fatigue level needs to be a flat 0. In other words, full HP recovery. Subaru scratches his head, mulling it over. My physical fatigue is 0, sure, but mentally I'm drained. Maybe it's time to smash that pause button for a bit. He grabs his phone to check the stats and whoa, the view count is insane. He realizes he left the stream hanging. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. The chat is moving so fast it's a blur. Ending stream. Wait, was this just a sleeping stream? Moar, we need more. He finally notices the massive spike in viewership. Since when did my numbers blow up like this? Subaru waves goodbye to the camera. Sorry guys, but the next broadcast is happening the day after tomorrow. I'm taking a personal day. The second the system announces Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream, a blinding flash tears open a portal. Zip. Subaru gets yanked out of his room. The system flashes stage discovery. His phone buzzes. Notification time. Subaru freezes, checking the screen instead of moving. He stares blankly at the incoming DM. It's marked important. Sender Souten Entertainment. Subaru Narukami, thank you for your hard work and dedication. I am Hasuka from Souten Entertainment's Management Division. Please confirm receipt of the attached offer. Sound good. Our agency provides full-stack support for streamers and guarantees the highest revenue split in the industry. Subaru frowns, peeling off his mask to reread it. Is this spam? Then it hits him. The sender is the Souten Entertainment. Scene switch. A small cozy cafe. Subaru is glued to his screen, still staring at that digital letter. He looks them up. Souten Entertainment. A massive MCN multi-channel network specializing in streamer management. One of the fastest growing agencies out there, known for aggressive investment and insane creator support. The world really has changed, he thinks. To think corporate giants like this actually exist now. Absorbing the info. Subaru furrows his brow, processing it. This isn't just a company. It's a titan in the entertainment MCN space. It's top tier. Then he scrolls past a headline, streamer Hawkeye affiliated with Souten Entertainment. Like a comet streaking across the sky, Narukami has arrived. And regarding his microcontrol skills, he may have already surpassed the original. The comment section underneath is a war zone. Is this Hawkeye's next target? LOL. This dude talks so much trash. Trash bro, he's a top-tier analyst. People forget where they came from and just start shilling ads everywhere. He actually gave a serious compliment. Hawkeye is usually harsh as hell. Scanning the thread, it clicks for Subaru, Hawkeye. So that guy is on Souten's roster too. The commentator famous for having zero filter and keeping it raw, the comment section is absolutely on fire. Subaru feels a mix of shy and hyped knowing Hawkeye hyped up his gameplay. I gotta admit, the guy has an eye for talent. Meanwhile, on the street, heavy footsteps approach the cafe where Subaru is chilling. A massive dude freezes right in front of the shop. He checks his phone. On the screen, a replay of Hawkeye's live stream. Hawkeye's voice cuts through. In terms of pure microcontrol, he might actually be sharper than Narukami in his prime. Isaac rage quits the app. After hearing that hot take, don't mess with me. That kid barely reached the second floor. He curses at the black screen. Hawkeye, you full of crap. Once I climb up there, I'm gonna gouge everyone's eyes out. His blood is still boiling. Isaac stomps the pavement hard enough to crack it. Damn it. He storms into the cafe, mood completely trash. Morning ruined vibe check failed. Stepping inside, he halts and lets out a heavy sigh. His rage meter spikes again. Of all people, Subaru is sitting right there. That just ticks Isaac off even more. He mutters, is the universe pranking me today or what? Everywhere I go, I see this face. Subaru is completely clueless nose buried in the breaking news. On his screen, Isaac seethes stalking over to Subaru's table while the kid's guard is down. He didn't just spill the drink, he weaponized it. The latte was fresh off the machine steam still rising when he knocked it over. Subaru bolted upright instinct taking over hot. Then he froze. The face staring back was all too familiar. Isaac tossed out an apology that was about as genuine as a $3 bill. Whoops, my bad. He feigned ignorance, tilting his head. Wait, Subaru. Running into you a lot lately, huh? Guess this second floor is smaller than I thought. The venom in his voice was unmistakable. This wasn't a coincidence. It was an ambush. Way too early for this drama. Subaru wasn't about to waste breath on a clown. He decided to take the high road, turning to sit back down like Isaac didn't exist. But Isaac wasn't done playing with his food. You want me to pay for that? I mean, knowing you, you're probably dead broke, so. Subaru didn't even flinch. He just tuned out the noise and brushed past Isaac, heading for the exit. But the bully just couldn't take a hint. Being ignored, that bruised Isaac's ego more than a punch. His eyes flared with rage. Hey Subaru, he barked, desperate for a reaction. Pretty sure I warned you last time. Without warning, Isaac lunged, snatching a handful of Subaru's collar. You got brain damage or something. You little punk. He leaned in close, invade your personal space close. Wipe that smug look off your face. You think I'm gonna let this slide? If you're dying for a beatdown like the old days, you just gotta ask. I'll grind you into the dirt again. Just like you want. Subaru stared at him like he was watching paint dry. Slowly, deliberately, his hand clamped over Isaac's wrist. Sorry, buddy, but he didn't just remove the hand. He flicked it away. I don't have time for your nonsense today. That wasn't a gentle tap. The pressure was immense, leaving an instant nasty bruise forming on Isak's wrist. Isak froze, mind racing. Since when is he this strong? Subaru was already walking away cool as ice. Let's just say you paid for my coffee. Thanks for the treat. And just like that, he was gone, leaving Isak standing there looking like an idiot and footing the bill. Hey, get back here, Isak screamed, but Subaru didn't even pause. The cafe door slammed shut with the finality of a gavel. Feeling like a slap in the face, Isak let out a frustrated breath. Huh, I was planning to climb the tower quietly. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing his irritation. Used to be Subaru Narukami. Now he's Subaru Hosoi. Forget the coffee, Isak stormed out, his mood completely ruined. Everyone is testing my patience today. Meanwhile, Subaru was cruising down the street when a thought clicked. Oh, that's right. He whipped out his phone and fired off a text. Scene switch, luxury bathroom. Haruka was soaking in the tub, vibing. Her phone lit up with a notification. The sender ID flashed one name, Narukami. The message was, brief, Subaru, let's meet. Cut to the dungeon depths. A shaft of light pierced the gloom, revealing a gruesome scene. Monster corpses were scattered like trash. The battle was fresh. Subaru stood there, the blade in his hand still glowing a menacing crimson heat. He stood before the massive boss gate. The system chimed, entering dungeon boss room. Location shelter of the banished lizard man. Another window popped up. Seniority level 3. Effect nullifies side effects of the nameless demon sword. Subaru took a breath, locking in before the main event. I'm finally getting the hang of this body, but suddenly, from the pitch-black void above a roaring inferno descended. A colossal lizard wreathed in chaotic flames dive-bombed him. The HUD flashed red. Boss monster salamander has appeared. The beast let out a gut-wrenching roar. Subaru didn't hesitate. He charged straight in. Mid-stride, his mind was racing. He had to be calculated to avoid another screw-up. He needed to master the thunder arts. Time to see what my max output looks like. Man and monster collided in a shockwave. He channeled the lightning. Current surged into his legs. With that explosive boost, Subaru launched himself skyward. He became a blur of motion. For a second it felt like he was back in his prime, reliving the glory days. The salamander countered. Jaws unhinged. A torrent of searing fire blasted directly at him. Subaru reacted instantly, pumping voltage into his blade. System lightning infused into nameless demon sword. He swung the cursed steel with everything he had. The slash cleaved, the fire breath clean in two, but the notifications were frantic. Seniority level 3 mitigating lightning side effects. Mitigation failed. Fatigue rising. Subaru ignored the warnings. He pushed through the pain, winding up for a second strike. The demon sword sang, slicing through the beast's torso, in a perfect lethal arc. As the monster crumbled, the victory chimes rang out. Dungeon conquered, shelter of the banished lizard man. Level up. Strength increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Subaru exited the dungeon, stepping out into the twilight. He checked his stats. Fatigue 61. Subaru smirked. The stamina consumption reduction is working better than I expected. I've still got plenty of juice left. I can handle ramping up the power. But then his eyes drifted to a specific line, and he sighed. The screen read, Seniority rank D. Skill type level 3. Nullifies side effects of skills and items. Applicable to players. Upgradable. And the cost, 40,000 points. Subaru groaned, staring at the price tag. Since when does leveling up require double the reputation points? What a scam. Is the world really this cruel? Subaru is drowning in gloom, his inner monologue desperate. I wish someone, anyone, would just show up, right now, and hand me a golden ticket job. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence like a knife. Going hunting, Subaru's gaze snaps toward the shadow in the distance. A towering silhouette looms in the darkness. That voice, it triggers a memory. The figure stalks closer, doubling down. I asked, are you hunting? Moonlight hits the face, revealing a smirk. It's Isaac. And for once, the guy looks actually thrilled to bump into Subaru. We go way back, but this is a twist. Just Subaru's luck, running into the last person he wants to see fresh off a battle. Subaru sighs pure exhaustion. You're like a leech. You know that Isaac waves a dismissive hand. Actually, I've been doing some thinking. You know how it is. My patience. It hit a wall, and the rage took over. He steps into Subaru's personal space, looming over him. A wicked glint in his eye. Tell you what, why don't we just end this right here, right now? Subaru stares deadpan at the looming threat. Internal monologue screaming. This guy is unbelievable. Cut to nighttime. The city skyline glows above a bustling street. Glamorous girls strut down the sidewalk. Meanwhile, Hawkeye ducks into a cozy bistro, scanning the room. A hand shoots up. Over here, John's already seated, flashing a welcoming grin as he spots Hawkeye. John. Longtime Hawkeye greets with a fist bump vibe. It has. Streaming going well, John asks politely as Hawkeye slides into the booth. Hawkeye grabs a glass of water, casual as ever. I guess. The audience is pretty much the usual crowd. Numbers have plateaued. John takes a slow sip, thoughtful. Honestly, that's better for longevity. Things built brick by brick don't crumble overnight. Hawkeye pouts, unimpressed by the lecture. Anyway, what's the urgent summon for? You didn't drag me out here just to sip tea. Spill it. John chuckles. Man, you really live up to the name Hawkeye. Sharp. He leans in. It's about Subaru Narukami, the guy you scouted yesterday. Were you serious about your assessment, Hawkeye? Takes a sip, keeping his cool. His expression hardens. Oh, the rookie. Like I said, I think his potential eclipses the original Subaru, even at Narukami's prime. But whether he can actually climb to that throne, that's a whole different story. Hawkeye's eyes gleam, lost in the possibilities. John absorbs the weight of those words. I see. So that's your verdict. Hawkeye grins, curious. Why the sudden interest? John doesn't beat around the bush. I'm planning to recruit him. Hawkeye snaps his fingers. Knew it. You've got a killer eye for talent, John. Good stuff. But his viewer count is trash right now, isn't it? 0 brand recognition. Hard to sell that. John traces the rim of his glass. You're right. But your endorsement, that gives me all the confidence I need. He drops the bomb. So here's the play. I want a collab. You and Subaru Narukami. Boost his numbers, get his face out there. That's the mission. Meanwhile, back in the alley, Isak is still posturing. Just the two of us now. Subaru just wants to bail. He shrugs, bored. Yeah, sure. Isak keeps running his mouth. You only survived the dungeon because you got carried, you know that. He sneers, looking Subaru up and down. Look at you. Not a single scratch. Bet you ran and hid the second things got real. That's why I told you to stay in your lane, buddy. The guy's yapping like a broken radio. With a face that screams pure arrogance, he mocks. Don't tell me you actually think you're the Subaru Narukami now. He leans in, voice dripping with sarcasm. Dreaming of slinging lightning like that famous streamer Isaac, clamps a heavy hand on Subaru's shoulder. Subaru Narukami, that piece of trash. If he's dead, he should have stayed rotting in the ground. His face twists in disgust. All you wannabes make me sick. Damn it. He glances at Subaru, expecting validation. Right, Subaru stares at this loudmouth, exasperated. He lets out a long, heavy sigh. I gotta admit, I never expected an era filled with cheap Subaru Narukami knockoffs either. But now he's curious. Let me ask you something. Why do you hate my guts so much? What's your beef with me? Isak blinks, thrown off by the directness. Simple. Isaac spits. Because your name has Subaru in it. Subaru tilts his head. Why hate the name though? I thought everyone loved it. Isak stammers, his confidence cracking. You know who my father is, and you still have the nerve to ask that. Subaru looks genuinely baffled. What does this have to do with your parents? Aren't you a little old to be bringing up daddy in a street fight? Isak puffs up his chest. Bernhardt, high ranker of the 9th floor. The name hits Subaru like a truck. Bernhardt. You don't mean the /swordmaster. Flashback. A memory from his past life rips through his mind. Sirens wailing. A frantic broadcast. Emergency. The impossible has happened. Subaru Narukami, the Blue Orchid, the comet from Earth, has defeated Jaker Bernhardt of the ancient Rune continent. With a single strike. In the memory, Subaru walks away cold and indifferent. Behind him, Bernhardt lies amidst a shattered wasteland. The fight lasted less than 30 seconds. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the fallen master crawls, reaching out. Wait, I can still fight. Thud. His sentence dies in his throat as his arm goes limp. Just like that, a high ranker from the 9th floor gets absolutely folded. Snap back to reality. Isak is fuming at the way Subaru just addressed him. You little piece of trash. Keep that name out of your filthy mouth. Subaru cuts through the noise, cool as ice. So, let me get this straight. You got beef with me because of the /swordmaster. No. Wait, is it because of your daddy's nickname? A slight frown creases his forehead. Do you have any idea the living hell Subaru Hosoi went through because of that nonsense? Isak snaps. He's done listening. Shut your trap. One more word out of you. He lunges, ready to kill. Flames erupt, swallowing them both. Isak grits his teeth. No, Subaru doesn't even flinch, just watching the show, as Isak's hands begin to morph. Enough yapping. Just die already, Isak roars, channeling a massive fireball into his palm. I hate Subaru Narukami, he screams. I hate his guts so much I could puke. The guy ain't even special. But he hogged the spotlight, acting all high and mighty. And because the guildmaster was like that, the rest of them got cocky and died right alongside him. His face twists with pure venom. Served him right. Right now rotting in some corner of hell. They're probably paying the price. The thought brings a sick, satisfied grin to his face. He unleashes the attack, cursing the whole time. Sharing a name with that loser is your biggest mistake. Boom. The blast engulfs Subaru. Isak exhales, convinced it's game over. Oops. My bad. Lost control there. He was technically a friend, right? What have I done? Isak is tripping on his own power trip. Guess I'll go hunt down that masked streamer scumbag next. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the smoke. Mask, huh? Isak freezes. No way. Nobody survives that. But there he is. Subaru steps out of the inferno like a boss. He's rocking the exact look from the livestream Isak just mentioned. You talking about this thing? The ground is scorched earth flames, still licking the dirt. Isak's jaw hits the floor. Impossible Subaru isn't just alive. He doesn't have a single scratch on him. Isak is shook. You took that blast point blank. How Subaru doesn't even break a sweat, answering Isak's rage with chilling calm. Feels bad, doesn't it? Whoosh. He closes the gap instantly, hearing a spoiled brat like you. Bam. A devastating gut punch connects, sending Isak's eyes rolling into the back of his head. Isak's pupils tremble violently. He lets out a pathetic whimper before crumpling at Subaru's feet. He hacks, choking on agony. Blood gushes from his mouth, mixed with screams of pure pain. Subaru looks down like he's stepping on a bug, bad-mouthing them. Isak wipes the red mess from his lips, struggling to speak. Why? You. No way. Subaru interrupts ice cold. Who do you think is standing in front of you right now? Subaru Hosoi, the kid you bullied until he cried. This masked Subaru Narukami, or the blue-eyed Subaru Narukami. He slowly peels off the mask, staring dead into the eyes of the loser on the ground. Isak is still in denial. Don't mess with me. So, you really are that streamer Subaru Narukami, huh? He stumbles back to his feet, sneering. That Thunder God title ain't all that. If a piece of trash like you can learn it, it's nothing. He charges up another attack, arrogance dripping from his voice. You think that level is enough to beat me? If a pathetic weakling who isn't fit to shine my shoes can learn it, then I'm already better than the original blue-eyed Subaru Narukami. Am I right? Subaru just stands there listening to this garbage. Isak roars, I right, you bastard. He lunges. While Isak is frantic, Subaru just casually flicks his wrist. One move. Slice. Isak's arm goes flying into the air. It happens in a split second. Isak's brain hasn't even registered the loss yet. Subaru sighs. Too bad. Wrong answer. Honestly, I'm impressed you can spew that much nonsense and still miss the point entirely. Cold steel presses against Isak's throat. He stammers, trembling. Wait, what do you mean? Terror washes over him as Subaru's earlier questions echo in his head. Do you know what he suffered? Feels bad, doesn't it? A brat like you bad-mouthing them. Finally, the penny drops. Isak realizes he messed up. Big time. He's shaking like a leaf. Don't tell me. Subaru waits patiently, watching the realization dawn on him. You're the blue-eyed Narukami. The moment the words leave his lips, Subaru strikes. Slash. A fountain of crimson sprays into the air. Isak is done. Playtime's over. Blood drips heavily to the ground as his body collapses. Subaru slides the mask back on and turns away. I let him off too easy. He murmurs to the body to Hosoi. Hosoi, consider this payment for letting me borrow your ride. Scene shift. Next morning. Same old coffee shop, but the vibe is different. The staff is buzzing with gossip. Yo, what is that? Some cringe Subaru Narukami stan. Does he have zero shame? Looks like the guy is live streaming right now. Subaru ignores the haters. He stays planted in his seat, eyes locked on his handheld device, unbothered by the whispers. Behind me is a streamer, so I'm sticking to the no-face reveal policy strictly. Keeping the mask on gives me a massive tactical edge, total anonymity. Suddenly the door chimes. Enter a girl. Sorry to keep you waiting, it's Hasuka. Her cheeks are bright red. Nice to meet you. I'm the contact person. She rushes through the intro. I'm Hasuka, the manager. Subaru stands up, keeping it classy. I'm Subaru. Hasuka takes his hand, clearly nervous. It's an honor. She can't stop staring at Subaru's silhouette. Damn, the resemblance is uncanny. Her imagination starts running wild. What if the real Subaru Narukami is alive? What if he came back wearing a mask? Or is this guy just a total fraud? She's staring way too hard. Subaru tilts his head. You good? Hasuka snaps out of it. Yes, right. Crap. She remembers John's advice. First impressions are everything. Winning the client's trust is the key, got it. Do not look unreliable. Panic sets in. I already blew it. Subaru watches her mentally unravel and asks you a Narukami fangirl or something. Her eyes go supernova. Yes. A massive hardcore stan. Subaru waves it off. Chill, I'm not the real deal. Also, manager, pretty sure I'm the boomer here. Hasuka shakes her head violently. No, I mean, I'm a fan of you. Oh, she's a legit certified fan. You hit the right switch and she starts yapping non-stop. I've been watching since you had 0 views. Literally, I was your first viewer. When you beat that bat and cleared Greg's trial, and then chose the Thunder Challenge for a fair 1 versus 1. I was mind blown, and then Subaru is stunned. He didn't expect a superfan. Hasuka keeps rambling, reenacting moves with her hands. Your movement was so fast, so clean. Just watching it gave me chills. When you tamed that beast, my palms were sweating instantly. It felt like I was the one fighting the giant fragment. Subaru listens amazed. She's actually the OG viewer. She remembers details I forgot. Behind the mask, Subaru grins. I was pretty reckless back then. Surprised you kept up. Hasuka beams. It was epic, right? I knew it was destiny. That's why I marched into the office and begged, please let me be his manager. After venting her fangirl emotions, she snaps back to business mode. Okay, gotta act professional now. Need to earn his trust. The contract is ready. Since you're busy, I'll give you the spark notes. She slams the contract on the table. Commercials highlight clips, events, etc. We're going to generate every ounce of value possible using the Narukami brand icon. Subaru flips through the pages. So what's my grind? Hasuka replies. Just keep streaming like usual. That's all we need. It sounds too simple. Subaru gets suspicious. Streaming is that easy, Hasuka explains quickly. Because you're the first to master Thunder. From the department head down, the whole company is obsessed with you. She hypes herself up internally. Good job, me. Stick the landing, she asks eagerly. So what do you think terms look good? Suddenly, Subaru cuts in. Are all managers at Star? Built like you, Hasuka. The question kills Hasuka's smile. She shrinks into herself. No. Everyone else is way more pro and reliable. I'm just… Seeing her spiral, Subaru corrects her fast. No wait, that's not what I meant. Subaru scans Hasuka's stats. He analyzes her vibe. Judging by that aura, she's not a normal NPC. Why is someone with that power level working as a manager? Hasuka mutters, I'm cooked, I'm cooked, I'm cooked. Under the mask, Subaru looks serious. In other words, from here on out, the enemies I'm about to face are going to be way stronger. No breaks. I gotta speedrun this growth. Hasuka is visibly wilting. I absolutely had to look trustworthy. What if he rejects it? At this rate, do I have to physically force him to sign, contrary to her panic? Subaru extends a hand. I'm in. My gut says I can trust you. Hasuka freezes, shocked, he agreed. Subaru says it sincerely. Let's crush this together, partner. Her eyes well up with happy tears as she squeezes Subaru's hand tight. No, listen. I'm the one who should be saying that. Please take care of me. The live stream feed flickers to life. Subaru frames the shot. Alright, stream is up and running. The viewer count is already climbing. Chat goes wild the second his face hits the screen. There he is. What's good, everyone? Been waiting for this drop. Yo, newbie, back up a little. That mask is way too close to the lens. Back on that grind today, huh? The live counter ticks up to 703 viewers. Subaru blinks, genuinely shook. 700 people. Already. We literally just hit the start button. Is this the Hasuka effect? She did drop that notification earlier, a whole guide on skill distribution. That shoutout is working overtime. No time to keep the fans waiting. Subaru dives straight into the dungeon entrance. Let's get this show on the road. System alert pops up, Stage 6 Legend. The scene shifts instantly, a dense forest getting absolutely hammered by heavy rain. An army is camped out in the mud. Cut to the main tent, it's packed with soldiers huddled together. They're crowding around the leader. Peleus breaks the silence. Falcon, where is our savior? Falcon nods. Yes, sir. But another grunt cuts in. Seems sus to me. Are we really gonna trust some guy who isn't even a knight? A few others nod in agreement. Facts. It's hard to believe some outsider just pops out of nowhere and claims he soloed a giant boss. Unless Peleus saw it with his own eyes, you're probably getting played. Was it actually a boss? Probably just a regular foot soldier. Peleus's face twists in rage. How dare they trash talk his savior? How can you speak like that? Suddenly, a loud voice booms from outside. Lord Peleus, a soldier announces. Benefactor Subaru is awake. Peleus sprints out. Benefactor, you good? Subaru steps into the tent. Thanks to you, I can walk without a crutch. But the moment Subaru enters the frame, the skepticism in the room skyrockets. That's the hero who clapped a giant boss. Trying to be polite here, but he looks kinda weak. Subaru obviously reads the room. Looks like you guys don't believe I took it down. Or maybe, you just don't want to believe it. Hasuka taught him a neat trick last time. Strike a specific pose, tweak the mic frequency. Now only the live audience can hear his voice. Subaru smirks internally, talk about a clutch feature for a situation. This boring. He struts past the soldiers, whispering into the mic. The audacity of these NPCs. Chat goes crazy. He's roasting them. Don't sleep on our boy. Did he just laugh under that mask? The confidence is real. First off, thank you. A hand extends in greeting. An older soldier introduces himself. I'm Dell. Subaru shakes it politely. Nice to meet you. Dell hesitates. Yeah, I was in charge of village defense, but we got absolutely trampled. Subaru tilts his head. Trampled. Dell looks down defeated. Yeah, by that guy. The vague phrasing throws Subaru off. That guy? You mean there's something more dangerous than the boss? Dell nods gravely. Yes. He starts the lore dump. As you might know, the true giants, the ones who waged war on the gods, were sealed away and vanished. Most of the giants here are just remnants. Or, like, shadows of what they used to be. Dell shudders just thinking about it. But the giant that showed up after you killed the boss, he's different. He's close to the legendary giants of old. I can't believe something like that still exists. The story sends the chat into a frenzy. Does that mean it's a level 8 threat? Nobody's ever made it that far, so who knows? If that thing is real, how do you even beat it? It's not just the chat panicking. The soldiers look terrified after hearing Dell's story. Subaru keeps his cool. Then we have no choice but to take it down. Dell stares, amazed by the lack of fear. Oh, Pretty confident, huh? He sighs. Look, we're the ones begging for help here. But frankly, it sounds like a suicide mission. The soldiers in the back keep sneering. He's only talking big because he hasn't seen the thing yet. Pelias steps up. Benefactor. He explains. There is a legend passed down from ancient times. Thousand-Year Mountain. Hidden at the peak of that towering cliff lies a fragment of lightning. He pauses for dramatic effect. And the only person who can find it. I believe it's you, Benefactor. Cut to the village. Villagers are scrambling for their lives. Smoke and fire are consuming everything. A squad of giants breaches the perimeter. But looming behind them is a massive shadow. It's chanting something. A giant 10 times the size of the others. The smaller giants storm the village, while the massive one mumbles strange words. My child, it snatches up a soldier. The man screams in terror. Ah, stop. The giant hoists his victim high into the air. I will. Crunch. He crushes the human in his grip like a cheap toy. Growling low, I will send you off with the blood of humanity. High above the chaos, Subaru watches the carnage unfold like a hawk stalking prey. Perched on his steed, he gazes down at the village. The chat is going wild over the spectacle. Yo, is that the guy's kid from earlier? That thing is massive, like legit giant territory. Subaru yanks the reins, turning away, but he tosses one last grim look over his shoulder. That monster is dead set on wiping out every living soul down there. The chat floods with comments. This trial is actively trying to murder us. LOL. For real though. Impossible is the new normal here. Laugh my ass off. The difficulty scaling is insane. Before he bolts, a memory surfaces. Pelias's warning echoes in his mind. Subaru the giant needs 3 days to reach us. If you haven't secured the thunder by then, just run. It's the only way you survive. Ahead of Subaru looms the Thousand-Year Mountain, a peak that pierces the heavens. He's closing in. To drop that giant, the power of the thunder isn't optional, it's mandatory. It's the skeleton key to this entire nightmare. Doubters in the chat start typing, bet he needs at least 2 respawns for this. Subaru reads the shade and smirks, dropping a bomb. Nope. There isn't a single trial in this tower that I can't crush. The second the words leave his mouth, he freezes. Crap. I just dropped a signature catchphrase. The chat lights up instantly. Whoa, check out the ego on this guy. Laugh my ass off. Swear I've heard that line before. Is that his tagline? Suddenly system notifications start blowing up. Safety asset has registered a mission. Defeat the target. And 3,000 reputation points are yours. Huh, Subaru Narukami. Who's dropping missions for an impossible quest? Batman Shop has registered a mission. It's just pocket change, but Subaru breathes a sigh of relief. Good. My cover isn't blown. And hey, the audience engagement isn't terrible, right? Subaru pulls back hard on the reins. The horse rears up with a whinny hooves digging into the dirt. He's here. He dismounts, eyes locking onto the terrain. Hidden somewhere in this desolate place is a fragment of lightning. A colossal cliff face towers over him. He starts scouring the jagged rocks, Pelias's voice playing back in his head. The lightning fragment is basically a myth. We don't know if it's a special ability, an artifact, or even a living person. Zero intel. Subaru had asked, so how do I actually bag this thing? Pelias had looked grim. Unfortunately, all we have is the mountain's coordinates and a bedtime story. But one thing is absolute. Pelias's tone turned deadly serious. The one who wielded the thunder annihilated the giants. Cut to Hasuka on her phone. A voice crackles on the line. What's the update? Hasuka practically screams, contract sealed and delivered, chief, on the other end. John sounds skeptical. Say what? For real? Then pure pride takes over. Ha ha ha. You actually pulled it off. Finally, Hasuka has earned her keep. High on praise, she tosses her designer bag aside and sprints for her bedroom. She's buzzing. Right, finally I get some respect around here. Wait, are you actually complimenting me? Obviously, John replies. I ran into Hawkeye, by the way. But there's something I need to tell you as soon as possible. Click. She hangs up before he can finish. She faceplants onto her bed, pure bliss. Alright, work is dead to me. Time to binge some streams. She fires up Subaru's broadcast. Watching him on screen while knowing he's out there, that is the ultimate otaku high. The feed syncs up perfectly to that moment. Subaru's voice rings out. There isn't a single trial in this tower I can't conquer. Hasuka's eyes snap wide open. She bolts upright in bed, the cozy vibe instantly shattered. Confusion warps her face. She mutters to herself. That line. That was a legendary quote from over 20 years ago, and he just dropped it like it was nothing. Back at the mountain, a massive boulder shudders violently under a devastating impact. The chat is losing its mind. Is he bare-knuckling that? Don't tell me. Despair. The comments are a mix of shock and awe. A deep crater scars the stone surface. But Subaru isn't done. He's testing exactly how tough this rock really is. He winds up pouring every ounce of strength into one final blow. Let's finish this. The punch connects with an explosive boom. The boulder shatters, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Dust settles, and finally, Subaru spots his prize. Found you. He steps over the rubble boots, crunching on stone fists still clenched. He knows what the audience is thinking. The The camera can't pick this up. A massive crackling energy is screaming out to him the call of the lightning. It's pulsing from behind this ancient gate. He marches toward it, pace quick determination locked in. The chat reacts. That door is huge. Looks like giant-sized architecture. How do you open that without a key? Just smash it, that's your thing. Wait, seriously, how? Ignoring them, Subaru gently places a hand on the cold surface. Golden light begins to bleed through the cracks. He smirks, subtle as a brick to the face. In other words, a system alert blares, generating Tier 3 Thunder God concept. It's actively canceling out the backlash of that raging lightning inside him. But the real boss fight, that's happening inside. Bam! A massive punch slams down, sending Subaru launching into the air. You want my attention. You scream, I answer. A surge of golden energy blasts forward, shattering the stone wall like glass. He stands there watching the dust settle, totally unbothered. Ice in his veins. As the heavy door creaks open, he strolls in. The chat goes wild. He's pushing forward. Something huge is dropping. Let's go. Suddenly, Subaru's eyes widen. He spots something. He freezes mid-step. Then locking in, he steels himself and marches on with determination. That robotic voice returns. Warning. Entering the path of thunder. No exit until completion. Meanwhile, the crowd outside stands in silence, everyone in their own head. Delcho turns to Bellos, skeptical. You really think he's gonna bag that lightning power? Bellos smirks. Oh, absolutely. He's got this. Well, I definitely don't. He presses on. He's an outsider man. Why are you betting the house on him? Bellos chuckles, looking relaxed. Dude's already proved he's built different. Zero reasons to doubt him now. So what if he gets the thunder? We're all gonna be dead meat anyway. A trembling voice cuts in from behind. You just don't get it. Hokai bites his lip, terrified. That giant. The power he holds. I saw it with my own eyes back at the village. It's a nightmare. Bello sits down next to him. Even so, we can't just rage quit, right? Let's bet on him one last time. Trust the young hero. He's put everything on the line for us and asked for zero in return. Tears start welling up in his eyes. Easy for you to say boom. Before he can finish, panic erupts. The ground shakes violently. A terrified scream pierces the air. This is bad. Someone sprints in, face pale as a ghost. He's here. Everyone freezes, jaws dropping in pure disbelief. Back in the freezing cave, Subaru scans the darkness with a cold stare. He inches forward. In his head, what exactly is the play here? The live chat floods the screen. Nothing visible. Literally nothing there. Empty. Or is the lightning just too fast for the naked eye? His gaze darkens. Yeah, that tracks. Before lightning strikes, it's just scattered charges hanging in the air. So, obviously I can't see it. This isn't a game of I Spy. He thinks about the trial name, the Path of Thunder, and that massive energy, deep inside, it's calling to him. He can feel the magnetic pull. Suddenly, he stiffens pupils, shrinking to pinpoints. Bam! He punches the ground. Maybe the gimmick is, the lightning is invisible, scattered everywhere. And the deeper I go, the harder it hits back. Flash of gold, a rock missiles toward him. Boom, explosion. The chat freaks out. Yo, what was that? What is happening, Subaru thinks. Nailed it. I know the drill, but I gotta keep moving. You guys have zero taste. Looks like this level is just a straight-up endurance check. His eyes go cold. Basically, if I can't tank this, I'm dead. The mechanical voice chimes in. Ellery donated 100 rep points. What are you scared of? The notifications blow up. Everyone is showering him with rep points. He marches forward like a tank, eyes focused. Mission rewards. Thanks a ton, guys. Cut to a steaming pot of soup. Seeger sits silently, sighing deep in thought. Bam. Vina bursts through the door, making him jump out of his skin. He frantically hides something behind his back. Vina sighs, smirking. What are you stashing away back there? Watching something naughty, huh? Seeger stammers. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just exhausted, okay? She plops down next to him, grinning mischievously. You know what they say about guys whose hair grows fast? He looks defeated. Quit making it weird. I told you it's not that. She continues. Ever since you said that, I stopped watching the stream. But it is what it is. Seeger mumbles. Right. So, what are you doing here? She casually takes a bite of cake. What's with the attitude? Can't a girl chill on the sofa? Seeger stutters, voice trembling. No, it's not that. If that's the case, I'll just suck it up and deal with it. He suddenly yells. You don't have to phrase it like that. She covers her ears, annoyed. Dude, my eardrums. Stop screaming out of nowhere. He keeps shouting, just rest however you want. Ignore me. His hands are shaking uncontrollably. Sweat pouring down as he clutches his phone. He snaps. You're so stubborn. You never listen to anyone. She frowns. What a weirdo. Annoyed, she stands up. So annoying. Seeger panics. Wait, where are you going? You know you could stay longer. Grab some bread, take a nap, whatever. She ignores him, walks into her room and slams the door. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. Raising his phone, he whispers, that was way too close. Almost got busted. If she knew I was watching the stream, she'd go nuclear. I don't even want to imagine the fallout. Worry is written all over his face. He's spiraling internally. Even if our situations were totally reversed, there's no way Subaru would ghost us. A voice crackles from the speaker, dropping a bomb. Basically, if you can't handle the heat, you're dead meat. Taiga sinks deep into his thoughts. The vibe, the way he talks, it's giving major Subaru energy. Thanks for the quest loot. But honestly, he's nothing like the real deal. Especially when he's desperately grinding for those reputation points. Seriously, what is even going on right now? Out of nowhere, a hand lands softly on his shoulder. A husky voice cuts through the silence. Maybe you should be asking yourself that same question. Vina's grip tightens, draining the color right out of his face. Her tone drops, dripping with danger. You really thought I wouldn't catch on? Trying to play me? You're way too green for that. Suddenly, a robotic notification chimes in, initiating Path of Thunder. Tears slide down his cheeks in slow motion. Subaru stands in silence, feeling the crushing weight of how fleeting everything is. He takes a heavy, dragging step forward. He looks completely drained, running on fumes. Suddenly, a blinding golden aura engulfs him. The system alert echoes out. Progress 2.3%. His arm tingles with hypersensitivity, trembling uncontrollably. A wave of déjà vu washes over him. When it comes to facing lightning, I've danced with that devil more times than I can count. His gaze sharpens into a cold, steely glare. The system voice blares with urgency. Progress 2.3%. Inner monologue kicking in. Still got a hell of a long road ahead. He pushes forward, though doubt lingers in his gut. But let's assume the finish line is right there. The chat blows up. Bro, why isn't he running? Wouldn't bolting be smarter? Hurry it up, please. He shoots a frigid look at the scrolling text. I'm probably gonna stop reading chat for a bit. Chat keeps spamming. For real, just run. Think he's too banged up to read. Coward. He ignores them, thinking, hitting the target, that's the bare minimum. If I can, I'm aiming way higher than that. Subaru's face dominates the monitor. Hawaii watches deep in the zone. Eyes glued to the live stream. John's words echo in his head. You and Subaru Narukami, you guys need to collab. The thought makes him speak with a chill in his voice. How long has it been since John personally handled a project like this? John sets his glass down with a clink. He leans in. I've always told you, haven't I? In the streaming game, your effort is only half the battle. Knowing this is a test, he continues pacing his words carefully. Your lineage and the players dominating this era, that's what dictates your clout. A smile of approval creeps across his face. Bingo. Subaru Narukami's stream isn't about fan service. It's more like a hardcore veteran's daily vlog. He might be a rookie streamer, but all he needs to do is keep up that signature commentary style of his. His voice drops to a whisper. This is a legitimate shot. Ride the comet's tail and become a star yourself. You could shine right alongside him. Hawaii looks hyped, motivation surging through him. He clenches his fist like he's ready to brawl. I've made up my mind. His eyes flared with intensity, pupils shrinking to pinpoints as a wild manic grin split his face. You can bail right here if you've got cold feet about the tower, right? Me, I'm gunning for the top spot. I'll be greater than everyone. You know the vibes. He gazed silently up at the heavens, slouching back in his chair with an eerie sense of calm, hands lazily clasped behind his neck. He reached out, fingers brushing against a distant star. Can I really shine like them? Snap back to reality. He jolted, horrified, to find his hand actually reaching into empty air like a lunatic. What the hell am I doing on the clock? His voice cracked helplessly. He leaned in, eyes glued to the monitor. Suddenly he screamed, Hey, have you lost your mind? On the screen, the live stream was still blazing live. Subaru stood his ground, battling a torrent of golden energy. His body was a total wreck, but he forced himself forward, fighting the agony. His legs trembled violently, yet he took another stubborn, steady step into the fire. Subaru gasped for air, lungs burning. The stronger the lightning raged inside, the deeper it burrowed into his core. Glancing down at his hand, he thought, this should do it. He pushed on, targeting even the tiniest meridians across his frame. Even the Conception and Governor vessels were flooding with lightning. Then a robotic voice chimed in. Progress 20.7%. Micro-meridian clearing in process. Lightning stabilizing within the host. Mana +1. I have to control this no matter what, he thought. The Conception and Governor vessels were just the conduits, the core of his being. The micro-meridians were the network linking his entire body together. Once those channels opened, internal energy would surge into every nook and cranny. But the guy looked rattlingly nervous. Turns out Subaru skipped the purification phase entirely. In other words, he's taking a deadly shortcut. The system spoke. System alert status effect, electric shock initiated. Fresh blood began to trickle, dripping slowly down his skin. Subaru gritted his teeth. Normally, people use their own mana. Relying on external lightning makes the breakthrough easier. But the pain is straight up diabolical. Subaru slowly closed his eyes, accepting his fate as drops of blood splattered onto the pavement. He walked on, painting the ground crimson. Meanwhile, Hasuka sat on her bed, clutching her phone glued to Subaru's live stream. She looked terrified, sweat beads rolling down her face. He's actually forcing the micromeridians open. Is he seriously doing that right now? He's not using his mana or internal force. He's raw dogging it with external energy. The agony must be off the charts. Most people would have blacked out instantly. Even if dying in a trial doesn't kill you, in real life, She couldn't tear her eyes away from Subaru's pixelated struggle. The pain is one-to-one with reality. She clenched her jaw, body trembling. Why go this far? Tears welled up in her eyes. Why put yourself through hell? On screen, Subaru kept marching amidst the deafening mechanical hum. Progress 50.3%. Micromeridian clearing continues. Lightning stabilizing. Mana +1. His battered body finally collapsed. This is all my fault. He was drowning in despair. I'm the one who got them killed. Gong Hyun stared intensely at his phone screen. A memory surfaced. I always say this right. No trial is unbeatable. His voice had been so confident. Don't worry about a thing. He spoke to the cheering crowd. In the end, I'll be the last man standing. But now, Subaru looked wrecked, drained of all strength. His expression twisted into madness. If I hadn't been so sloppy, if I hadn't pushed, if I hadn't forced them with my massive ego. His eyes went dull, tears streaming down his bloody face. Then nobody had to die. Suddenly, a vision of Kazuki appeared, face covered in blood, sneering at him. He smirked with pure contempt. You failed because you were too full of yourself. Subaru snapped, sprinting blindly forward. Every step left a bloody footprint in his wake. He kept cursing himself. It's on me. It's all on me. Defeated, he face-planted into the dirt, utterly spent. He gasped violently. His mangled hands clawed at the air, trying to grasp a sliver of hope. Cut to an endless expanse of lush green grassland. Subaru watched leaves dance around him, mumbling, "Where the hell am I?" Then he spotted a group sitting in a circle, huddled around a campfire ahead. Subaru froze every muscle in his body, locking up with tension. His pupils blew wide. Guys, Suhei, Soya, Kei, Yuri, even Sig, and Xena. Subaru scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward them. Was it all just a bad dream? He reached them in seconds, tears spilling as a relieved smile broke through. Of course, it had to be right. Oh God, it was just a disgusting nightmare. At least listen to the nightmare I just lived through. Then a voice cuts through the darkness like a blade. Subaru, you straight up led us to the slaughter. I don't want to die. That scream hit Subaru like a freight train. Suhei, Soha, and Chino are sitting right there, breaking the silence. You talk such a big game, she hisses, resentment dripping from every word. But look at my aunt now, she's got a gaping hole right through her gut. Why didn't you protect us? Subaru's eyes snap wide, panic setting in. All he can do is choke out Chino's name. Then whoosh, a blazing crimson inferno erupts dead center. Subaru is drenched in cold sweat, stammering I. He's paralyzed watching the flames consume them all. Desperate, Subaru stretches out a trembling hand and screams. Wait, he howls into the sea of fire. Don't go, just hold on a second. Subaru squeezes his eyes shut, agony written all over his face. Reliving the loss all over again. He collapses, muttering, please, over and over. But the fire roars louder, morphing into a blinding flash of white light. That glare snaps Subaru back to reality. He drops to one knee, mind racing. Just a hallucination from clearing my meridians. Damn, that was close. Almost went into full-blown spiritual backlash. The system pings instantly progress at 97.87%, clearing minor meridians now. Lightning crackles and stabilizes inside his veins. Mana +1. Subaru's expression goes dark. Who the hell came up with this insane trial? He pushes himself up, surrounded by jagged arcs of golden lightning. Thanks for the reminder, he thinks grimly. Now I remember exactly why I'm still breathing. Kazaki's face flashes in his mind. Cut to chaos. Villagers are cowering behind a wall of armored knights. Knuckles white, clutching their weapons in sheer terror. Suddenly, a colossal beast materializes just outside the barrier. They're frozen, waiting for the signal. The monster grins, baring its teeth in a mockery of a challenge. The knights exchange nervous glances. You gotta be kidding me. Is that the actual boss? So that masked guy really ditched us, huh? Then a voice cuts in from behind, making them spin around. Our benefactor will return. Count on it. Pelias steps up, voice rock steady. You seriously bet the fate of this entire village on a stranger whose name you don't even know. And you have the nerve to doubt him, the knights stammer. No, we didn't. Pelias scowls. Pathetic. And you call yourselves knights. Suddenly, a hand claps onto Pelias' shoulder. You're right, kid. Deo steps in. Before we start pointing fingers, remember this. Defending the village is our job. In a blur, his blade is out. Deo points his sword forward, eyes blazing. Knights aren't the ones who get protected. We are the shields for everyone else. With that, he launches himself forward, moving at the speed of light. Dio raises his blade high, igniting the fire in the men behind him. Today we die like true knights. Back with Subaru. System pings progress, 99%. A glowing circle and a golden pill materialize out of thin air. He stares at it bewildered. The hell is that? But judging by the progress bar, that's the goal. The display flashes fatigue, level 97. Subaru freezes for a split second as waves of golden spiritual energy pierce through his body. He sprints toward the energy source. Just one more step. The system blares a warning. You must reduce fatigue levels. Going further is critical. Ignoring it, he forces a foot forward. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a boot slams into the earth. It's Deo using the ground as a launch pad. He leaps, swinging his razor-sharp blade in a wide arc. Deo puts every ounce of strength into a clean slash across the beast. Blood sprays out like a geyser. The monster throws its head back, screeching in agony. It hunches over and throws a massive haymaker at Deo, but whiffs completely. Peleus is already closing the distance, sword drawn. He roars, "Leave the rest to me." He plants his foot on a boulder and launches himself right in front of the beast. The creature looks up, totally caught off guard. Peleus is coming in hot like a missile. He grips his hilt tight, face twisted with pure killing intent. Next second slash right down the middle of the beast's face. The monster grinds its teeth, growling through the pain. Then the beast tips backward. Chunks of flesh go flying as its massive body starts to crash to the ground with a deafening thud. Peleus sticks the landing. The other knights erupt in cheers. They did it. Sir Peleus and Sir Deo actually took it down. Die, you filth. Walking in here like you own the place. Disgusting freak. Peleus pants, turning to the veteran. All thanks to you, Deo. The big threat you warned us about is toast. Finally, we can catch a break. He hunches over, gasping for air. Deo looks up, wiping sweat. Didn't I tell you? These guys switch up faster than the weather. Turns out it wasn't a big deal. Sir Deo and Peleus are just OP. Now we just gotta mop up the leftover giants. But before he can finish that sentence, crunch, a gigantic foot stomps him flat. Deo. Peleus stares in pure panic, recognizing the enemy instantly. He screams out in terror, "This guy isn't human, he's on a whole different level." Cut to Subaru. He reaches his hand toward the glowing circle while the system upload bar pings in the background. 99.9%. Subaru crushes the energy in his fist, muttering, "I'll make you beg for mercy in hell." The system flashes completion 100%. His eyes flare up, radiating pure murderous intent. "Kazuki, your head is coming home with me as a trophy." Meanwhile, radiant golden energy explodes around Subaru, wrapping him in a blazing aura. A second later, bolts of lightning slam into his body, absorbing instantly. Subaru turns his back, thinking. Finally, he lets out a heavy, exhausted breath. "It's done," he sighs. Suddenly the whites of his eyes turn pitch black, Venom style. His body collapses backward, completely drained from soaking up that power. The system logs go crazy. Small meridians cleared. Magic amplification boosted by 20%. Casting speed for all skills increased by 20%. All stats +2. Subaru grits his teeth, fighting through the pain. "If you've got another hit in you, at least give me a heads up next time." He faceplants onto the shattered ground. System prompt legend, Chapter 6, complete. Cut to John brooding in front of his monitor screen. He scans the chat stream. Insane difficulty. He passed out again. How long until he wakes up this time? John mutters, "You can only push your luck so far. Maybe the streaming life isn't cut out for him." Just then, his phone buzzes. Incoming call from Hawaii. He picks up. "I'm watching Subaru Narukami's stream right now." Hawaii laughs. "You too, John. It's absolute madness, isn't it?" John starts theorizing, breaking it down calmly so the audience can keep up. Hawaii just grins and says, "This guy's gonna be a superstar, top-tier player and streamer." John asks, "You really think so?" "Honestly, it's gonna be rough. He's built like a hardcore gamer, not an entertainer." Hawaii scratches his head, agreeing. "Exactly. That's the hook. People are tuning in for the raw, unfiltered Subaru Narukami. Not a content creator, a true player. We're watching the birth of a legend in real time." John frowns, cutting him off. In real time, suddenly on screen, Subaru's arm twitches. He struggles to his feet. The chat goes wild. He's up early. Thank God he's actually alive. Finally, awake Subaru slowly cracks his eyes open. Panting hard, he clutches his throbbing head and curses. "Damn it. What's my fatigue at?" The system reads 81. Subaru smirks. "Nice. Lower than last time. Must be the stat boost. That last lightning strike was a surprise, but hey, not a bad result." Rewards start rolling in. Mission clear. Reputation points acquired. Total 20,420. Stacked up a decent amount, he notes. A new icon pops up. Rank D. Skill limit break for items. A passive skill for players. Subaru summons his lightning orb. Still not enough to upgrade the skill tier though. "If I drop that giant, I'll have enough. And this bad boy is the key." Item stats pop up on the HUD. Lightning spear. Soulbound. Hidden class equipment. An ancient artifact carved from pure lightning. One throw. Massive decisive damage. Remaining uses 1. The chat goes feral. God tier item. Only one shot. That dropped here. Are you kidding? It's account locked. Subaru catches his breath, thinking. It's a one-time use item. Usually doesn't drop until the 8th floor. I got lucky seeing it this early. He speaks up. Exactly. Doesn't look like a spear, right? He presses a hidden button on the orb. Subaru stretches his muscles. God tier items can shapeshift under specific conditions. Depends on the requirements. The chat is confused. "Bro, how do you even know that?" Talking like a total pro. Subaru steps into the dark cave alone. "Alright, time to slay this beast." The chat hypes him up. "Nuke it with lightning. Take him down." Cut to Peleus. pure terror plastered on his face. Pelios freezes, staring into a giant unblinking eye right in front of him. The giant rises towering over everything, pure nightmare fuel. It slicks back its long silver hair. The beast lets out a deafening roar, drool dripping from its jaws. System alert triggers. Giant seed has consumed the giant's record. Suddenly, a knight charges in. Pelios screams, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Tears streaming down his face, the knight laughs maniacally. "I told you, didn't I tell you? You fools are clueless. Oh gods, I'm built different from these morons." He drops to his knees begging, "Please have mercy on me." The Colossus glares down. "Gods, don't insult me by comparing me to those filthy cowards." Dio rushes in, panicked. "Dude, what the hell are you doing? Get up, Belos, move it, get the villagers as far away as possible, go." He freezes. Behind him, panic takes over. Deo. Boom. A deafening blast, and just like that, 2 lives are deleted right in front of Belos. Staring through the dust and gore, he realizes there's zero chance of a W here. Belos whips his head around, scanning for an exit route. But one look at the giants swarming behind the village confirms the nightmare they're boxed in. His eyes go wide, cold sweat drenching his face. He grinds his teeth, forcing himself to lock it in and think. A split second later, Belos screams, "I know who iced your kid, I know exactly who did it." That stops the monster cold. The killer is. It leans down, voice dripping with bloodlust. "Who?" He draws his blade, hands shaking. "It's..." Belos points the tip toward the horizon. "Over there. The guy who murdered your son went that way. He's farming power to wipe out you and your entire race. Please take the bait. Go that way." The giant stares for a beat, then spins back roaring. "Liar. Your words stink of lies. My son's killer isn't there. Did you just point that trash sword at a random spot? If you don't speak the truth right now." Suddenly, a massive crack of electricity from the mountains freezes the beast. The monster is shook. Belos is just as stunned. On the far peak, a literal tornado of lightning is detonating. Belos is sweating, bullets confused. A savior. Meanwhile, Subaru stands high on the cliff, looking down. System alert act 7 Thunderbolt initiate. He mutters, "Perfect. The final act." The chat window explodes with comments. "Right, it's still evolving." Subaru thinks, "If anything stronger than this shows up, this stops being second floor content." The chat is freaking out. "This is twisted misery preservation, even if I raided with the whole server. Are you seriously gonna solo that thing? Run, you idiot." Covered in scratches and bruises, Subaru speaks up. "Chill out. Don't overthink it. I just need to land 1 hit." He summons the lightning spear, mind racing. "I can't tank a hit from that monster. I have to drop it before it closes the gap." Subaru raises his hand high. System notification activating lightning spear. A jagged bolt shoots straight into the heavens. Status initializing. Activation rate 10.1%. Suddenly hundreds, then thousands, of lightning spears launch upward, swirling into an infinite vortex. Subaru holds his ground, funneling raw energy into the sky. System alert fatigue level 84. His arm trembles but refuses to drop. Fatigue level 85. Subaru curls his fingers, gripping the empty air as if holding a physical weapon. Zap. A solid spear manifests in his grip. Update. Activation rate 33.1%. He squeezes it tight. System warning. Temporary side effect suppression. Failed. Compatibility critical. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. "Damn it. My skill level is trash compared to this legendary item." "Doesn't matter. Hold it together. Body." Alarm bells ring out. Fatigue level 88. Activation rate 50%. The chat floods the screen again. "Look at that stone-cold face. He's taken so much damage mastering lightning. Think he's starting to enjoy the pain. Bro is definitely addicted to the grind." Subaru flinches, the giant locked eyes with him. "Did they actually spot me?" The chat roasts him instantly. Yeah, how could they not? My grandma could see that from space." He points the weapon forward. "Fair enough. After a light show like that, it'd be weird if they didn't notice." System update activation rate 78.5%. The giant stares at the pillar of light. Muttering, "Thunder," it stomps toward the peak, voice dripping with hate. "So you're the one who slaughtered my boy." The beast charges, chanting, "It's you." Belos yells out, "Hey, where are you going? I'm your opponent right here." He glances sideways. Giants are swarming through the flames. But the alpha beast ignores them, narrowing its eyes at the mountain. Exploding with lightning. "My son. Hurt." Its face goes pitch black. He must have suffered. The monster accelerates, whispering, "I will return that pain 1,000-fold." Thoom. Thoom. The ground shakes violently. It breaks into a full sprint and throws a massive punch at the air. Screaming, "I'm taking it back," with interest, the giant launches itself towards Subaru, unhinging its jaw in a deafening roar. Subaru grips the lightning spear, knuckles white. System update, initializing. Activation rate, 88.5%. He thinks to himself, it's a coin toss, 50-50, do or die. Meanwhile, the chat is absolutely blowing up. How's he gonna pull this off? No joke, way too fast. One miss, and he's toast right. Subaru's eyes are locked in, intense as hell. Eyes on the prize. A memory of the captain flashes by, his voice cutting through the noise. Don't you dare look away. No matter what goes down, lock onto the target. That is where the spear finds its mark. Forget perfect arcs. Forget straight lines. Dump all that trash from your brain. Predicting his moves? Nah, you don't need that. Trajectory. Screw it. Forget the weight. Forget the shape. You ain't like other spear users. You are Narukami, Subaru. Hearing the captain's words echo, Subaru tightens his grip, a smirk curling on his lips. Snap back to reality. System alert initializing Thunder Spear. Activation rate 95.2%. Subaru asks himself, so what's the play? He lets out a sigh. It's not like he's tossing some basic spear anyway. He grins. In that case, simple. Don't throw it, fire it. The giant is closing the gap fast. But he's still clutching that Thunder Spear. The chat goes into meltdown mode. Bro, what are you doing? Launch it before you freeze up. Subaru locks eyes with the behemoth. Just a little closer. The monster stares right back, charging in, picking up speed. Its foot smashes the ground, gathering force. Earth and rock shatter. He's coming in like a missile, fist cocked back. The giant leaps soaring high over Subaru's head. Lightning from Subaru's charge arcs out in every direction, crackling with destructive power. He drops into his attack stance. The notification chimes. Activation rate 100%. Initialization complete. Knuckles white, he hauls the spear back. Subaru steels himself. One shot. That's it. No matter what. The beast roars, reaching out, diving straight for him. He thinks I'm ending this in one hit. Summoning every ounce of strength, he hurls the Thunder Spear. The spear screams through the air, piercing the beast and triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The monster lets out a final cry. Tears well up. Right before it croaks, it mutters Biden. Then its body dissolves into smoke and dust. Subaru steps out of the dust unscathed, walking like a boss. The chat goes nuclear. He actually hit it, insane OP as hell. This stream is giving me life. A notification pops up. Target defeated, lightning devouring seed. Thunder stage 7 cleared. Then comes the level up spam. Strength +2. Agility +2. Vitality +3. Focus +1. Magic +1. Received 5,000 achievement points. Item acquired, Thunderheart. A glowing stone materializes in front of him. Subaru reaches out. Thunderheart. This is it. The moment he touches the stone, it flares up. Blinding light forces his eyes shut. Moments later, he slowly peels his eyes open, stunned. Subaru looks around. He's standing in a landscape painted entirely in purple. Where the hell am I? Suddenly, up in the sky, a massive silhouette appears staring right down at him. He flinches. The pressure is crushing him, physically painful. What is going on? He can't speak. He collapses onto his knees in the water. His body refuses to move. Dozens of shadowy figures watch him. Notifications start flooding in. Mysterious entity is watching you. 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 Subaru's eyes widen. You trying to tell me something? The Thunderheart in his hand begins to glow. Light bursts through his fingers. The Thunderheart shreds the darkness, revealing a fresh, clear sky. System panel. The main Thunder stage begins now. Through the Thunderheart, you may search for clues in the village. Subaru snaps out of that trippy zone and finally checks the chat. Why'd you sit down? It's over. Did Subaru Narukami end the stream? Is he passing out again? He lifts his head. Wait, that wasn't a cutscene. Sorry guys, I blacked out for a sec. The chat goes wild as he stands up. Bro keeps passing out in one exam. Classic Subaru. Did you see that shadow? Truly a legendary tier trial. Subaru grabs the chat tablet. Oh right, if I don't claim the rep points. Pop up. Mission complete. From Anzen Sisan. Received 3,000 reputation points. Mission complete. From War God Kawe. Received 3,000 reputation points. Current reputation 40,120. The chat is buzzing. Bro is loaded now. Alright, heading back to the village. Show us the Thunderheart, he sighs. I'm a little beat, guys. So, the audience gets salty. Right now? Really, don't leave us hanging, you greedy jerk? Peace out, catch y'all later. Click. And just like that, the stream cuts to black. Subaru Narukami has left the building. Cut to a local shop. Hasuka's voice breaks the silence. You absolutely crushed that challenge seriously. Subaru looks skeptical. You think, is that kind of chaotic stream vibe actually safe? She waves him off. Safe. It was flawless. You hit a peak of over 3,000 concurrent viewers yesterday. Did you even look at the chat? His eyes go wide. 3,000. My bad, I was too locked in on the challenge to check the numbers. She blinks, startled. No, wait, that was a compliment. You don't get it, do you? Pulling 3 grand as a rookie is insane. And your timing, chef's kiss. Honestly, looking totally exhausted actually worked in your favor. Subaru nods. Right. Leaving them hanging right at the good part. Like a season finale cliffhanger. Hasuka leans in curious. You planned it that way, he shrugs. I figured I'd unbox the rewards live with the chat next time. That way my reaction is 100% raw. No acting. Her jaw practically hits the floor. For real. Wow, you actually know the meta. The old man was stressing for nothing. Anyway, I actually got you a little something today. He raises an eyebrow. A gift. She crosses her legs looking confident. Something you literally can't say no to. She flashes a mysterious grin, cheeks flushing slightly. It's extremely special. Look up a streamer named Hawkeye. Subaru pulls out his phone and types it in. Boom. A blonde guy yapping on screen pops up. Alright, chat, like the title says, this is the main event. Or, wait, should I pivot? Nah, let's stick to the script. Anyway, cutting the fluff. Watch this clip first. Is this guy the next Narukami? Or is he going to become the main character? The chat goes wild. Yo, more Narukami content. Just some otaku. Dude, that challenge was absolutely unhinged. He continues, I'm gonna break this down frame by frame. Time-lapse golden hour light starts filtering through the blinds. The blonde streamer keeps ranting. Surviving this monster during the trial, put simply, he literally nerfed himself with an extra challenge mid-exam. In the real world, Hasuka sits across from Subaru. She's staring silently at Subaru, face burning red. On screen, Hawkeye holds up a finger. My bad, let me give you the TL.DR. I don't need to overanalyze this point. Let me sum it up in one line. Subaru watches intently. He is Subaru Narukami. The voice drips with arrogance. Zero explanation needed. Period. He glances at Hasuka. Is that the manager's take too? Suddenly she leans over the table. Can I ask you something real quick? He stays chill. Shoot. She hesitates. I know this is super weird coming from your manager, and I know it's kinda rude, but her cheeks are glowing crimson now. A bead of sweat trickles down her face. Hasuka steels herself. Why are you doing this, Narukami? Why stream? She locks eyes with him. It's not just for the cash, right? Subaru crosses his arms, falling into silence. Hasuka watches him process, fidgeting anxiously. His answer hits like a truck. Nope, it's the money. That's literally it. Her face explodes into a tomato red. You can practically see the steam venting. Ah, she collapses back into her seat, mortified. I mean, cash is king. Sorry for the weird question. Subaru shrugs. It's cool. She recovers and opens her bag. Right, the gift. Let's talk business. That Hawkeye guy you just watched, he's tied to Saturn and he's a certified veteran with a 6-year contract. His analysis content is gold and his fan base is massive. He knows talent when he sees it. Take this, that stream just now, and all future revenue generated from it. Anything derived from your content gets a 50-50 split. Subaru frowns. Split with who? Hasuka grins. With you, obviously. Since it's based on your footage, ad revenue, donations, VODs, the whole 9 yards. Subaru grabs the thick stack of papers. For real, ever since signing with this agency, it's just been one W after another. She gets shy hearing him say that, looking down and scratching her cheek. You think so? Yeah, this is a hell of a surprise. Hasuka smooths her hair back. So, I know this is sudden, but as a sign of goodwill, would you be down to collab with Hawkeye? Cut to black. Time skip. Back at his apartment, Subaru peels the mask off his face. Maybe I don't need the mask when I'm just meeting people. In real life. And maybe I shouldn't have gone so hard on the only for the money thing. He stares at his reflection in the mirror. The more connections I make, the harder it gets to figure out how much to hide. He glances at the system interface. Current rank seniority level 3, upgraded to seniority class C. Type 4 skill. Nullifies side effects from skills and items upon activation. Upgrade available. Skill rank and level. Reputation points required 80,000. Subaru blinks. Class C. And it costs 80 grand in rep points. He checks his wallet. Current reputation points 120. He sighs, disappointed but focused. Look, hate to say it, but cash is king. Gotta secure the bag. At least that collab with Hawkeye, from 2 days ago, is gonna pay out big time. He reaches into his inventory like it's second nature. Maybe pull out a flower. Nah, business first. Scene switch. Cut to Hasuka's room. Faceplant into the pillow. She's blushing so hard she's practically glowing. All she can see is Subaru's face, straight up god tier. Is he doing it for the cash wham? She hammers the pillow. Totally. Her imagination is running wild. Inner monologue. Behind that cool mask hides a dark mystery. Digging too deep might just break her heart. Thud, thud, thud. I won't ask, I'm dying to know, but I won't pry. In her head, Subaru points right at her. Ever since we met, it's been nothing but good vibes. Hasuka's face turns into a literal tomato. She throws a haymaker. Me too, Rip. She hits it so hard the pillow explodes, feathers raining down like snow. She's down bad for Subaru Narukami, the man of mystery. But seeing him in real life, major glow up, scene switch, 7th floor, Nosfera. The architecture here screams majestic but deadly. Inside the main keep, a dude is getting his pump on while watching TV. Hawkeye's stream is playing on the big screen. I'll keep it brief, one sentence covers it. His knuckles are dripping with sweat. The bar creaks under the strain. He does a pull-up, gritting his teeth. I hate this. Pick a lane, casual or formal. He pauses. Who is this clown anyway? Lemon chimes in, a streamer, goes by Hawkeye. Brags about pulling 8,000 concurrent viewers. Meet Kurokawa Amon, the beast from the blue zone. Amon drops from the bar. A streamer, huh? Let's see what the hype is about. He steps closer. But forget Hawkeye. Keep your eyes on that Subaru Narukami kid. His eyes widen. Whoa, did that imposter actually master lightning? The replay shows Subaru's last fight. Amon whistles. Okay, that's actually sick. Lemon raises an eyebrow. You think, Sako Suhei, the spear knight, said at mid-throw. Never take your eyes off the kill. Lemon gasps. Hold up, Eamon. You memorized his casual banter. He looks up, intense. I studied every frame. Their breathing, their rhythm, everything. People think it was just Subaru, but the whole squad was god tier. And their deaths, super sus. Every member was a powerhouse. Something smells fishy about how they went down. Suddenly, Hawkeye's voice blares out. He's Subaru Narukami, enough said. Amon's face twists in disgust. Who gave this clout chaser the right to speak on them? The disrespect is unreal. Lemon shrugs. That's the streamer game, isn't it? Trading dignity and pride for a few seconds of fame. Click. Amon kills the feed fuming. He spins around, totally triggered. Why are you showing me this trash? Lemon stammers. Not my call. Guildmaster Kyojo wanted you to see it. Isukiya Amon freezes. He's calling the shots. Lemon signals a subordinate. Lightning is our legacy. The blue zone started there. A cart rolls in. We know this streamer has a weakness. Greed. Lemon yanks the cover. Bling gold bars stacked high. Amon's jaw drops at the sight. Under that cloth is enough bullion to buy a small country. Lemon smirks. Budget secured. We're bringing him in whatever the cost. Amon mumbles. You gotta be kidding me. He rubs his chin. This guy can be bought. Meanwhile, back at the village, reconstruction is in full swing. Ping system notification. Floor 2, imminent. Belos is in full commander mode. Gather the wounded. Critical cases first. Get meds to the minor injuries as soon as possible. Then a familiar crunch of footsteps grabs his attention. Belos lights up like he just saw a messiah. Savior, you're finally awake. You passed out cold at the perimeter. We were terrified. If you didn't wake up, I would have been lost. Subaru stretches, working out the kinks. Still a bit woozy. Belos nods. Makes sense considering the battle was just yesterday. But enough about that. Can we chat at the inn later? Subaru asks. I've got questions. Belos bows deeply. Anything for you. He salutes, hand over heart. Catch you later. Subaru watches him leave. Belos, solid guy. Chat blows up. Time to put him out of his misery. Just marry him already. Congratulations. Back in the cozy wood cabin, first order of business. Cracking open that system panel. Time to see what the loot gods dropped. Subaru grips the gleaming orb. Description reads, Thunderheart. Unique binding 0 level requirement. 30% lightning resistance. Plus 20% lightning damage and massive immunity to electrocution. His jaw hits the floor. No shot. Is this for real? The onlookers are scratching their heads. No shot. Is that a W or an L? Hyped or salty? Could be both. Only Subaru knows what is actually going on inside that head of his. He knows these stats are absolutely broken for a lightning build. Behind the mask, he is grinning like a maniac. This item is god tier. Just as he is celebrating his new toy, a knock interrupts the vibe. Here, take this. Someone barges in, lugging a massive fruit basket. Chat and Subaru are equally shook. Huh, Fruit Peleus pops his head in. Sleep well. The comments section immediately goes wild. Your boyfriend came to visit. Someone missed you, bro. But why fruit though? A few moments later, they are seated across from each other. After mulling it over, Subaru breaks the silence. Turns out, the legends were legit. Peleus totally misses the point but rolls with the hype anyway. Yeah, I saw that light too. You basically saved the whole village. Subaru unhooks the item from his shoulder. This dropped from the giant's corpse. It is called the Thunderheart. Even Peleus cannot hide his shock. Hold up, that is impossible. Seeing his reaction, Subaru presses him. I am hoping you know what this is, but contrary to expectations, Peleus shakes his head. No, nope, looks super weird to me. That answer hits Subaru like a bucket of ice water. Chat is rioting. Yeah right, thought this guy was the lore master. Mr. Know-it-all, Peleus hangs his head in shame. My bad. I only know the ancient folklore. I do not even know if they are real or what happened after. Subaru sighs, giving up. It is fine. Just spill whatever tea you have. He starts his story. I only know 2 legends. Subaru leans in, intrigued. 2. Peleus recalls the imagery. First one says thunder was used to slay giants. Seems like you are the one wielding it now, hero. And the second one claims the gods and giants fought over the thunder. Subaru immediately interrupts. They fought over it. Peleus nods. Yup, this is basically the deep lore. The gods and giants went to war just to control the power of thunder. The giants took the L. So, this gem implies someone deliberately crafted it. Subaru spins the orb in his hand, wondering, who could it be? The legend does not say, but the reason is crystal clear. Peleus drops the answer, to let humanity wield the thunder, and the reason humans need it. His expression turns dark as he finishes the thought is to fight the gods and the giant gods. Peleus always assumed they were way out of humanity's league, but now he is imagining a future where everyone is packing thunder power. Staring at the stone, Peleus confirms it. This thing was created so humans could actually stand a chance against them and win. As soon as the story wraps up, the system pings clarified. All forgotten legends of humanity unlocked. Thunder trial complete. Skill proficiency leveled up. Achievement 17.05. Thunder mastered from level 1 to level 3. Before Peleus can blink, the system starts teleporting Subaru out, transferring to floor 3. Peleus panics and yells, "Benefactor, what is happening?" The light vanishes instantly. Subaru is gone, leaving Peleus totally confused. The scene shifts to a majestic, sprawling palace. Welcome to floor 3 Altenin. A teleportation circle blazes in the city plaza. Subaru materializes like a literal deity. Chat is already spamming the feed. Finally made it to floor 3. Took him long enough, right? The locals look bored out of their minds. Another Narukami cosplayer. When is this trend gonna die? Before the gameplay starts, a system alert pops up. Subaru Narukami Love donated 1,000 reputation points. Grats on reaching floor 3. So how are you feeling right now? Hit with a surprise interview. Subaru hesitates. My feelings. His mind drifts back to his past life in this exact spot. I am back. He remembers a woman approaching him. Excuse me. Caught off guard, he turned around instinctively. Yeah. Looking back, Subaru feels a wave of nostalgia. That was Xena, and she looked super icy back then. She scratched her head, acting shy. I just got separated from my squad. Xena held out her hand to indicate a height. Have you seen a guy about this tall? Subaru rubbed his chin, pretending to think. You mean the guy a head taller than me? Playing along, Subaru nodded. Oh yeah, I saw him. Xena's face lit up. For real. He pointed into empty space. He went that way. Xena swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. Thank you so much. She sprinted off like a clueless kid, then spun around in circles looking for someone. After a few laps, Xena's eyes locked back onto Subaru. Finally, Subaru caved and offered to guide her. Let's just go together. I am headed that way anyway. That day, Xena was beaming like she just won the lottery. Wait, for real? You sure? The boy nodded, taking the lead. Yeah, figured. I've got zero plans for today anyway. If Subaru had just pointed the way and dipped, she would have chased him down. That works way better. This place is a total labyrinth. I'm Kyoko Xena. What's yours? Back then, he simply replied Narukami Subaru. Still makes me wonder if anyone from those days is even breathing. Snap back to reality. The system panel hovered, demanding his feedback. Subaru's gaze hardened, turning into cold steel. Staring into the void, he murmured, feels like I lost something vital. Naturally, the chat being a bunch of brain-dead trolls jumped right on it. Whoa, mood swing, much Miss Peleos already. Why so emotional, lol. To dodge the headache in the next phase, Subaru cut the feed. He signed off like it was just another Tuesday. Next stream is a collab with Hawaii. The audience wasn't having it. Wait, that's it. Way too short, bro. Keep it civil in chat, guys. Finally, the system closed the curtains. Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream. Meanwhile, in a massive swanky suite, crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead. A hand slammed onto the table where Subaru sat. Sorry to keep you waiting. John stood opposite, looming over him. Hasuka is en route right now. Unlike climbing the tower trials, moving between floors actually burns time. He flashed $1 million smile, offering a hand. Pleasure. I'm John too, from Southtown Entertainment. Subaru looked annoyed internally, groaning. Recalling her warning, real yapper, that boss of mine. John missed the mumble, blinking blankly. Subaru took the handshake, recovering smoothly. Nothing. Heard about you from the manager. Good to meet you. John smiled again, sinking into the chair across from him. Normally I'd have Hasuka relay this, but I wanted FaceTime with you. She's only hyped up a high-level player like this exactly twice. So color me curious. Subaru blinked, caught off guard. Twice John leaned in to explain. The first one goes without saying. John dropped the name and Subaru froze. Narukami Subaru of the blue eye. Arms crossed, head tilted. Caught me off guard. That harsh judge actually had eyes for you. The guy sharing the name, Narukami Subaru. Subaru scratched his head, forcing an awkward laugh. I wouldn't know about that. Let me ask you something point blank. Before Subaru could speak, John cut him off. You interested in the guild? Blue eye. Subaru's eyes went wide, staring daggers at the man. John smirked, reaching into his pocket. That reaction tells me you're not exactly uninterested. Subaru frowned, suspicious. Why ask that out of the blue? John pulled out a device, looking down at it. Actually, that's part of why I'm here. John slid the tablet to Subaru. 5 days from now. This is the grand prize for a tournament on floor 3. The screen's glow illuminated Subaru's face. You kidding? Under the table, miniature lightning bolts crackled from his hand. Is this Xena? Holding the device, reading the notification, he went silent. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. She sighed, voice flat. It's over. Xena turned, venturing into the forest. Wonder if the other business is wrapped up too. High heels crunched against the grass. She reached a patch of ground blanketed in white snow. Deeper she went, the snow getting thicker and heavier. Xena came up behind Seeger, finished. He turned breath, puffing white mist into the cold air. Been done for a while. She frowned, annoyed. Then what were you doing just now? Seeger looked away, weighing options. In front of him, an attacker frozen mid-strike, turned into an ice statue. Further back, a whole squad on ice. Kill him or release him. Xena didn't hesitate. Ice them. We know who sent the dogs. Seeger hesitated, shaking his head. Can't be sure yet. That's why I'm thinking. He looked down. If it was Kyojo, if he sent a hit squad, he wouldn't use scrubs like this. She sighed at his logic. But letting them walk causes problems. While Seeger rambled, a glow began to radiate from Xena. If they leak our position. Sharp icicles erupted from the snow. She raised her arm, levitating them. Her hand stayed still, the deadly blades hovering in dead air. She flicked her fingers forward. The floating spikes locked onto their targets. Xena's face, stone cold, staring down the frozen mob. Seeger panicked at the sight. Hey, he whipped around. Stop. Too late. The barrage launched. Spikes tore through the frozen statues. Bodies punctured, shredded. No escape from the rain of blades. When the slaughter stopped, nothing was left but red slush. Seeger's voice cracked, panic written all over his face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Rena didn't flinch, her gaze locked on him like steel. Kyojo sent them or not, it doesn't matter. You let them walk, you sign our death warrant, they'll know we're still breathing. Your bleeding heart is going to get us killed. You need to be ruthless. Seeger couldn't handle the heat in her eyes and looked away. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Suddenly, his pocket buzzed. Seeger fished out the device. He shoved the screen in her face. Check this out. Rena snatched the device, her voice spiking an octave. What is this garbage? She was vibrating with pure rage, eyes glowing crimson. Those scumbags. Seeger crossed his arms, cool as a cucumber. Pisses you off, doesn't it? Her hands trembled. Damn right it does. Rena glared at the footwear on the screen and let out a primal scream. Because those are Soya's kicks, Seeger pried the device from her death grip. It's bait, a classic trap designed to reel us in. Veins popped on her forehead as the reality set in. He knows. He knows we're out here somewhere. But I'm not going to sit here and do nothing. We have to get that gear back. A shadow of grief crossed Rena's face as she turned away. I already know what you're going to say. Seeger's brow furrowed. Look, I'm useless in the shadows. But you, covert ops, is your playground. Am I right? She spun on her heel, storming off. Save your breath. I was going to handle it regardless of your permission. Seeger lunged, grabbing her arm. Hold up. He pumped the brakes hard. I didn't say go in there, guns blazing. Wait until a winner is crowned, then we strike. It's the only play that doesn't get us killed. Cut to the office. John flashed the photo of the sneakers grinning like a shark. A genuine relic from a Blue Eye member. The Talaria. That's the grand prize the Blue Zone is putting up for this tournament. He leaned in. Would you be interested in Subaru? Cut him off cold. I'm in. The air in the room suddenly got heavy enough to crush a lung. Suffocatingly so. John kept his smile, but sweat beaded on his temple. Glad to hear it. Didn't think you'd be this enthusiastic. This entire operation hinges on your participation, Narukami. That stopped him. Operation John settled back into his chair, explaining with business-like calm. Broadcasting under the Narukami Subaru brand. I figure a story arc about hunting down a fallen comrade's relic is viral gold. Behind the mask, Subaru's expression twisted into fury. You aim low. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Energy began to leak off him. Using Soya's legacy for clout, John sensed the shift and leaned forward, concerned. Is something wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Subaru stayed silent, his voice dropping to sub-zero temperatures. Let's do it. John's relief was palpable. Seriously, fantastic. Subaru stood up, scraping the chair back. I'm heading out. John looked up from his seat, professional mask back on. Right. Looking forward to our partnership. As Subaru walked away, John called out to his retreating back. I'll be cheering you on from behind the monitor. The words didn't even register. Rage consumed Subaru's mind like a wildfire. I won't let anyone else touch them. Over my dead body. Back in his room, he flopped onto the mattress, staring at the ceiling. A thought crossed his mind. Wonder what kind of twisted format they're running. He rolled over to face the wall. Ideally, it's a one-on-one duel. Not that I have the luxury of choosing. A knock came at the door. It's Hasuka. Subaru bolted upright. He glanced at the mask sitting on the table, conflict dancing in his eyes. Decision made, he grabbed it and opened the door. Standing there was pure elegance. Hasuka peeked up shyly, expecting to see his face. Oh, he'd chosen the mask at the last second. Her internal monologue kicked in. He wears that thing even inside his own bedroom. Subaru stepped back. Come on in. Her face turned beet red. Excuse me, you mean inside your room? Totally oblivious to the implications, Subaru hit her with pure innocence. I mean, if you prefer the hallway, that's cool too. I don't mind. Hasuka waved her hands frantically. No, no. She gathered her courage. Pardon the intrusion then. She stepped in. and the atmosphere immediately turned suffocating. Dead silence. Hasuka's eyes darted around the room, noting the stark lack of furniture. Spartan living, huh? She finally met Subaru's gaze, realizing he hadn't blinked or looked away since she walked in. Her mana depth is insane, he thought. No way is she just a manager. Being studied like a lab rat made Hasuka squirm. She smoothed her skirt, flustered. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? No, Subaru replied flatly. You just weren't talking. I heard you have the tournament intel. Hasuka jumped. She'd almost forgotten the mission. She scrambled to pull out a file. Right, sorry. She handed it over, regaining her composure. This tournament is a battle royale. It's a brutal, simple system. Last one standing takes the jackpot. It is going to be a total bloodbath. Thousands of players throwing down with zero mercy. The endgame. You either seize victory, or you end up 6 feet under in a heartbeat. Subaru scanned the display, eyebrow raised. So we are talking a solo deathmatch. Hasuka nodded sharp and quick. Exactly. Since there is only one prize on the line, it turns into a free-for-all by default. She leaned in, hyping it up. The battlefield is a virtual training simulation. But here is the catch. You have to be a third-floor player just to qualify. Entry fee is a cool 1,000 reputation points, and there is no cap on participants. I am dropping the archives of past battle royales into your inbox right now. Just give them a quick skim, Narukami, and you will get the vibe. While she was still briefing him, Subaru's phone started blowing up in his pocket. He checked the screen, it was flooded with clickbait notifications. Narukami, Subaru's god tier plays. The undefeated path of Narukami Subaru ending battle royales in 10 seconds flat. Narukami Subaru, the secret blueprint to becoming him. Reading the titles he thought, it is literally all just highlight reels of me. Snapping back to reality, he shoved the physical papers aside and said, I will use these for research. Thanks for the hustle. Hasuka scratched her head, humble bragging. No sweat, just doing my job. Then her tone shifted, curiosity piqued. By the way, did you hear anything from the guild leader? Subaru blinked, totally lost. Hear what? Hasuka lowered her voice. Actually, we received a DM. The second she dropped the name Blue Zone, Subaru froze. A flashback hit him hard, that guy Izuki. Instantly, his aura flared up, radiating pure, unadulterated rage. He hissed, Did you just say Blue Zone? Hasuka broke it down quickly, explaining that he wants a face-to-face. Since they cannot slide into his DMs directly, they emailed the agency instead. Subaru's eyes narrowed. They are reaching out already, she stammered, a bit nervous. He probably wants to negotiate in person. Higher pay than us, better perks, the whole VIP treatment. Subaru's hand tightened into a fist, knuckles white. Ghost them. Hasuka blinked, startled. Roger that. Wait, seriously, just ignore it. Subaru's voice was ice. I have zero intention of joining Blue Zone. Or any other guild for that matter. Suddenly, Hasuka shot up from her chair, throwing a fist pump. Yes, oh my god, that is a load off my mind. She beamed, totally relieved. I was stressing out about whether to even tell you, but I am so glad I did. She breezed toward the door, spirits high. Well then, chill out until the collab starts, watching her bounce away. Subaru muttered. She is celebrating like she just unlocked a platinum achievement herself. Peeling off his mask, a smirk tugged at his lips. Just a regular employee, but she rides for the company like that. She is seriously built different. Cut to a massive stadium. 2 silhouettes stood in the shadows, scheming. It was John and Hawkeye, huddled up like villains, plotting a heist. John broke the silence. So this is the master plan for today. The ultimate comparison test, old gen Narukami versus new gen Narukami. Hawkeye smirked. What do you think? Pretty spicy, right? John kept it real. You are challenging his legacy head on. It is a bold move. But if you take an L here, it is going to destroy your reputation. You get that right. Hawkeye looked unbothered. He shrugged off the concern. I welcome the heat. I need a definitive result so the viewers trust me. Whatever happens, I own it. Then his eyes flashed with arrogance. But be real, have I ever actually lost a match? John laughed. A dark sound. Fair point. But ultimately, the ball is in Narukami's court. Hawkeye scratched his head. I guess. Click, click. The sharp sound of high heels cut through the air. Guild leader, it was Hasuka, trailing Subaru. She walked in beaming. Great work today. John put on his best business face. Ah, hello there. Hawkeye. Finally locking eyes with Subaru, felt a rush of adrenaline. There he is. My ticket to becoming a supernova in the streaming sky. Finally we meet. Subaru, ignoring the tension, scanned the massive arena. Place is huge. Did you rent this whole thing out? Hawkeye stepped forward, hand extended, playing it cool. Hey there. He flashed a polished streamer smile. I am the streamer, Hawkeye. Subaru shook his hand firmly. Narukami Subaru. Looking forward to working with you. Hawkeye acted starstruck, scratching his head. Whoa, it feels surreal, meeting Narukami Subaru in the flesh. Meeting the main character of the day. I am actually getting emotional here. Big fan, seriously huge fan. Subaru waved it off humbly. Ah, come on. I am still just a rookie streamer. I am nowhere near your level, Hawkeye. John cut in impatient. All right. Save the bromance. For when the cameras are rolling, that is how streamers do it. Hawkeye grinned, shifting gears. Let's keep this energy for the live broadcast then. Ping, a system window materialized in thin air. Hawkeye was live. He looked into the lens, waving with practiced charisma. What is up, chat? Hawkeye here. Thanks for tuning in today. Right then, status windows flood the view. But deep down, Hawaii is hiding some seriously shady intentions. Word on the street is this collab is fire. Boom, 12,000 viewers right out the gate. Hawaii grabs the mic. This is the moment you've all been thirsty for. I finally got him here. A challenger steps onto the arena floor. Hawaii shouts, "Tada, give it up for Narukami Subaru." He waves, "Yo, what's up guys? Narukami Subaru in the house." Notifications go crazy as he starts vibing with the live chat. Nope, never seen his face either. Rumor has it, even his manager is clueless. What's the secret, Narukami? Subaru scratches his cheek. Nah, nothing like that. I'm actually drop-dead gorgeous. Hawaii looks shook. Watching the insane engagement from the community, Hawaii thinks, whoa, hold up. This energy is way crazier than my own streams. His clout is actually off the charts. Subaru keeps the energy high with the fans. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm not planning on losing to any of you. It's not a brawl, guys, just a friendly hangout. Hawaii mentally tips his hat. His crowd work is smoother than I expected. Meanwhile, Subaru keeps going. Girlfriend? Nope. Friends? Zero. Right now. Hearing that key info, Hasuka lets out a blissful sigh of relief, leaving John looking totally helpless. Hawaii jumps in. All right, let's stop roasting our VIP guest. Let's get to the main event. Cue the system audio challenge initiating now. Floodlights snap on. The golems start powering up, looking at thousands upon thousands. An army of golems itching for a fight. Hawaii breaks it down. Why did I pick this specific challenge? Let me explain. As the enemy marches forward, Subaru starts his rebuttal. 2 reasons. 1, it's the ultimate test of control. He leaves a dramatic pause. And 2, I can prove I'm right here, right now. Meanwhile, Subaru gets a ping. The end donates 100 rep points. You seriously think you can clear this? Subaru stays ice cold. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have taken the gig. The roster flashes on screen. The comment section lights up instantly. I can feel the swag from here. Haha. Is he actually gonna smash the record in one run? The chat scrolls fast. Maybe. I'm sweating already. Subaru's fists unconsciously clench as he stands dead center. System alert, Mucho Spicy has assigned a quest. If you bag 43 plus kills in one run, reward 10,000 rep points. Penalty face reveal on cam. Subaru hesitates, raising a hand. Hard pass. That's way too early to risk the mask. System alert, McFetish drops a mission. I want to see the face too, 2,000 points sent. Mouse thinking toilet adds 3,000. Lava Beast throws in another 3,000 to spice it up. The pot is huge. Subaru holds up a finger. Thanks for the gifts. I promise if I fail the mask comes off. Chat explodes. He didn't refuse, oh my god. Usually rookies just take the punishment, but he's taking the loot too. Hawaii grins. You got it. For this quest, every single rep point goes straight to Narukami. He cues the timer. Alright, let's roll. The finger hits the button. It's showtime. The clock starts ticking on screen. The golems launch into the air locked and loaded. Subaru's gaze sharpens. No fear. He triggers his lightning and rockets toward the golem horde. High voltage electricity coats his arm. He palms a golem's face instantly. Blink and you miss it, 1 enemy down. Kill count 1. Chat goes nuts. 1 shot. He didn't even use the demon sword. 2 as. Hawaii's eyes bug out. Can't believe I'm seeing this lightning in real life. Subaru's rock-hard grip snaps onto the sword hilt. With a single fluid motion, he mows down wave after wave of golems. System clock 0239. Comments scroll by. This dude is speedrunning life. Theoretically, this pace hits 70 kills, but it's gonna get messy. Endless golems with glowing eyes lock onto him. They swarm in like maniacs. Subaru drives a boot straight into a golem's face. Clock hits 0203. He's literally suspended in midair. Chat types, oh my god. That's the legendary clip right there. Is this a circus act? Aerial combat is OG Subaru's signature flex. The golem army looks up in unison. His palm glows. Subaru twirls the hilt, muscle memory taking over. He raises the blade high. In a heartbeat, he slams it into the pavement. Boom. His raw power explodes, sending electric shockwaves ripping through the ground. Clock reads 1 minute 22. Kill count 26. The blade is literally sizzling with voltage. Chat goes nuclear. Absolutely cracked. The spectators are glued to the screen, holding their breath. Chat's spamming. He's capping at 2nd place, surely. Wait, he might actually clutch this. RIP to everyone who bet against him. Hawkeye freezes eyes wide, totally processing the insanity unfolding in front of him. The timer is bleeding out on the HUD. Subaru is fighting like a berserker. Total lack of chill. Completely unhinged. Blink and the golem is sliced clean in half. 1 minute 22. Kills 42. Subaru wobbles, gasping for air like he's drowning. No, 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 5 seconds. He snaps back to reality, eyes locking in. No, 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 3. Suddenly, a horde of armed golems spawns in from nowhere. Subaru launches himself forward, feet digging into the ground. No, 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 2. The blade skewers a golem's neck instantly. 1. No, no, no 1. The clock hits the wire. The digits reset to 0. System alert pops up, challenge complete. Total body count 43. New record set. Giant text flashes, first place Narukami Subaru. Chat loses its mind. 43 kills, actual god gamer. No shot. Did not see that coming. He missed it by 1. Oh my god. This is history right here. Hawkeye rushes over. 43. He tied with Narukami Subaru. It's a dead tie. Razor-thin Hawkeye yells to the camera. Chat, what are we thinking? The stream feed scrolls fast. Literal chills, guys. Thought he was just RNG carried to rank 2. Rank 2 is already sweaty enough though. Thought it was just random mobs. Rumbling donates 100 rep points. I almost peed my pants, not gonna lie. Instant sub from me. Hawkeye grins. Thanks for the 100 rep fam. Chat scrolls. Feed wiper hack ice drops 200 points. Hyping you up for a reason. Hawkeye responds. You again. Feed wiper hack ice, that's like the 100th time. Change your username, bro. Thanks for the rep though. Notification Mushroom Villas donates 1000 rep points. Hawkeye scratches his head. You asking if this is Narukami Subaru's stream? Nah, wrong channel. Alert Reinhardt drops 10,000 rep points. Hawkeye freezes, staring at the mobsend. Name on the screen, Reinhardt. Chat goes silent, then erupts. For real? Is that the Reinhardt? Probably a fake account. The Sword Saint is here. Imagine if it's real. Verified checkmark. A whale just entered the chat. Mid-tier streamer don't care. Hawkeye rubs his neck, awkward laugh Reinhardt. Thanks for the 10,000 points. Whoa. Unbelievable. A top-tier ranker is lurking. Subaru thinks the Sword Saint. A flash of Dell crosses his mind. Alert Reinhardt drops another 1000 rep points. I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru's run inspired me. Oh man, Hawkeye, you actually did it. Hawkeye beams. Really, I'm honored. Subaru side-eyes the screen. Why is he watching this? Does he know about the Isaac situation? Alert Reinhardt donates 1000 rep points. I'm a huge fan. Narukami Subaru, would you be down to collab? Subaru freezes, staring at the overlay. Chat goes wild. You, new guy, is blowing up. Knew he was gonna be famous. Subaru stays silent awkwardly, scratching his head. John and Hasuka are furiously signaling yes in the background. Subaru hesitates. I gotta focus on my challenges, so I'm gonna have to pass. John and Hasuka's jaws hit the floor. Subaru bows politely. I'm running on empty here. Hawkeye, can you wrap this up for me? He stammers. Say what. Hawkeye watches Subaru walk away. No wait, Narukami. John rushes in. Narukami, why'd you curve him like that? That was a massive chance to boost your streamer career. Hasuka jumps in. I'm actually shook. Subaru shrugs, calm as ever. Is it that deep? John looks confused. A collab between the #1 ranker and a high ranker is basically a unicorn event. Subaru keeps a straight face. That's it. If being a ranker is such a big deal, I'll just become one myself. Subaru stares them down, dropping the mic metaphorically. Suddenly, Hawkeye cuts through the tension. Narukami, you absolute legend. That performance was god tier. Once that ad revenue hits, I'm wiring your cut immediately. Real quick though, since we're offline now, I gotta ask. Something felt off during our brawl just now. You weren't firing on all cylinders, were you? You hurt or something. Subaru didn't say a word, just calculating. Damn, nothing gets past this guy. I thought I masked it perfectly, but I guess he earned the name. Hawkeye is sharp. But look, winning or losing, both options were actually trash for my long game. Hawkeye grinned. Trouble. For you, Subaru's voice dropped an octave. The whole hook of this stream was the suspense. Could I actually take down Narukami Subaru? That's the character arc. If I just stomped you today. Sure, I'd get a viral spike, but the hype train would derail fast. And if I took the L, the chat would just spam. Laugh my ass off, not even in Narukami's league. So for this little experiment, I needed us to look like equals. Dead even. That's why I forced the draw. It was the only meta play. Hawkeye stammered, completely shook. Wait, so you mean, you could have smoked him if you wanted to? Subaru shot him a crooked smirk. Who knows? He shrugged. Not like we can retcon the ending now. It's all up to the fan theories now. Meanwhile, miles away, a fist trembling with pure rage slammed into a flag bearing the golden lion crest. Crack. A solid oak table snapped like a twig under the impact. Standing amidst the debris was the big boss himself, rank 121, Golden Lion Guild, Master Reinhardt. You arrogant little punk, he roared. His phone lay on the floor, screen still glowing with the stream ended notification. Hearing the destruction, Kanghai scrambled in from the hallway. Lord Reinhardt. He forced a nervous smile, sweating bullets. Is everything okay? That question just poured gas on the fire. Reinhardt ground his teeth. It's that Subaru Narukami kid you told me about. Kang Hai blinked. The streamer guy. Yes, him. Reinhardt spat. The trash who just ghosted my offer. Kang Hai immediately went into damage control mode. The audacity, turning you down. Sir, that's insane. Reinhardt cut him off before he could finish kissing up. I was going to publicly humiliate him, crush him, live, and kill those rumors dead. But now, the plan is toast. I don't care about the reputation points I wasted. What pisses me off is that some nobody, some rookie clout chaser, just stepped on my pride. Kang Hai knew better than to reply. He silently scooped up the device and held it out like an offering. Sir, your phone. Reinhardt snatched it back violently. And the other matter, Reinhardt barked. Kang Hai scratched his head, stalling. If you mean young Master Isaac, we're still looking. But, vanishing for a few days. Pretty standard behavior for a kid his age, right? Before he can finish his sentence, an invisible force clamps around Kang Hee's throat, yanking him off the ground like a rag doll. His face turning 50 shades of purple, he stares into Ren's icy glare. You trying to disrespect me? Ren demands. Kang Hee wheezes. Really. But the words die in his throat as the oxygen gets vacuumed out. Snot and tears are streaming down his face. It's a total mess. Ren flicks his wrist and Kang Hee's body follows the motion, getting yeeted across the room. He smashes into the wall hard enough to spiderweb the concrete. Before he can stop the room from spinning, Ren is already looming over him. Since when did you start fact-checking my orders? Sensing the murderous vibe, Kang Hee hits the deck, groveling for his life. Please, have mercy. I'll get back to searching right now. Cut to black. Uika's phone buzzes. Caller ID, the boss. She stares at the screen, looking absolutely drained, and not about that life. But the second she picks up, she flips the switch. Yes, hello, good evening, Chief. John's voice crackles through, sounding salty. Does talking to me pain you that much? Where's the hype? What's with the dead tone? At least talk to me like you talk to Narukami. Uika rolls her eyes internally. Here we go again. John continues. We've built trust over years, you know, even if we're just strictly business now. Back in the day we were totally… Uika cuts him off cold. Didn't you call to discuss the collab proposal with Ren? Yeah, damn it, you're right. We can't fumble a bag this big. But what can we actually do? Uika sighs. John counters. I know, but the guy is still a streamer. Does he even realize this is a golden ticket? Why don't you try convincing him again? Pull the manager card. Uika gets serious. Narukami Subaru is obsessed with climbing the tower, not brand deals. And honestly, for a player that mindset is valid. On the other end, John is frying eggs while throwing shade. You brat. You only sound happy when you're arguing with me. I'm hanging up now, Uika announces. Hey wait, click. She hangs up on him without a second thought. Immediate regret hits. Even though I talked big, this really would be a huge break for him. She steels herself and knocks on Narukami's door, hyping herself up. Okay, one last try. The door swings open instantly, making her jump. Uika Subaru asks. Seeing he's still masked up, she blurts out. Do you literally never take that thing off? For now, yeah, he says. It's just more comfortable this way. Then he tilts his head. Are you curious about my real face too? Caught off guard, Uika stammers. Yes. I mean no, she tries to save it. Well, that mask. It's your brand. When viewers see it, they think Subaru Narukami. But eventually, you're gonna have to do a face reveal. He pauses. Why is everyone so obsessed with Subaru Narukami anyway? Uika thinks for a second before dropping some wisdom. I can think of a few reasons. Like he's an earthling, with trash stats. Or the fact that just by surviving, he looks incredible. But the real T, Subaru Narukami, is our hope. He looks blank. What does that even mean? Uika dives into a flashback. You might not know this, but when I first hit the tower, it was a wasteland. Monsters everywhere. No food, no way to make cash. Stability was just a fantasy. The only way to not die was to climb. You climb, you get reputation points. With rep points, you can actually build a life. And slowly, people started to believe that this world could actually belong to us. The top-tier players gave us hope that we could beat this tower and settle here. And the guy standing at the very top of that list is Subaru Narukami. It's not just about climbing. He was the first one to prove it was even possible. Snap back to reality. Subaru sounds skeptical. You really think that Uika leans in close, getting playful? That's a secret, just like what's under that mask of yours. Maybe I'll spill the tea one day. He dodges the subject, opening the door wider. Anyway, you came here for business, right? Sorry for grilling you. Come inside, let's talk. Uika's face turns bright red. She waves her hands frantically. Nope, not a big deal. I'm leaving. Good night. She spins around and bolts. Subaru watches her disappear down the hall. Around the corner, Uika lets out a huge breath. I yapped so much I forgot to even convince him. And why does he keep trying to get me into his apartment? My heart is literally pounding. Back at the door, Subaru murmurs to himself. Hope, huh? Cut to a blinding white room. A mechanical system voice echoes. It is a pleasure to see you again, Subaru Narukami. Thank you for the 1,000 reputation points. He types out a quick reply. Let's absolutely crush mission villain today. A system notification pops up. Kim Soo has gifted you 500 reputation points. But the chat is buzzing. Everyone's dying to know if he's ghosting Sir Reinhardt's alliance offer. Yo, pleasure meeting you. Name's Mondo from the Gresso Guild. Got some serious business to discuss you free. On the live stream feed, Subaru lets out a heavy, tired sigh. The chat is going absolutely feral, spamming the same question over and over. Which side are you picking for floor 3? Gonna run it solo again. Honestly, teaming up sounds insane to him. Meanwhile, the view count is spiking, and donations are raining down like confetti. At this rate, he just wants to give the crowd what they crave and rack up those points. Suddenly, the system interface glitches into view. Initializing Floor 3 challenge. A holographic panel flashes 2 options for Subaru to tap the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conrad Kingdom. Picking a side changes the whole game on this floor. These factions have serious bad blood, so Subaru's mission objective completely flips depending on his allegiance. The cursor hovers and the system locks it in. Selection confirmed, Kingdom of Conrad. Only 3% of players ever pick Conrad. And trust me, there is a very dark reason for that statistic. Floor 3, Conrad Kingdom, the mercenary den. The second he steps into the lobby, eyes are already on him. One guy specifically locks onto the fresh meat. Vulture practically vibrates with excitement. Fresh meat, perfect timing. I was bored out of my mind. He starts strutting over with zero hesitation. You can smell the malice coming off him. As they cross paths, Vulture throws a hard shoulder check, trying to body Subaru to the ground. Big mistake. Subaru doesn't budge, he's like a brick wall. Vulture bounces off, spinning around just to keep his balance. Subaru, he breezes past like a ghost, completely unbothered. He doesn't even spare a glance at Vulture's confused face. The thug snaps, barking out, "Hey you blind," or something. Inside, Vulture's sweating. That guy's strong. But when Subaru turns around to look at him, Vulture decides to double down on the stupid. He puffs up his chest, screaming, "What's your malfunction, pal?" Subaru's voice is ice cold. "You're the one with the issue. You slammed into me on purpose." That bruised Vulture's fragile ego. He lunges, grabbing Subaru by the collar. "Listen here, you little punk. You're just a trash tier E rank. How dare you talk back to a B ranker?" The commotion draws a crowd, everyone circling up for the show. "Yo, is that a fight? Who's the new kid?" Classic Vulture bullying the E ranks again. Some things never change. Subaru stays deadpan. A B rank. Perfect test dummy for my new move. Vulture pauses, looking confused. Test what? Before he can finish, blue lightning crackles around Subaru's leg. In a blink, he drives a knee straight up. Crack. A brutal uppercut to the jaw that definitely rearranges Vulture's dental work. The guy goes rigid instantly. He launches into the air like a ragdoll, before face-planting onto the cold stone floor. The room goes dead silent. What the? Did he just fly? I saw a flash of light. Maybe he just tripped. Dude, people don't trip and fly backward 10 feet. Amidst the chaos, one mysterious figure locks eyes on Subaru, but the rest of Vulture's crew, they see red and rush in. He took out Vulture, that cocky little E-rank. Get him. I'm gonna rip that mask off and take his face with it. In seconds, Subaru is surrounded by the angry mob. One goon grins savagely. "Welcome to your grave, rookie." Subaru doesn't flinch. He just scans the enemies, calculating. Fast forward the violence. The mob is decimated, bodies groaning on the floor. The killing intent in the room shifts instantly to pure terror. What is that thing? He's not human. Just then, the mysterious observer steps through the carnage. "Not bad, kid. You've got serious skills." He extends a hand. "The name's Damon. I'm an appraiser." "Pleasure. Yeah, right." The guy thumps his chest, acting all official. "Name's Raymond. I handle the rank exams." Raymond grips his hand, eyes scanning him suspiciously. "Never seen your face around here. What kind of gigs have you actually finished?" It's common knowledge. Low-tier mercs are soft-locked into trash jobs. The livestream chat goes nuclear, cracking the code instantly. He caused a scene just to speedrun the quests using that low-rank Vulture persona as bait. Suddenly, the system flashes the endgame objective. The narration drops the harsh truth. The third floor trial is a total grindfest, requiring a mountain of completed jobs, and a score of 10,000 points. But here's the catch. Low-rank gigs cap out at a measly 50 points. It's a trap designed to keep players stuck. Subaru coldly breaks down the math. "I needed a shortcut. I can't afford to burn even a single second. I'm not here to slow grind my way up the ladder." Raymond tugs at his beard, muttering about rules. "Hey you, an otherworlder, doesn't matter. I can't just hand you a free pass. There's a pecking order here." Subaru cuts him off, voice sharp. "Then there's gotta be a way to skip the line. Does it make sense to waste resources on an otherworlder who's just gonna bounce anyway?" With a gaze full of main character energy, Subaru drops the bomb. "There's only one way to clear the third floor instantly, and I'm about to make your wildest dreams come true." Raymond freezes, expression tightening. "What are you getting at?" Subaru reveals the target with zero hesitation. "The Thunder Cave. I'm taking it down." Raymond practically shrieks in terror. "Hold up that hellhole. That's strictly high-rank territory." Subaru's eye flares ominously behind his mask. "I know. It's an ego war between Osman and Conrad over an unbeatable dungeon. Lightning cracks across the sky, illuminating the sinister silhouette of the Thunder Cave, a third-floor nightmare that no player, mercenary or knight, has ever cleared. The narration zooms out to the geopolitical mess. A massive, unclimbable mountain range splits the kingdoms of Osman and Conrad, sparking decades of brutal conflict. A strategic map overlays the screen circling the Thunder Cave as the ultimate choke point. Conquering it means a free pass through the mountains and total military dominance. Subaru makes the stunned examiner an offer he can't refuse. Issue me a rank A trial status, and I'll clear the dungeon. I swear I won't exploit the title. Raymond nervously twirls his mustache, mumbling to himself, weighing the insane risk. Subaru's stare darkens, radiating silent menace. If he shuts me down here, things are gonna get messy. I'll have to drop him if he stands in my way. Crushed by the pressure, Raymond folds. Fine, I'll write the recommendation so you can join the raid team. He tries to rationalize the decision. Raid parties always need more bodies anyway. The chat breathes a collective sigh of relief. Raymond turns to go, tossing instructions over his shoulder. I'll grab the paperwork. Sit tight. The raid party heads out in 5 days. Mission windows instantly flood Subaru's vision. Neon Dylan throws down the gauntlet, betting 20,000 credits on a solo clear. Another window pops up, it's Claire Chan mocking him, putting up 5,000 for the same feat. Subaru silently analyzes the holographic screens, clocking the timing. That hits exactly when the third-floor tournament wraps up. Did Blue Zone rig the schedule on purpose? Raymond stares at the dirt, voice dropping to a whisper, clearing the Thunder Cave. Honestly, I'm kind of desperate too. Clutching the scroll, he's haunted by old ghosts. I tried that suicide run when I was young. Lost half my squad. Subaru snatches the document. That history won't repeat itself. Raymond blinks confused. Subaru holds up the scroll, unveiling his true plan. Because I'm running this solo. The chat room absolutely detonates. Raymond screams face, twisting in pure panic. Have you lost your damn mind? Thunder Cave is a raid dungeon. You're telling me you're going in alone. They can barely scrape together 20 guys as it is. He sighs, trembling with anxiety. Look, it's gonna be brutal. I assumed you had a crew. Subaru shuts him down cold. I don't. His eye burns behind the mask as he doubles down. No allies. Suddenly, heavy boots slam onto the edge of a rocky cliff nearby. A hooded figure watches the livestream feed thinking, is he seriously trying to solo that? He really is just like Subaru. On the broadcast, Subaru keeps it blunt, asking if I'm taking other quests. Nope, not interested. Then he drops the mic. That being said, I'm taking a break from streaming. The comments section instantly riots. A woman gasps, hey wait no. Seeing the stream offline message, she crushes her device in frustration. Just when I found something to kill time until the third floor. Suddenly, a bright, blushing laugh escapes her lips. He really does vibe just like him. Her grin widens as she whispers, walking his own path, screw what anyone else thinks. She gazes at the cloudy horizon, eyes full of nostalgia. It feels like the real Subaru is back on air. She presses the phone to her chest, a memory surfacing. Oh right. He's entering the tournament too, isn't he? Peering over the cliff edge with a predator's gaze, she makes her move. Maybe I'll stick around and crash his party. The figure leaps from the cliff with malicious intent. I hope he doesn't win so. Atsuko bounces alongside Subaru through the city, radiating good vibes. She grins, totally satisfied. Nailed it. As expected, you really captured the OG energy perfectly. Subaru keeps his face straight, but internally he's thinking, yeah, that's the Narukami Subaru brand alright, even if the chat was absolutely roasting him the entire time. Atsuko chips in hype levels high. Think about it. If you just grabbed some basic NPC quests, the stream would have been totally mid-right. It wouldn't have felt special. You think Subaru replies coolly. Honestly, that was all your call. She tilts her head, switching gears. So what's the play now? Straight grinding until the tournament drops, he says. No clue what kind of monsters are showing up, so I need to stack some levels just to be safe. His expression hardens. Plus, I need to stress test exactly how much lightning I can output with my current stats, and see what this Thunderheart can really do. His eyes ignite with zero-tolerance determination. One thing's for sure, I'm not letting anyone get their hands on the Thunder memory. Meanwhile, a man stomps down a hallway practically steaming with rage. Damn it, who does he think he is? Usually when Blue Zone snaps its fingers, people come running. The audacity of this guy making me come all the way out here just for a face-to-face. Jinsaki reaches the door. Sneering, I don't care if it's thunder or whatever. Why the hell am I dancing to some third-floor nobody's tune? He kicks the door open, wham, oozing arrogance. Yo, I'm here. He waves lazily as he struts in. The guy inside barely looks up from his screen. Drinks land on the table, bathing in the sunset glow, but the room feels ice cold. John sits opposite him, cutting to the chase. So, Mr. Jinsaki from Blue Zone, heard you wanted a word with one of our talents. Jinsaki scans the room impatient. Yeah, but where's the main character? Where's the guy who actually matters? John doesn't blink. Not here. He's handling business. Jinsaki leans back, looking insulted. Business, more important than me, cocky brat. John's reply is frosty. That's confidential. Besides, more importantly, we already gave you his answer, didn't we? He states firmly. That's exactly why he's a no-show. We handle all direct comms. Sorry, but a face-to-face isn't happening. Jinsaki grits his teeth. It's not that you can't. You just won't. He slams his fist on the table. If I go back empty-handed, it's my head on the block. He leans in, sneering. You're just hoarding your cash cow. Use your brain. Wouldn't Narukami Subaru be way better off in a major guild than playing streamer games? He smirks, trying to get under John's skin. Don't you agree? John crosses his arms unbothered. Debatable. Top-tier streamers are pulling numbers that rival top-ranked players these days. He continues. You sound like one of those old-school types who look down on the profession. I've met your kind before. Jinsaki laughs a mocking bark. Careful. Keep talking like that, and you're gonna make Blue Zone your enemy. John interlaces his fingers, dropping the hammer. We prioritize our talent's wishes above everything. Narukami made his call, and this agency backs him 100%. Jinsaki points a threatening finger. For an old guy, you're painfully out of the loop. Do you really think Blue Zone takes no for an answer? Suddenly, the temperature drops. John radiates a terrifying dark aura. You're the one who's confused. There are people in this world who don't bend to force or threats. He whispers a command. If you're done yapping, get out. Jinsaki freezes cold sweat, instantly soaking his back. What the hell? That mana pressure is insane. He stumbles back, masking fear with rage. Get out, you say. Do you have any idea who I am? John just waves him off like a fly. Jinsaki storms out, screaming over his shoulder. You're gonna regret this, I swear it. John watches him go smirking. Oh my. Shaking in my boots. Cut to 3 days later. We're on the 3rd floor of the Sky Serpent's Nest dungeon, and our boy is standing toe-to-toe with a nightmare, a massive sky serpent. This thing is built like a tank and looks absolutely vicious. Blood-stained fangs, eyes glowing crimson red. It's a horror show. The serpent looks confused, shocked that a tiny human is dumb enough to challenge it. Big mistake. It just severely underestimated Subaru. No hesitation. Subaru draws his demonic blade, channeling raw lightning until the steel hums. Snap. In a blink, he unleashes a massive voltage slash straight to the serpent's face. The beast hisses, screeching in agony. It can't process how a mere human hit that hard, but instinct kicks in, fight back. The battle explodes. The serpent roars, lunging, but Subaru is already moving. Another strike connects. Critical hit. The beast takes massive damage, staggering as its colossal body shudders violently. Subaru stands there, radiating main character energy, completely unbothered. He coolly sheathes the demonic sword on his back, wondering if this test run was enough, or if he should end the fight right now. He decides instantly. Boom. He launches himself forward, eyes glowing with lethal yellow light. Nothing but pure killing intent locked on target. Subaru rockets through the air, and just as the Sky Serpent opens its maw, he wasn't holding back this time. He was ready to detonate a thunderstorm right from the inside out. Subaru torpedoed into the serpent, triggering a massive voltage explosion that drowned the entire dungeon in blinding white light. The flash was searing intense enough to permanently fry the retinas of anyone unlucky enough to be watching. Then the golden text hovered in the air, system alert Sky, serpent boss annihilated. The level up chime hit. Strength, stamina, concentration, everything ticked up by 1. Cut to Subaru now perched like a king on top of the Sky Serpent's massive, lifeless carcass. The beast was so colossal, it made the cavern feel like a closet. A glint caught his eye. Just within reach, one of the serpent's fangs was pulsating with light. It glowed a deep, bloody crimson, looking less like a tooth and more like a high-tier ruby. Subaru did the mental math. 10,000 credits, maybe. He remembered that was the going rate about 20 years back. Stashing the loot, he swiped open his status window. Level 35. Strength, stamina, and mana were all sitting pretty at 36. Speed hit 33, concentration at 30. 9 levels in just 3 days. The grind was absolutely paying off. But he knew when to call it. Getting greedy leads to mistakes. Besides, Soya was waiting, and the thought of vengeance for his friend sharpened his focus, wiping the victory smirk right off his face. Jump cut to Hatsuka. She's looking like a main character today, radiating elegance in a dress that screams effort. She caught Subaru's eye the second he walked into the cafe, offering a little wave as he slid into the booth. That grin on her face was huge. Subaru figured she must have hit a jackpot or something, because she was practically beaming. Did you see it? She chirped. Subaru blinked, totally lost, and Hatsuka's face fell as the realization hit her. He was clueless. When he pressed for details, she sighed and filled him in. The collab video. Obviously. But Subaru, staying true to his brand, admitted he'd been too buried in the dungeon grind to even open YouTube. Hatsuka just laughed it off, composing herself. Typical behavior for Narukami Subaru. That chill attitude and his obsession with training. That's just part of the package. But deep down, Hatsuka sensed a shift. This wasn't exactly the same Subaru she used to know. She reached into her bag, slid an envelope across the table, and told him to take a look. He tore it open and froze. Hatsuka watched his reaction as she explained it was the revenue breakdown from the Hawkeye stream. Subaru's jaw nearly hit the table. He was looking at a payout of nearly 50,000 credits. For a D-streamer, those numbers were astronomical. Hatsuka admitted even she was shook by the numbers. She could have wired it, sure, but she needed a face-to-face. Because there was something else. Subaru leaned in, interest peaked as Hatsuka's demeanor shifted. A slight blush crept up her neck. She started talking about a contact named Kai, a guy with a serious gambling habit. Through him, she'd found some intel. She looked hesitant, like she was debating whether to even say it out loud. Finally, she spilled. There's an underground betting ring where people put cash on players, gambling on survival and victory. Standard rules: the favorite gets a low payout rate. Low risk, low reward. You bet on the skilled guy, you get peanuts back because it's a safe bet. Here's the kicker. Subaru's current odds were sitting at a massive 6.1 multiplier. But there was another guy. Someone with a payout of just 1.2. The house favorite. Who is he? Subaru demanded. Hatsuka dropped the name Omar, a blue zone grinder who's been hard stuck on the third floor of the Cave of Thunder for 10 years. A decade of obsession. That toxic fixation made Omar infamous despite having zero clout as a streamer or ranker. And get this, Omar is likely hunting Subaru right now. Subaru's solo clear announcement wasn't just news. To Omar, it was a personal insult, a mockery of his 10-year struggle. Suddenly, Subaru cut the tension by pointing out that Hatsuka was leaning in way too close. Like personal space invasion close. Hatsuka froze. She turned beet red, panic scrambled, and practically threw herself back into her seat. Recovering, she pressed on. With the Cave of Thunder sandwiched between the tournament and the next trial, a showdown with Omar was basically inevitable. She just wanted to give him a heads up. Watch your back, she warned. Scene fade. We cut to the ominous third floor of Ortonel. Ancient skyscrapers loomed over the cobblestones as vintage carriages rolled endlessly down the block. Inside one of those rides, a crew was busy trash-talking, hyped that tomorrow they'd finally confront that loudmouth who'd been chasing clout by claiming he soloed the Cave of Thunder. Two guys sat there armed to the teeth, one gripping a spear, the other nursing a sword. The swordsman scoffed, telling his buddy that Subaru was just capping, spitting lies because he had zero clue what the Cave of Thunder was really about. He told him to ignore the noise. That man was none other than Captain Omar. Omar sat in silence, rhythmically flipping a gold coin to keep his nerves in check. With an icy demeanor, he told his underling that the rumors didn't faze him. Everyone knew Subaru lived for the flex, but the squad kept running their mouths betting Subaru's career was going to crash and burn. They claimed he only leveled up that fast because he swiped the title of Thundermaster, something they'd been grinding for forever. Even so, they figured Subaru was tripping on power, acting like he was the main character, the real Narukami Subaru. As the goons continued roasting, Subaru Omar cut them off instantly. He warned them that this wasn't the time to look salty or jealous. Throwing shade at someone's achievements was a bad look. One bold lackey hesitated before asking the real question. So what's the play? Do we actually bow down? Omar squeezed the coin in his palm and declared that if it came down to it, he was ready to give the kid his props. With zero hesitation, the squad was shook into silence. That's when they spotted the detail that betrayed him. The gold coin Omar had been toying with was now bent in half from his crushing grip. In that split second, they realized that while Omar sounded chill, his ego had been absolutely demolished. And that was a recipe for disaster, because the streamer they watched was casually writing checks his skills might not cash. They wondered how Subaru would back up his big talk when facing a monster like Omar, a veteran who had dedicated his entire existence to conquering the Cave of Thunder. The scene cuts away. We zoom in on Subaru's demonic blade and the Narukami mask resting on a table. Subaru was locked in, absorbing every scrap of intel on Omar. He realized this guy was obsessed, having burst onto the scene 5 years ago. He'd hit the blue zone around the same time. But the real shocker for Subaru was seeing Omar instantly steal the spotlight. In the Cave of Thunder run, Omar was already deep in the dungeon, just inches away from the finish line. Suddenly, it clicked why Keijo had that smug look while running the tournament. If the house had a favorite to win it all, everything made sense. Still, Subaru just smirked and sent a silent, "My bad," to Keijo. Deep down, he knew he was back in prime form, fully ready to see if Keijo could handle the chaos he was about to unleash, or if he'd fold. The scene transitions again. The marketplace was decked out and way more packed than usual. In a corner, a merchant was lecturing a hunter, claiming that no matter how tier 1 the loot started out as, in this condition it was basically trash. The hunter's harvest was sloppy, leaving the hide riddled with scratches. The merchant lowballed him with an offer of 15,500 credits. The hunter wavered, clearly desperate for cash. Sensing blood in the water, the merchant bluntly told him to take the deal, or kick rocks. That was his final number. Defeated, the hunter caved and grabbed the 15,500 credits. As the merchant rolled up the hide, he smirked internally at his luck. Red troll hides had auto-regen properties and were worth a fortune, but most noobs didn't know that meta. He scammed people like this on the daily. Just as he secured the bundle, a crimson crystal-like fang slammed onto his counter. The guy making the deposit was none other than Subaru. The merchant froze instantly, recognizing a sky serpent fang when he saw one. Subaru coolly asked what the payout was. The merchant examined the fang, realizing it was a flawless S+ tier drop, barely a scratch on it. Still, the scammer smiled, thinking this kid picked the wrong guy to haggle with. He started buttering him up, praising the item's quality. He explained that sky fangs were usually high B or A rank loot. But then, right on cue, the excuses started flowing. He pointed at a microscopic scratch, claiming it didn't meet the elite standards. He added that Subaru's timing was tragic because the market was currently flooded with sky serpent fangs, causing the value to tank. The merchant whipped out his tablet, punched in 8,000 and flashed the screen at Subaru, acting like he was doing him a favor out of the kindness of his heart. Subaru just accessed his memory bank for prices from 20 years ago. Thinking that 8,000 credits was a solid haul, Subaru was ready to seal the deal. But a voice boomed from the shadows, shattering the vibe. The stranger dropped a bombshell in that pristine condition. The Sky Fang was easily worth 15,000 credits minimum. Sky Serpent Fangs were S-tier loot, meaning the seller called the shots on the price tag. Subaru spun around to face the intruder. The shopkeeper looked like he'd seen a ghost, draining all color from his face. It was Snyder, the man the myth, striding towards Subaru with predatory grace. The guy was an absolute unit, his massive frame sucking the oxygen out of the room. Yet terrifying as he was, Snyder was undeniably drop-dead gorgeous as he sized Subaru up. His gaze drilled into the kid, trying to decipher if this scrawny figure was actually the Narukami Subaru. Simultaneously, the realization clicked for Subaru too. This was Snyder. Cut to the familiar tension of the third-floor cafe. Snyder and Subaru sat face-to-face, the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Subaru had zero patience for small talk. He wanted the bottom line. Passers-by whispered, totally confused why a high-tier player like Snyder was slumming it in a cramped coffee joint. Subaru knew the score instantly. They weren't besties grabbing a latte. This wasn't a bromance, it was business. Plus, Subaru hated beating around the bush. Snyder, on the other hand, was vibing, downing cup after cup like he had all day. Finally, the giant broke the silence, grilling Subaru on his bold claim about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder. Subaru shrugged it off, acting like it was no biggie. That's when Snyder laid his cards on the table. He admitted he initially pegged Subaru as just another cocky drifter chasing clout. I mean, a rookie fresh on the third floor. Walking in and declaring he'd wipe the floor with the Cave of Thunder, that sounded like straight-up delusion. Subaru leaned in, asking if Snyder's vibe had shifted. The big man clarified he was sitting on the fence, 50% believer and 50% skeptic. Because of that split, Snyder was only offering up half a serving of respect. He admitted the kid was cracked at the game, overflowing with raw talent. But he still couldn't wrap his head around the idea that this kid was in the same league as the legendary Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru scanned Snyder like a boss fight mechanic. He initially thought Snyder was just a weirdo with too much free time, but those eyes, they were dead serious. Subaru cut through the tension, asking if Snyder kept dragging him to this specific cafe on repeat, just to fish for compliments or a gold star. Snyder shot back that he had a proposal, and instantly his demeanor flipped to pure rage. His eyes flared an electric blue, radiating lethal intent. He growled that every word Subaru spat out about soloing the Cave of Thunder needed to be retracted. He called it ignorance masquerading as confidence. Snyder demanded a livestream apology to the whole server. Subaru didn't flinch, noting that sounded less like a proposal and more like a command. Snyder corrected him. He wasn't asking for the apology now. No, the real test was coming. He vowed to crush Subaru in the upcoming tournament. That defeat would be the moment the kid admitted he was just a noob. That's when Subaru would bend the knee. Sighing at Snyder's petty drama, Subaru agreed but threw down a counteroffer if he won. Snyder had to cough up every single scrap of intel on the Spirit Cave. No secrets, no holding back. And since Snyder picked this fight, Subaru argued that price was the bare minimum to play. Snyder burst out laughing, standing up to leave. He accepted the terms effortlessly because in his mind, losing was statistically impossible, especially against a kid cosplaying as Narukami Subaru. As the giant walked off, Subaru stood up, shifting into analysis mode. He ran the numbers. Snyder wasn't some trash mob. The guy had 10 years of grinding under his belt, and it showed. Smash cut to Azure Sky Entertainment HQ. Hatsuka's friend was glued to a stream, juggling notifications like a pro. The hype was real. Over 10,000 spectators were locking in for the tournament, all thirsty for that relic prize. The turnout was going to be absolute madness. He mused that if an event like this dropped, back when he was grinding the third floor, he definitely would have thrown his hat in the ring. Scrolling through the contender list, he pegged Subaru as a wild card, but the competition was stiff. Snyder, though. Snyder was basically free money, a blue-chip stock for gamblers. He hovered his finger over the bet button, figuring with this many players, the result was scripted. Sure, the odds were trash at 1.2, but pros chase consistency, not jackpots. He was about to yeet his entire savings, ignoring the fact that gambling is a speed run to poverty when Hatsuka's ID flashed on his screen. Pure muscle memory, he tapped answer. Her voice hit so hard he panicked, slamming the tablet onto the desk with a deafening thud. He stammered that she nearly gave him a coronary. Was she spying on him, honestly? At this point, he barely cared. Deflecting hard, he asked what she was up to, sweating bullets that she somehow knew. He was gambling again. Did she bug his office, put a tracker in his ear, on the other end of the line? Hatsuka gave him a look like he'd completely lost his marbles. Dropping her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, she teased that she had a secret, asking him what his play was. Not in real life, but inside that pay-to-win app where he blows all his cash. The guy practically choked when Hatsuka dropped the bomb that she was throwing down a wager herself. And when she named her horse Narukami Subaru, he looked at her like she grew a second head. Is she delusional? Does this girl even grasp the actual value of those credits? Cut to Hatsuka, looking absolutely snatched in a high-end fit, flaunting every curve. She leaned in, challenging him. Are you saying Subaru's gonna take the L? The guy waved his hands defensive. It's not about disrespecting the rookie. It's about the math odds, stats, and cold hard data. They crunch the numbers on fighting styles and payout ratios. Look at Omar Snyder, he argued. That monster outgrew the third floor ages ago. He's on a different power level now. Word on the street, Snyder's cleared. Way more content on this floor than the OG Subaru ever dreamed of. No shot a newbie streamer who just spawned in can clap Snyder. The guy's been on the grind for 10 years straight. To him, thinking otherwise was pure Delulu fantasy. While he rambled on, Hatsuka was over it. She cut him off with a dare. Put your money where your mouth is. Bet your whole monthly check against me. Done. Deal sealed. But the air suddenly got heavy. Hatsuka's instinct spiked a lethal aura radiating from a cloaked figure. Gliding past her, Hatsuka whipped around and killed the call instantly, ghosting the guy mid-transaction. He was left staring at a blank screen. Who was the cloak? Why the abrupt hang-up? And since when does she gamble like a degenerate? Paranoia crept in. Did she know something about the odds? Smash cut to the bustling marketplace, where Snyder struts through with his lackey. The henchman brings up Subaru, but Snyder just scoffs. Admitting the kid's no amateur, he's got moves. But the minion pushes back, hinting that moves might be enough to take the captain down. Snyder's jaw tightened. Visibly annoyed, he didn't clap back. He just gritted his teeth. I saw him, Snyder growled. There is zero chance I lose. He refused to let his legacy get wrecked by some child. Meanwhile, that same shadowy cloaked figure was tracking Snyder from the crowd. It's Rena. She sized him up instantly. Snyder's mana pressure was heavy. No joke. If she wants those shoes, she's got to go through him. But she knows her own power levels. And a subtle smile played on her lips. Cut to tournament day. The Eternal Coliseum is packed to the rafters. Every seat taken, anticipation buzzing in the air. Subaru takes the long, slow walk toward the main stage. He pushes the gates open and bam, a wall of noise slams into him. The crowd is going feral. It's actual Narukami Subaru. The hype is real. Fans are losing their minds seeing the viral streamer actually stepping into the ring. Voting locked and Subaru sitting at rank 2, which begs the question, who took the top spot? Opposing gate crashes open. Enter Omar Snyder, looking like an absolute tank, radiating pure ego. But he catches Subaru's eye and deliberately looks away. The disrespect. The crowd roars for Snyder, especially the ladies, thirsty for a glimpse of the guy famous for his stamina. The stadium shakes like a subwoofer as fireworks blast overhead. Center stage lights up. A woman materializes, silencing the noise. I am Mizuhara of the Blue Zone, she announces, taking command as the MC for today's bloodbath. She breaks it down. Qualifiers first, main event for the survivors. Then the beat drop. The moment we've all been waiting for. The grand prize for the last one standing. The legendary kicks worn by Soya himself. The pride of the Blue Zone. The relic Terralila. The shoes levitate in the air, glowing, and the crowd absolutely screams. Mizuhara confirms they're authentic. Subaru locks eyes on the prize, whispering to his fallen friend. Just wait, he murmurs. I swore I'd get them back. Up in the stands, we spot Hatsuka and the cloaked Rena. Hatsuka's face turns bright red, realizing Narukami is actually rebooting his dream right now. But then she side-eyes the cloak. Wait, she knows that vibe. Rena's rocking a Narukami mask now, but it's painted blood red, and she is seething. Her rage bar is filling up fast. Subaru steps onto the field and hits go live. The internet explodes instantly. The arena quakes with cheers, chat goes matrix speed, and the viewer count smashes past 3,000 in seconds. Narukami Subaru strides onto the battlefield and finally mashes that Go Live button. The reaction, absolute nuclear detonation. The arena shakes with deafening roars, while the chat turns into a blur of unreadable hype. That viewer counter smashes past 3,000 in a literal heartbeat. In a blink, the metrics skyrocket so hard Subaru can't even compute. wearing a stiff, nervous grin. He drops a quick sorry for ghosting them. But nobody's salty, the chat just erupts with LOLs, spamming that they were already locked in. Watching him in real life, at the stadium, and on the stream simultaneously. Double screens, maximum hype. It's only then that the gravity of the situation hits Subaru. The chat is scrolling at Mach speed, a blur of overlapping messages in absolute glorious chaos. Before he can even stammer out a reply, the crowd's roar hits deafening levels. Boom, a massive system notification dominates the view. 30,000 credits just dropped in a single dawn. Subaru freezes, adrenaline instantly spiking. With a feral grin, he unsheathes his demon blade, letting its dark aura ripple through the air, and drops a slight, respectful bow to the cam, giving major thanks to the fam for the support. Right on cue, Mizuha chuckles a cool, confident sound, and declares the tournament officially open. Fireworks detonate overhead, painting the sky in blinding neon patterns. As the boom fades, she cracks open a verdant portal, its surface swirling like liquid emerald. Reality starts to warp, the ground quakes, the atmosphere hums, and the whole arena begins terraforming in real time. A massive green wave expands, swallowing the stadium whole. The crowd goes dead silent, then erupts, not in hype but pure shock. This isn't some basic spell. This is god-tier reality manipulation stuff usually reserved for blue zone elites. Even Subaru feels a cold shiver race down his spine. Power like this isn't a fluke. It screams relentless grind, terrifying talent, and years of mastering the craft. When the dust settles, the arena is unrecognizable. The sky is a glowing radioactive green, littered with shimmering stars. A system prompt pops up in Subaru's vision, confirming what his gut already told him. Preliminaries. Start. The camera pulls back for a wide aerial shot. The stadium is totally locked down inside a massive green, spherical force field cutting off the outside world. Inside, it's a full-blown jungle biome, now dense and screaming danger. The rules boom across the arena. Death equals elimination. Trust no one. Everyone else is a hostile. The round only ends when the survivor count hits exactly 1,000. Subaru's jaw tightens, seeing the counter over 10,000 participants. Slash that number by 10, that's a massacre waiting to happen. It hits him, this is a solo queue nightmare. No alliances, no mercy, just survival. Figuring he can lay low early game and save mana, Subaru decides to camp and observe. But then chat drops a nuclear bombshell. The viewers leak the meta, 1 kill equals 1 credit. Subaru blinks, completely stunned. Before that sinks in, a whale viewer matches the pot. The bounty just jumped to 200 credits per head. The donations keep stacking, chat going absolutely feral. Then comes the ultimate curveball. Taking down Omar Schneider puts a 10,000 credit bounty in your pocket. Subaru stares at the UI, speechless. His heart hammers against his ribs. Just how deep are these viewers' pockets? Snap back to reality. A cold chill spikes his spine. Instincts screaming red alert. Someone is right on his 6. A stealth-class assassin used the chaos as cover, timing his gank perfectly, betting it all on a one-shot kill. Too bad. Subaru moves like he read the script beforehand. He twists effortlessly, the dagger missing by a literal pixel. The assassin's eyes go wide in total disbelief. He knew rushing Narukami Subaru at spawn was suicide, a rookie mistake. But greed made him stupid. I mean, 200 credits per kill. That's basically free money floating around Subaru's head. Big mistake. He didn't notice Subaru had already drawn the demon sword the second he felt that killing intent. The blade hums hungry. Game over before it ever started. Time blurs, soaked in blood and pixelated chaos. The survivor count plummets. 9,500, 9,000, 8,500. Agonized screams echo through the forest arena. The prelims are revealing their true colors. Meanwhile, across the map, a single figure stomp walks with crushing pressure. Omar Schneider. He moves like a raid boss in a tutorial level. The small fry players don't even render in his vision. He's locked onto one target, Narukami Subaru. His mental state ironclad. He's ready to take this to the deathmatch. Out of nowhere, a projectile screams toward him. Schneider sidesteps at the last frame, 0 effort. The arrow whizzes past, slicing the air. He tilts his head, locking eyes with the shooter. A bush camper archer. The guy's heart drops into his stomach. He swore that shot was a crit. Convinced it was his highlight reel moment. Dead wrong. Before Schneider even twitches, shadows lengthen behind him as a squad emerges from the darkness. This wasn't random. It was a full-on coordinated ambush. The objective, 0 Omar Schneider. Take the legend down and etch their names into third-floor history. But a few of them actually had their brains turned on. Watching Schneider casually sidestep that arrow, they started whispering to abort the mission immediately. Too bad that hesitation was a one-way ticket to the grave. But ego drowns out logic. The cocky ones scoffed, tossing insults and laughing in Snyder's face, completely ignoring the massive red flags. They figured it was basic math, them versus one. They mocked him as a washed-up relic, just some loser rotting on the 3rd floor for a decade. A has been running on fumes. The camera zooms in on Snyder. He's a statue, dead calm, silent. Finally, he breaks the silence. He gives them props. The plan wasn't trash. They just picked the absolute worst guy to test it on. One guy overflowing with unearned confidence steps up. He sneers, telling Snyder to save the lecture for the afterlife. Big mistake. Before he can blink, his head disconnects from his shoulders, spinning through the air like a grotesque top as a crimson geyser erupts. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the forest floor in a horrific abstract art piece. The clearing goes dead silent. The squad freezes. They saw it happen in 4K, but their brains literally refused to process the glitch in reality. Snyder dropped him with a spear from an impossible distance, and now, that same weapon is twirling in his grip, spinning in a flawless circle. The atmosphere warps around it, visible shockwaves spiraling out like a jet engine. The air screams under the pressure. Snyder hits them with the icy stare, his voice heavy with the grit of 1,000 wars. He tells them he's seen rookie squads like this 1,000,000 times. To him, they aren't threats. They're just ants waiting to be crushed. Dialogue over. Snyder snaps the spinning spear to a dead stop. Then boom, he explodes into motion. He's a blur, a literal glitch in the Matrix, launching himself straight into the entire group. Zero hesitation, zero wasted frames. Bodies get torn apart, crushed, impaled, and deleted one by one. The forest floor turns into a bloodbath, screams getting cut off mid-breath. The ambush wasn't a fight, it was a total squad wipe. When the dust settles, Snyder is the last man standing, amidst the carnage. He addresses the invisible audience, dropping a hard truth. There are no shortcuts or cheat codes in the tower. Tricks, zerging, and fake hype mean nothing here. The only thing that saves you is your own raw power. In that moment, Omar Snyder isn't a player. He's a raid boss, a straight-up demon. He goes back to casually spinning his spear, and that casual display of dominance is enough to mentally break anyone within a 5-mile radius. The crowd in the viewing hall is stunned, silent, dry-throated eyes glued to the screen. The camera stays locked on Snyder, witnessing a complete one-sided slaughter. His spear work isn't just good, it's surgical, terrifyingly efficient. Even when one of the wannabe leaders starts screaming in panic, yelling that it's just an exam and telling everyone to chill out, it doesn't change a thing. They all know the truth. This isn't a PvP match anymore, it's a public execution. Cut to the hall. Rina is laser-focused on the broadcast, her face obscured by that Narukami Subaru mask. Watching Snyder move, her expression hardens. Out of every player in these prelims, Snyder is built different. He's in a league of his own. If he keeps climbing, he's destined for the top rankings. But suddenly Rina's focus snaps. Vibe instantly ruined. It's Hatsuka's voice. She's looking gorgeous and energetic as usual, but she's screaming her lungs out, cheering for Subaru to wreck people and calling his enemies cowards. Every syllable is grinding on Rina's last nerve. She clenches a fist under her cloak, totally over it. Then Rina notices Hatsuka is glued to Subaru's stream. Simultaneously, Hatsuka's eyes slide over to the cloaked girl who casually dropped Narukami Subaru's name earlier. Hatsuka tilts her head. Does she know him? Then she flashes a smile and brushes the thought away, figuring the cloaked mystery is just another fangirl. Rina catches the vibe and silently plays along, relieved that the misunderstanding keeps her cover safe. But then, true to form, Hatsuka starts yapping, flexing that she's been a fan for 20 years and introducing herself like they're besties. But under the bubbly exterior, there's a trap. She's fishing for Rina's name. Rina freezes. For the first time, she's cornered in a social interaction she didn't see coming. Scene change. A system notification flashes on the HUD. 13-3. 42 survivors left. The clock is ticking down only a few minutes until the endgame. Before the prelims wrap up, we cut back to the forest where Subaru is ghosting through the trees. He cocks his head to the side, checking the stats. Chat, what's the body count? The stream replies instantly. 98. Subaru raises a brow, scanning the zone. The forest is dead silent now. The lobby is thinning out. He can feel the prelims wrapping up, but the man's got an appetite. Typical. 200 credits a pop, that's chump change, even with 98 bodies in the dirt. He won't even crack 20,000 credits. Subaru clicks his tongue. Weak. Then a light bulb moment. That signature psycho grin creeps onto his face. If the prey won't hunt, I'll bring the slaughter to them. Game plan docks himself. Drop a pin, and bait the trap. Time to stat pad that kill count. The chat goes absolutely feral. Everyone else is playing prop hunt, camping in bushes, praying to survive the countdown. But Narukami Subaru, he's practically waving a giant neon sign that says, "Come at me." Zero hesitation. Chat is spamming insane good game and R.I.P. But nobody is closing that tab. He hoists the demon blade. The sky growls back. Black and gold lightning crackles around the steel. Thunder skill on. It roars like a kaiju. One swing. Just one. Timber. Trees split cleanly down the middle, collapsing in a straight line like a glitch in the server. A shockwave ripples through the map. The ground quakes. The whole arena feels that hit. Stealth is over. Across the map, Omar Snyder's radar goes off. That energy spike hits him like a freight train. No guessing games here. Only one monster hits that hard. Narukami Subaru. Snyder stands over a pile of corpses, amateurs who thought they were the main character, scrubs who thought Zerg rushing him would work against actual skill. The last ambush attempt ends with Snyder's spear buried in a chest cavity. Body drops. Snyder's eyes flare blue. Pure, unfiltered murder aura spills out. He's hyped. Target acquired. But Snyder freezes, spawning right in front of him like a ghost. Is Narukami Subaru. The air between them is sizzling. Turns out Subaru was hunting the hunter. Cocky smirk. Found you first. The live stream chat breaks the sound barrier. Messages fly by, everyone betting the house that Subaru wipes the floor with Snyder for an easy 10,000 credits. Looks like a free win to them, but the fighters, they know better. Game recognizes game. The pressure is suffocating. They're peer-level threats. One slip up, it's back to the lobby. No room for error. Snyder chuckles, actually vibing with this. Let's skip the intro. Green Forest Light. Subaru versus Snyder. Two storms crashing into each other. Round 1 fight, but the clock is the real enemy. 202 survivors left. Subaru knows the meta. When the timer hits 0, the lobby cuts to top 200. No time to play with his food. He needs a speedrun strat. But Snyder isn't giving an inch. Spears are flying at Subaru's dome, rapid fire. Surgical aim. No wind-up, no tells, just pure kill shots. Subaru is barely dodging by pixels. Frame-perfect evasions. He's actually sweating. He sees the damage behind him. The spears that miss are deleting the forest. Thick trunks turned into sawdust. The DPS is insane. Subaru gets the picture. One hit is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Snyder is chilling. He's comfortable waiting out the clock with 200 players left. Subaru scans for a weakness. Then it hits him. Those aren't skills. That's just raw mechanics. Refined to a god-tier level. No mana cost, no cooldown glow. Blink and you're dead. Snyder starts revving up the spear again. It spins into a blur, sounding like a helicopter rotor shredding the air. Subaru senses the shift. The hitbox is extending way past physical limits. The wind pressure alone hits like a truck, nearly knocking Subaru off his axis. He dug his heels in, locking his core tight just to keep from toppling over. Then another strike screamed in. No time to think, Subaru triggered the demon blade, dumping his stamina straight into the steel. Power exploded through him, scaling up with every ounce of energy he burned. Simultaneously, he fired up greed scale level 4 to keep the blade's curse from ripping his body apart from the inside out. Even with that boost, he barely parried, angling the blade just enough to send the death blow, careening off target. Seeing an opening, Subaru lunged, but the second he twitched, he realized Snyder was already 2 moves ahead. That spear was already flying a silver blur, aiming right for Subaru's heart. With zero mercy, Subaru wasn't done yet. Wrenching his torso sideways at the final split second, he whipped around a spinning kick, destined for Snyder's jaw. Snyder swatted it aside like it was nothing. Then instantly he snapped back with a savage slash, trying to bury Subaru under pure pressure. But Subaru stood tall. He forced his stance to hold, and met Snyder's spear dead on with his demonic sword. Metal shrieked against metal as he blitzed forward, matching him blow for blow. The impacts rattled his bones, his stamina bar tanking at a terrifying speed. Finally, after a brutal trade-off, Subaru landed a heavy hit that knocked Snyder back. For a heartbeat, Subaru could actually breathe. Snyder just stood there, icy calm. The guy didn't even look winded. He cocked his head, a flicker of confusion in his gaze. He'd been watching Subaru this whole time, so where was the thunder skill? Snyder knew he had it. Unable to hold back, he called him out. Subaru inhaled deeply, centering himself, and dropped a cold reply, popping thunder in the prelims. Total waste. This match is practically over anyway. That hit Snyder harder than a physical blow straight to the ego. He scanned the chaos around them. The survivor counter read 1007. Hearing Subaru casually dismiss him, claiming he wasn't worth the mana, made Snyder grind his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes looked ready to pop out of his skull. Was Subaru stalling, or was he just refusing to take this seriously? The uncertainty was gasoline on the fire. Silence fell as they collided again. This time, though, Subaru parried the spear perfectly. The instant steel kissed steel. Subaru felt it. Clean, sharp, flawless. Behind his mask, a smirk tugged at his lips. What is up with this dude, he thought, going this hard in the qualifiers? Seriously. Snyder was practically radiating heat. But no matter how hard they fought, the player count kept ticking down. Bodies hit the floor until the counter finally hit 1000. That was the magic number. The second the announcement boomed across the arena. An invisible force locked everyone in place. Snyder and Subaru skidded to a halt, forcibly separated by the system. Snyder cracked a grin, warning Subaru to be ready for round 2. Subaru just felt a sting of annoyance. So close. He'd have to wait a bit longer to cash in on those 10,000 credits. Right on cue, a system alert popped up. All survivors were warping to the lobby. The world dissolved. The waiting room materialized, a massive digital void buzzing with floating screens and neon text. Subaru blinked, scanning the holographic prompts. Every player got a 30-minute cooldown before the main event. Only now did the adrenaline fade. His hands were shaking. The truth hit him like a truck. Snyder had pushed him to the absolute brink. That duel was way sketchier than he'd like to admit. A few more seconds and he might have been the one spectating. Then it clicked. The stream, he was still live. Pulling up the chat, he saw the text flying by. Chat was salty, the fight got cut short. But then, Subaru checked the live numbers, and his eyes went wide. 11,000 viewers. Hatsuka's voice echoed in his head. The 10,000 mark, the streamer's wall. Break that and you're not just a nobody. You're a pro. You survive. And right now, over 11,000 real people were glued to his screen. Subaru grinned. For the first time, he felt like a legit content creator. Even that deathmatch with Snyder had paid off big time. But now that he knew what Snyder was capable of, one question nagged at him. How did a monster like that fail to clear the Cave of Thunder? The scene faded to black. We cut straight to the Blue Eyes' secret hideout. The vibe inside, absolute trash. One of Rina's crew is leaning back, looking totally over it. You can see the irritation etched into his face, boredom, eating him alive. He's having a full-on crisis, wondering what he's even doing with his life. It's the same grind every day train. Eat and binge-watch Narukami Subaru's stream. It's like an addiction he can't kick. But analyzing the screen, Omar Schneider is currently W-keying the fight. He has the upper hand, no doubt. But the guy watching is confused. Why is a beast like Schneider camping out on the third floor? If anyone knows the meta, it's Schneider. The lower you go, the harder it is to bridge that power gap. But he realizes something else. There is one stat, where Subaru clearly outclasses Schneider Thunder. If Subaru actually had the mechanical skill to match Schneider, the second he mastered that Thunder ability, the whole game would flip. That Thunder skill is a comeback mechanic waiting to happen. But looking at the fight, that is definitely not happening right now. He's analyzing every frame. Subaru isn't sandbagging. He is fighting for his life. Omar Schneider pushed him to the absolute brink in a head-on clash. Smash cut to the next scene. A flood of mission complete. Notifications blow up Subaru's HUD, followed by the sweet sound of credits hitting the bank. We are talking a payout of roughly 20,000 credits. Like a loot goblin terrified the servers might crash. Subaru starts smashing the accept button on every single one. Zero shame. If the whales are donating, he is taking the bag with a smile on his face. Once the dust settles and his account balance stabilizes, Subaru makes a power move. He drops 80,000 credits to upgrade the greed skill. Straight to level 5, draining his funds down to 16,000 credits. The skill ranks up and the new stats are insane. It now nerfs the self-inflicted damage from his own skills and items with the buff scaling. Based on the skill's rank, the next upgrade, a massive 160,000 credits. Subaru lets out a breath. Finally, this build is actually viable. Meanwhile, chat is starting to lose it. On screen, Subaru has gone away from keyboard. No commentary, zero movement. The viewers are spiraling, trying to figure out what kind of 5D chess he's plotting, and the hype is building by the second. Scene switch. The green arena is glowing eerily under the artificial lights. But now it is nighttime. Mizuha is standing there staring at Soya's shoes. She is frowning, paranoid that a thief is plotting to swipe them. She even has a suspect in mind. But her train of thought gets derailed. A voice calls out. Mizuha spins around to find an escort dropping some heavy news reinforcements. From Guild HQ, just touched down to back her up. Mizuha freezes, a look of pure shock hitting her face. She is thinking, why is this happening again? And more importantly, who is leading the squad? Before she can ask, a heavy familiar aura fills the room. The man steps into the light. Mizuha goes rigid the second she spots him. Her eyes pop. What is a top-tier player like him doing down on the third floor? It is none other than Kurokawa. He walks in with that I own this place swagger, looking sharp, and casually drops the bomb that the guildmaster is tilting hard right now. Mizuha gulps. She wonders if this is about Narukami Subaru. Kurokawa shuts that down. It isn't just Subaru. It is about Subaru and Schneider. But that isn't even the biggest problem. Before she can dig for answers, the scene shifts again. We are back with Hatsuka and Rina. Rina looks visibly shook. Why is such an overpowered woman sitting in a dump like this? The math isn't mathing. Hatsuka reads the room and decides to make a move. She reaches up and pulls off her mask. Instantly, Rina's entire vibe changes. She straightens up and introduces herself as Tammy, adding that being called Miss makes her feel ancient. Hatsuka blushes a little, but her laser focus doesn't waver. She points out the elephant in the room. There is a completely abnormal aura leaking off Tammy. Just from that, Hatsuka knows this woman has been grinding for a long time. Her eyes narrow, she instantly clocks that Tammy's face is a fake, crafted by a disguise technique. Rina is floored. How did she see through the glamour so easily? She looks annoyed, demanding to know who Hatsuka really is. As she tests Hatsuka's perception, a cold realization hits her. She has been totally exposed. Rina wonders, if Hatsuka is a hitman sent by Kyo Itsuki. But no, Hatsuka is way too open for that kind of work. She flashed a cryptic smile telling Rina she must have her reasons for staying off the grid. It's a basic rule: the higher the power level, the deeper the secrets. But Hatsuka didn't play games. She needed to know right now, was Rina here to crash the tournament, or what? Rina's entire vibe shifted, keeping her disguise locked tight. She shot back, asking exactly what Hatsuka planned to do about it. The second those words hit the air, Hatsuka snapped. Her chill demeanor glitched into something psycho. That smile stretched way too wide, as she swore that if Rina was here to grief the match, she'd shut her down permanently. Boom! Red energy detonated from Hatsuka's frame, flooding the zone with suffocating killing intent. The atmosphere literally vibrated. Cut to Narukami Subaru, right on cue. A holographic system window flashes in everyone's face. Break time is over. The second the text loads, the map starts glitching out again. Reality twists and reconfigures, followed instantly by a new notification. Finals, commencing immediately. Panic breaks out. What the hell? We were standing right next to each other. I couldn't hear a damn thing before the players can even process the lag. A Colosseum-sized arena materializes from thin air. This is the kill box for the next round. A massive UI window glows overhead. The finals are set, territory capture mode. Seize the enemy's turf. Everyone stares dead silent at the objective. Simultaneously, the host's voice booms through the stadium, dropping the tutorial. Listen up, here's the meta. When the match starts, you get assigned a zone. Max cap of 2 players per territory. Defend your spot, steal the loot, and dominate the map. Wipe the enemy inside a zone and it's yours. When the timer hits 0, whoever holds the most real estate takes the crown. Her voice gets razor sharp for the outro. Who's gonna be the new Lord of Talaria? We'll know in 2 hours. The floor quakes and locks into position. Game on. The host screams one last time. Let the finals begin. The camera zooms out, showcasing the massive scale. A sprawling battleground where 1,000 players are ready to throw hands. Deep in the mix, one guy stands apart: Narukami Subaru. He scans the map, his internal monologue cool and analytical. Classic. Nobody's moving. Engaging now means you grind for just one tile. High risk, low reward. But late game, you can snatch a whole empire by clapping one high-ranking player. Turtle strategy is the meta. Then chaos. In a split second, players start getting deleted left and right. A lone wolf blurs past, steamrolling everyone in his lane. It's Narukami Subaru going full aggro. By the time the dust clears, he's already capped a massive chunk of the map. Standing like a boss on conquered soil, Subaru smirks. That's what I should say, but I'm farming 300 credits ahead here. Meanwhile, across the map, cut to Schneider. Spear in hand, this guy is a walking natural disaster claiming zones. With 0 effort. The competition, they're just mobs to him. Anyone dumb enough to step up gets erased. In a blink. Just watching him advance sends the other players into a panic spiral. One dude stares at Schneider, shaking like a leaf, and screams, "Wait, I haven't done anything yet." Schneider doesn't even hesitate, he pierces him mid-sentence. Game over. The camera pans behind the spearman. It's a graveyard, bodies stacked up, red pixels splattered everywhere. Standing in the center of the gore, Schneider doesn't twitch, leaking a terrifying aura that crushes the spirit of anyone nearby. Suddenly, his peripheral vision catches a body hitting the floor. At the same exact moment, the camera aligns Subaru and Schneider. They're distance apart, but the connection is instant. Locking eyes, their stares clash like steel on steel. Between them, clueless players in the middle zones are still scrapping for points, totally unaware of the titans about to collide. Subaru holds Schneider's gaze for a heartbeat, then casually swerves. He alters his path completely, diving into a different skirmish instead of the boss fight. The second Schneider realizes he's being ignored, his face contorts with pure rage. His bloodlust spikes as he roars across the field. "Hey, where the hell are you going? You running scared?" Subaru keeps walking unbothered. Suddenly, a stream of chat comments starts scrolling over his vision. "What's wrong, lil bro? Scared to chat? Just throw hands already, bro." The chat is getting pressed, but Subaru doesn't even break stride. He hits him with a breezy "Nah, gotta stack that paper first." The live feed goes nuclear. Bro is actually away from keyboard farming right now. Unreal. Cut to black, then snap back, crimson dripping off Subaru's blade. Bodies are piling up left and right. Another sector just got painted Narukami red and added to his collection. He stands amidst the carnage, face totally unbothered. Inner monologue running floor 3, honestly kinda mid. The skill gap between me and Schneider isn't a gap, it's a canyon. Bing. A system UI pops up, shattering his train of thought. Alert: player Don Chow has invaded your zone. Player count 2. Lockdown initiated. Escape is impossible. Barely a second later, a dude struts into the frame, white-knuckling his weapon like his life depends on it. He's checking his corners, keeping the mobs at bay, but his eyes, they're laser-locked on Subaru. "You're Narukami Subaru, yeah." The question hangs in the air. Boom chat goes wild instantly. Yo, isn't that Don Chow from the Blue Zone? That's Schneider's goon. Chow lets out a shaky breath, steadying himself. You can hear the nerves cracking in his voice. Boss is gonna chew me out for dropping you this early, Narukami. Subaru just blinks. Blue Zone. He casually lifts his blade, leveling the tip right at the intruder. The message is clear. Come and get it. Don Chow doesn't need a second invitation, gripping his spear until his knuckles turn white. He rushes in, screaming at the top of his lungs. Forgive me, Captain. Next frame, pure chaos. That spear is aiming for Subaru's heart. But at the split second before impact, Subaru ghosts him. A smooth backstep, leaving the spear stabbing empty air. Chow cackles like a maniac and winds up for round 2. Another strike comes in at Mach speed. Subaru sidesteps again, but this time, the vibe changes completely. As the spear whizzes past, Subaru flicks his wrist. Clang metal meets metal in a high-pitched screech. One buttery smooth slash from the demon blade and Chow's spear is suddenly a toothpick. Chow's pupils dilate. Huh, my gear just snapped. The severed metal hits the dirt and Chow's knees buckle right along with it. No time to recover. Subaru closes the distance, pressing the cold steel edge flush against Chow's windpipe. The blade kisses the skin. Subaru adjusts his grip, angling the steel for the finisher against the guy's neck. Thwack. A brutal downward thrust. Steel meets flesh exiting the other side. A red fountain erupts. Subaru doesn't even blink. Correction, Captain. You won't be hearing from him. The screen is saturated in Don Chow's life force. Subaru frowns, wiping his blade. What was his deal? The chat goes ballistic, instantly reacting to the swift kill. 1/Chow, more like no/clown dude, was absolute garbage tier. But the victory lap gets cut short. A new holo window flashes red in his face. Warning, player Schneider has invaded your territory. The stream chat freezes for a split second, then hyper scrolls. Everyone knows it's going down. The main event is here. A roar tears through the silence from behind, dripping with pure venom. Narukami. Subaru spins on his heel. There he is, Schneider coiled like a viper, ready to strike. Schneider launches himself forward. Gotcha. No wind-up, just pure aggression. It's a blindside attack. Subaru's eyes widen, but muscle memory takes over. He snaps the demon blade up. Boom. The block holds. The impact sends a shockwave rippling out, cracking the earth beneath their feet. Raw mana pours off them. 2 colliding storms of energy, lighting up the entire zone. The air gets heavy, hard to breathe. Schneider isn't letting up. He's spamming heavy attacks, each one hitting like a freight train. This is a different league from the mobs. Mid-swing, Schneider screams, "Pop the thunder, skill coward. Do it or you're dead meat." The tempo is insane, just a blur of steel and sparks. Clang, clang, clang. It's a fireworks display of violence. But you can see it. The momentum is turning. Subaru is getting walked down. Schneider's brute force is shoving him back inch by inch. He's sliding backwards across the dirt. Then snaps. Subaru backpedals right across the zone boundary. Tactical retreat. He hops into the neutral zone, disengaging. Subaru lowers his stance, sheathing the killing intent. For a second, Schneider skids to a halt, face twisted in disgust. Ha, are you serious right now? Running away again, Subaru doesn't take the bait. He just locks eyes with him, icy calm. You wanted it. You got it. Crack. Black thunder explodes from his core. Dark arcs of lightning whip around him like a cage, shredding the atmosphere. The pressure just maxed out. System interfaces bombard the air, a cascade of glowing holographic panels stacking up like glitched pop-ups. Skill trigger casting thunder. Passive ability, Heart of Thunder, is mitigating incoming voltage, buffing thunder skill damage by 20% and nullifying electrocution effects. Static electricity screams towards Subaru's palm, compressing violently into a singularity. Ping. Another window flashes. Greed level 5 stabilizes the feedback loop, eating the secondary recoil before it can burn him out. The mana solidifies. It's not just a spell. It's a spear forged from literal black thunder, crackling with jagged arcs of raw energy. The weapon emits a terrifying pressure, distorting the atmosphere with the smell of ozone and death. Grip tightening. Narukami Subaru drops a cold truth voice, absolutely flat. Retreating is for the weak. Schneider stares at the weapon brain, trying to process the visual. His pupils tremble. He materialized an element into a physical weapon. That shouldn't even be possible. Narukami Subaru starts the slow walk toward Schneider. Step. Step. The black thunder spear hisses louder, hungry for contact. He halts right in Schneider's grill. Deadpan stare. Well, does this look like I'm fleeing to you? Schneider gulps, throat dry. No. Subaru dips his chin. Then let me flip the question. Are you gonna bail? Facing a literal lightning god, Schneider feels that primal fear spike. Cold sweat tracks down his cheek. But the adrenaline hits different. His eyes ignite with fire. If I survive this monster, I finally level up. I break my ceiling. A grin cuts across Schneider's face. And with that smirk, a memory unlocks. Cut to the past. Schneider is chilling with his right-hand man, Don Chow. Don Chow shuffles awkwardly. Cap, gotta ask something kinda out of line. Schneider glances over. You're always out of line. That's rich coming from you. Don Chow rubs his neck. Just curious. Why are you so thirsty for the Cave of Thunder? You've got the stats to clear floor 5. Easy. Hell, maybe even floor 6. Schneider chuckles darkly. Who knows, guys like me. His smile drops. We get tunnel vision. We chase the high and forget why we started. Don Chow looks confused. Bruh, that's cryptic. Schneider gets real. Best case, it's conviction. Worst case, pure obsession. He pauses, letting the weight of the words settle. But here's the facts. Win or lose, this raid changes my whole trajectory. His eyes go steel hard. That's exactly why quitting isn't an option. Flashback ends. Snap back to reality. Schneider locks eyes with Narukami Subaru, voice dripping with eerie calm. And you, I think you're about to become my second obsession. Schneider spins his spear. A blurring vortex. The atmosphere shrieks as he pulls every ounce of mana into his orbit. He coils for the kill shot and boom, he's gone. Vanished from the spot. Wrapped in a raging aura, he flickers back into existence, barreling toward Narukami Subaru like a meteor. Speed is off the charts. Subaru steps into the pressure. Respect to your 10-year grind. So I won't pull my punches. Subaru accelerates. 0 to 100, instantly launching himself straight at Schneider. The Black Thunder spear screams, unleashing a nightmare wave of voltage that tears the sky apart. Schneider doesn't blink, charging headfirst, his own power maxed out without restraint. Contact. Metal meets lightning. The collision detonates a shockwave that flattens the air. No holding back now. It's an all-or-nothing clash, both fighters dumping their entire mana pool into one strike. The impact is too much. The bedrock splinters shattering under the sheer weight of their DPS. Fissures rip across the map. The ground ripples like water buckling under the energy density. The stadium can't tank this damage. Structures warp and snap, overwhelmed by the god-tier power output. Catastrophic explosion. Thunder roars, blinding white light swallows the frame. Dust. Arcs of electricity and raw destruction choke the air. Visibility drops to 0. Just violent noise and swirling debris. Total wipeout. Then hard cut. We see Reina and Hatsuka. Staring contest. Reina is confused, but Hatsuka, she breaks the silence, face totally serious. Because I'm Narukami, Subaru's manager. Reina freezes, brain buffering. Eyes popping out. Hatsuka smirks, casual vibe. She explains, like, it's obvious. Look, if this tournament goes sideways, it tanks his stream analytics. Bad for the brand. Can't let that happen. Reina stares at her jaw on the floor. Jaw hitting the floor, she blurts out, totally unable to process the intel. You, his manager. No shot, I don't buy it. Hatsuka fires back instantly, her tone a mix of irritation and a humble brag. Legit. Tell me about it. Snagging this gig was a total nightmare. I had to steamroll through a legion of blind haters and corporate suits who tried to block me. Reina's skepticism melts into pure fangirl worship, her eyes practically turning into hearts as she stares at Hatsuka. That is insane. I've been glued to every single stream since the Wolf Warrior arc dropped. Hatsuka freezes, processing the compliment. She leans in, eyes wide. Hold up. You're an OG. Like dating back to the Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru era. They're geeking out, vibing over their shared fandom, when the massive screen in front of them suddenly screams for attention. K-boom. A colossal explosion rips through the display, the shockwave shaking their entire view. It's that same cataclysmic blast from before the collision of ultimate attacks between Narukami Subaru and Schneider. The impact is so intense, the screen washes out in blinding white light and thick smoke, obliterating all visibility. The girls are paralyzed, eyes locked on the chaotic feed. Neither Reina nor Hatsuka can summon a single word. Pure shock is plastered across their faces. Hatsuka's heart hammers against her ribs, panic setting in. Her mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. What's the aftermath? Is it over? The uncertainty is suffocating. It feels like everything is spiraling out of control. Voice trembling, she whispers, "No way." Cut to the battlefield. The thick curtain of dust and debris begins to thin out. The silhouette of the survivors emerges from the devastation. Narukami Subaru and Schneider come into focus. At first glance, it looks like a stalemate. Neither seems phased. The air around them crackles with wild, heavy energy, distorting reality itself. But zoom in, and the horror reveals itself. A dark stream of blood gushes from Schneider's lips. And his body, half of it is just gone, vaporized. That one strike packed enough power to erase matter. Opposite the pristine Narukami Subaru, Schneider's strength finally evaporates. His legs buckle. He hits his knees before face-planting into the dirt. Game over. But Narukami, the guy walked through a nuclear blast without a scratch. Not a bruise. Not a speck of dust. He's perfectly fine. Standing tall like a god among mortals. Staring down at his defeated foe, Narukami projects a calm thought. Catch you later, Schneider. Right on cue, a holographic system window pops up in his HUD. Victory confirmed. Territory capture count 283. Another global notification flashes for the whole world to see winner Narukami Subaru. Territory seized 283. That one message seals the deal. The camera pans back to the arena interior. where the live audience is losing their collective minds. The second, the winner is confirmed. Fireworks detonate across the sky. The stadium erupts into absolute pandemonium. Narukami fans and even the haters are swept up in the hype. The roar of the crowd is deafening as they chant his name, celebrating a god-tier victory. Hatsuka is beaming, looking like she just won the lottery. She turns to Rina, a huge grin plastered on her face, dying to high-five her new bestie. But the vibe check fails instantly. Rina isn't cheering. She looks off. Her expression is dark, distant. While the world celebrates, Rina looks like she's carrying the weight of the world. Internally, she's spiraling. I can't believe it. The guy taking home the grand prize is actually him. Cut to the stage. The host storms back into the spotlight, mic in hand, hyping the crowd up one last time. Let's hear it again. The glorious champion of this tournament is Narukami Subaru. The crowd goes feral at the mention of his name. Social media is blowing up with the news. The hype train has no brakes. Narukami Subaru steps into the arena, calm and collected. The host keeps the energy peaking, and now we're bringing out the holy grail of this tournament. The legendary shoes everyone has been thirsting over. The host bellows. The long-awaited prize is now presented to our champion. Rina, watching this unfold, makes a snap decision. Silent and swift, she bails. She launches into the air, fleeing the arena like she's escaping a crime scene. Hatsuka watches her go, confused and worried. Why dip now? It doesn't make sense. A bad feeling settles in her gut. Meanwhile, on stage, the grand prize is placed into Narukami Subaru's hands. As he stares down at the shoes, a tsunami of memories crashes into his mind. 20 years gone in a blink, huh? Reality warps his vision, swimming, as his mind violently snaps back to the glory days. Cut to a flashback, a kid screaming his lungs out in a room. Yo, are you deaf? I explicitly said. Hands off the kicks. Who's the guilty party? Speak up. He is fuming, yelling at nobody. Suddenly a dude strolls in from behind, cool as a cucumber. Yo Toshiya, what's the damage? You tweaking again, bro. Always so salty. Man, that meal hit different. I'm stuffed. Then comes the jump scare. Camera pans down to the guy's feet. He's rocking the limited edition grand prize sneakers. The boy sees red. Instant meltdown mode. My kicks. He launches himself like a missile, throwing hands immediately. I told you a million times not to touch them. You're gonna crease them. His fighting style. Absolutely wild. He unleashes a barrage of unique kicks, absolutely demolishing the dude standing there. This whole chaotic mess, it's being spectated by the OG Blue Zone squad. Chilling on the sidelines watching the drama. Snap back to the present. Narukami Subaru stands in the arena, clutching those legendary sneakers. The crowd is buzzing. The broke streamer finally got some loot. Narukami Subaru is officially stacking his inventory. Bet the resale on those is insane. The host opens her mouth to interview him, but Subaru cuts her off cold. Not for sale. The host freezes, blinking in pure confusion. Chad is saying you could make a fortune if you auction these right now. She hypes it up, adding, yeah, we're talking 6 figures easily, maybe even 1 million credits. Subaru's reply, dead calm, stone cold. Don't care about the price tag. I'm keeping them. Suddenly a voice booms from the stands, shattering the moment. Sell them to me. Name your figure. I've got legendary gear in the vault if you want to trade. Someone else cuts in. 2 million credits right now. 2.1 million. I'll drop 2.5 million, plus ads. 3 million, no, 4 million. The arena turns into a shark tank, bids flying everywhere. Subaru just stands there, soaking it in silence, loud in his eyes. Then 2 words drop like a hammer. Buzz off. Boom. Black lightning starts crackling in the air above him. It's not the full-blown apocalypse from before, but the vibes are still terrifying. Frozen lightning arcs down, crushing the arena under a heavy freezing pressure. Subaru's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. Let me make this crystal clear. They aren't going anywhere. Not even for 10 million credits. Icy energy floods off him, rolling out like a sub-zero fog. The intensity is suffocating. Even the host is wobbling, fighting just to stay upright against the best. Sheer weight of his aura. She shakes it off, forcing a tight smile for the camera. Well, you heard the man, folks. Subaru doesn't waste another second. He pivots on his heel. All right, I'm out. He starts marching toward the exit. The host tries to stall him, shouting after his back, but he's already gone. Subaru walks off, Vance's secured in hand, vanishing from the stage lights. Cut to the outside world. We're in a tight alleyway, shadowed by the skyscrapers. 2 members of Blue Zone are lurking. A stoic guy and a girl, having watched the whole show go down. The guy breaks the silence, still reeling. He actually pulled it off, did not see that coming at all. The girl beams, totally hyped. Isn't he insane? He took down Schneider. Like, actually beat him. She glances at her partner, eyes wide. What's your take? You think he's gonna turn into the real deal? Like the OG Narukami Subaru? That's Hanamaki Hiyori. The guy shrugs, playing it cool. Who knows? Hiyori taps her chin, thinking out loud. The forums are buzzing. Everyone's saying if the original Subaru was that strong, the new Subaru should be on the same level. The guy frowns. Original new, what kind of terminology is that? Hiyori breaks it down. It's the nicknames. Blue Eyes Narukami is the original, and our streamer boy is the new version. The guy isn't having it. His face goes rigid, voice sharp. That's completely idiotic, and the logic is backwards. If the new Subaru can pull off these moves, it proves the original is the real monster. Hiyori blinks. Huh. Isn't that literally the same point, just rephrased? Not even close. Hiyori rolls her eyes, sighing. You're exhausting. Blue Eyes fanboys are actually the worst. I see you muttering over there. Suddenly, her mood flips. She leans in, eyes sparkling with excitement. So what's next? Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Her face flushes, blushing hard as she geeks out. The boy looks visibly annoyed, fist tightening at his side. He shuts down the fantasy. Doesn't matter. We have a mission to complete. Time to catch us a shoe thief. The boy doesn't waste a second striding off and leaving her in the dust. Panic sets in as she scrambles after him. Hey, wait up. You're not actually salty about this, are you? Seriously, wait for me. But as the camera pulls back, we realize the two of them aren't alone in that alleyway. Shadows emerge from the corners. It's the rest of the Blue Zone crew. Like a pack on the hunt, they all surge forward in unison, locked onto a single target. Cut back to Narukami Subaru. He's marching ahead, clutching those shoes like a lifeline, with over 11,000 eyeballs glued to his live stream. Chat is going absolutely ham, messages scrolling faster than you can read. Kinda retro vibes, isn't it? Yo, don't go there. That's banned content, fam. Mid. Not my aesthetic. Ignoring the noise, Subaru's mind drifts to the one name tied to the gear in his hands. Toshiya. His voice drops to a whisper barely audible. Even under these messed up circumstances, I'm just glad our paths crossed again. Shifting gears, he addresses the camera with a genuine look. Thanks for the missions, chat. Honestly, because of you guys. It didn't sting as much as I thought it would. The comment section is still exploding as Subaru pulls up the item interface to inspect the goods. Talaria. Rank unique. Required. Level 30 plus. The stats are insane. Movement speed plus 25%. Jump power boosted by 15%. The legendary footwear of Hermes, the free thief. Special ability, Cloud Stride, usable twice a day. 2 charges left, resetting daily. Eyes locked on the screen, Subaru mutters, alright, let's see what we've got. But right then, his phone buzzes. He picks up, and a frantic voice crackles on the other end. Narukami-san, you still live. Listen, I spotted someone acting super sus. I've got a really bad feeling about this girl. Subaru's expression instantly hardens. What's happening? Meanwhile, the camera pans to a dense crowd. Hidden in the swarm is Rina fighting a war inside her own head. She's spiraling. What the hell am I doing? Why am I standing right here staring down Toshiya's shoes? If this is how it plays out, I've got 0 options left. She drifts forward with the flow of people, then freezes dead in her tracks. Her thoughts turn ice cold. To keep this quiet, I'll have to slice his ankles clean off. Fueled by that brutal resolve, Rina melts back into the mass of bodies, stalking closer to her prey. The scene cuts to an opulent mansion. We catch Narukami Subaru stepping through the grand entrance. Hatsuka is already there, eyes locking onto him the second he appears. They trade a few brief words. Flashing a soft smile, she cheers major props on the win. She adds that she's already grabbed a drink for him. You looked drained, so I kept it non-alcoholic, she explains. Suddenly, Subaru's face turns stone-cold serious. Explain that text, he demands, showing her the alert she sent regarding a total creep. Turns out that mystery person was actually Rina. A flustered Hatsuka stammers out a shaky reply. Right so. Taking a deep breath, she confesses, I ran into a seriously weird individual in the stands. Someone weird, Subaru echoes. She nods, describing a female player hiding behind a Narukami mask. She seemed sketchy at first, but we actually vibed, Hatsuka explains. We're both your fans, so the convo never died. But the moment you clutched the win, her expression shifted, she continues. Like she'd been brutally dumped. If she's really a fan, why look so miserable when you win, she wonders. And then poof, she vanished. A light blush creeps onto her face as she adds, I tried to tail her, but her stealth skills were insane. She's definitely no ordinary pro, she concludes. Subaru's mind races times, someone that elite, claiming to be my fan asterisk. Out loud, he asks, and you asked if she followed Narukami Subaru specifically. Hatsuka cuts him off, but he calmly clarifies, I don't mean me. She catches on. The blue-eyed one right. Her reaction was impossible to put into words. It wasn't a yes, but she didn't say no either, she explains, struggling to find the right phrasing. Finally, she whispers, it felt like she was nostalgic. Instantly, Subaru's entire vibe shifts. He bolts from his seat so violently the chair slams onto the floor, sprinting out of the hotel. Hatsuka is left frozen in shock. She screams his name, begging him to wait, but he doesn't look back. The camera pans over the neon-lit city at night. There sits Rina, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. Just as I thought, she murmurs, her voice turning sharp as ice. You've gone soft, Kageyu. The scene shifts to a dark alley, where the spearman and mage wait. Rina scowls with pure annoyance. If you wanted me, you should have come yourself, she spits. Thinking some newbie could drop me, he even won. Cut to Subaru, tearing down the street at breakneck speed. A bystander wonders where he's headed in such a rush. Probably just high on that win they mock. Dopamine must be hitting hard. But Subaru doesn't let up. Back to Rina, her mind crunching numbers. Minus 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds is all it takes to steal it. Old memories flood back. She recalls promising a white-haired figure, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone touch Saya's treasure." Present day, Rina clenches her fist, fuming. "I talked big, but I just can't bring myself to go through with it." Her voice trembles as she admits, honestly, he's the spitting image of the late Subaru. She claws at her head and screams, "Ugh, enough already, I'm done caring about this." Her gaze turns murderous. "If you join the blue zone, I'm coming for you. No mercy. Next time I'm aiming for your throat, not your legs," she threatens before abruptly coming to a halt. She slowly turns, her voice dropping to a whisper. "One day, I want to actually talk to him. Maybe if I see his face and speak to him directly, I'll find the real Subaru again." She lingers for a heartbeat, then vanishes instantly, as if she just teleported out of existence. We cut to Subaru gasping for air. Laria was just bait to draw out the blue-eyed version times, he realizes. If Rina infiltrated to reclaim Saya's shoes, she must have been masking her presence on purpose. His mind races even faster. I felt Shigure's mana in those ice flowers. Could the four of them still be out there? He forces himself to stay focused. No, don't get ahead of yourself. Knowing Rina, that's too big of a leap. If Saya's memento was right there, Rina wouldn't just stand by. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. Subaru's mind outpaces his sprinting feet as adrenaline surges. Those ice blossoms, they're definitely pulsing with Shigure's icy mana. Is it possible? Are all four of them still drawing breath? The shock rattles him, but he ruthlessly forces a cold calm. No, stay sharp. Knowing Rina's volatile personality, jumping to conclusions now would be a fatal mistake. If Saya's keepsake were truly within reach, Rina wouldn't be playing it this quiet. Suddenly, a voice pierces the silence behind him. Calling out to him, Hatsuka rushed to his side. Breathless and worried, she gasped, "Are you all right?" He'd suddenly bolted from the restaurant. A faint blush dusted her cheeks as Subaru gave a quiet response. "I just thought she looked familiar." Hatsuka's eyes widened. That shady character, well, maybe it was a mistake. His voice lacked conviction. Seeing this, Hatsuka's gaze dropped, her disappointment written all over her face. "Narukami, this is difficult." For a fleeting second, they stood locked in a heavy silence. Time seemed to freeze. The air between them was electric, a cinematic moment frozen in the moonlight. Then she looked him dead in the eye. "You don't actually have any friends, do you?" Subaru froze. Silence was his only answer. Hatsuka smirked. "And definitely not a girlfriend." A heavy pause followed. Subaru looked away, his expression cold. "Let's head back," he muttered, walking off. Hatsuka tilted her head. "Aw, did I hurt your feelings?" she teased. Meanwhile, the scene shifts across the city. Under a solitary streetlight, a figure waited in the shadows. It was the legendary Spearmane. Beside him stood a female mage, clearly losing her patience. She began whining to her senpai. "My feet are killing me and I'm starving. Come on, senpai, I'm dying of boredom here. Say something. Did we really let them slip away?" She glared at him, demanding an answer. He remained silent, eyes glued to the holographic display. Finally, he spoke one word, "No." He tilted the screen toward her. The mage's brow furrowed. "How can you be so certain?" "Atsuki just messaged me," he replied. On the screen, the order was clear. "Withdraw immediately." She gasped. "Withdraw? Are you serious? You've got to be kidding after we waited this long." The spearman explained. He said if it's really them, they'd never let anyone else claim that prize. Confusion washed over the mage. He continued calmly, "It seems all our worrying was for nothing. And if it truly is them, they'd walk straight into the trap without hesitation." The mage turned grave. "Then who are we actually hunting?" He offered no response. He stayed silent. She pressed on. "Didn't you say those were just baseless rumors?" Exhaling softly, he replied, "I hoped so too. But if Atsuki is going this far, it might be real. The rumor that Narukami Subaru was dead." Betrayed by his own team, Blue Eye. Cut to Subaru. He stood alone atop a skyscraper, bathed in moonlight. The cold night wind whipped around him. Staring at the device in his hand, he wondered, is this why everyone has vanished? Bold headlines flashed, Blue Eye disbanded. Was Narukami Subaru murdered by his own comrades? President Kyojun refuses to comment. Was an internal power struggle the real cause? Why did Kyojun really step down? The truth of that day remained hidden in the moonlight. Subaru's mind raced with dark thoughts. 20 long years had slipped by since then. Kyojun was likely in a realm he couldn't reach. A bitter, quiet frustration burned in his chest. As a returning player, catching Kyojun required something extraordinary, like that spear from the tournament. His fists tightened as fragments of the past flashed before him. He had managed to replicate his legendary gear from the second floor, the lightning spear. He once believed he understood the essence of lightning, its raw speed, destruction, and fluid grace. He thought he was its master, but gazing at the vast night sky, the cold truth finally hit him. I thought I knew lightning, but I'm still worlds away from truly wielding its power. A divine force coveted by gods and giants alike, a power humanity once seized to defy them. His thoughts deepened as the night began to fade. Maybe he had never used it correctly. That realization gnawed at him. Lightning was never just about brute force or blinding speed. He had missed something fundamental: the Thunder Cave. If he could conquer that dungeon, he could unlock the true secrets of lightning and ascend. The scene shifts to the next morning. Golden morning light spilled through high windows, illuminating a breakfast spread fit for royalty. Exquisite dishes were laid out perfectly, steam rising gently in the sun. A moment of pure, deceptive peace. The silence is unsettling after last night's storm. Yuika is present, but her mind has drifted elsewhere. Last night's events still haunt her. She looks dazed. "Hello, can you hear me?" It is the employee's voice. Seated across from her, he bows his head. "I am sorry for acting like a total jerk." Yuika blinks, returning to reality. "My bad, I spaced out." "Repeat that." The man huffs in pure annoyance. "I said I am sorry. Come on, at least act like you are paying attention to me." Yuika smirks, leaning back effortlessly. "Sorry, I do not speak. Broke loser who just blew his entire life savings. He is desperate now. I paid you back. Do you have any idea how much I just gambled away? I cannot even keep the lights on." "Yuika, no big sis, please help me out." She shoots him a freezing glare. "You think a little charm is enough to fix this?" Panic sets in. "What then? You want me to bark woof? Stop, that is pathetic," she snaps, cutting him off. Her gaze turns razor sharp. After a heavy silence, she leans in close and whispers, "How about you do me a favor?" Her eyes scream that this task will be anything but simple. There is cold calculation in that grin. Scene transition, we are now inside a dimly lit lounge. Muted music fills the dark space. The door creaks open as Narukami Subaru steps into the shadows. He is here on a mission to find someone. A familiar face waits for him at the bar. It is Schneider. Subaru approaches calmly and takes a stool right beside him. He signals the bartender without hesitation. "Give me the same thing he is drinking." The bartender nods, coming right up. Subaru eyes Schneider's glass and scoffs. "Cheap beer. Seriously, is the legendary guild actually this stingy?" Schneider sighs, not even looking up. "It is a habit. This is how it has always been for me. Back when we had a full crew, my funds vanished every time I bought a round. Now nothing else tastes right." Subaru shifts, giving the veteran hunter his full attention. "You really bankrolled everyone." Schneider lets out a soft, pained chuckle of nostalgia. "Yeah, I could not look them in the eye otherwise. They followed my selfish lead into that hellhole." He stops the ghosts of the past returning to haunt him. "We were all struggling then. Everyone was dirt poor. There was no such thing as corporate support back in those days. And hunting, it was a nightmare at our level." The two men raise their wooden mugs. A hollow thud echoes through the quiet bar as their cups meet. They take a long, somber drink. Schneider stares into the amber liquid. "Just getting into the exam required a massive fee. But if you died, you lost everything. For guys like us, the grind was the only way to survive." He pauses, then continues. "That day, we went out to scrap for every credit we could find. Just to level up one more time." Subaru's eyes narrow. "That day, huh? That day." Schneider's hand trembles against the wood. "We crossed paths with a sky serpent. 7. Rookies stood no chance against a monster like that. Do you want to know how it ended?" Before Subaru can answer, Schneider whispers, "4 dead. My team. No, my brothers." Years have passed, yet the raw fury and grief still burn in his voice. He is drowning in self-loathing. He cannot forgive his own weakness. Subaru watches him. "Did they die hating you?" Schneider barks a bitter, jagged laugh. "Hate me? You have no idea." His face twists in agony. Their screams are still stuck in my head. Schneider suddenly claws at his hair, spiraling into the trauma. Trying to drown out the phantoms, his breathing hitches. The peace of the bar is instantly shattered. "Why did that damn cave matter so much?" he bellows, his composure crumbling. His voice cracks under the weight of guilt. "This is all your fault. Your stubborn pride killed them. You let your best friends die. Why the hell are you the one who survived?" He is not talking to Subaru anymore. He is answering the accusations that play on loop in his soul. Subaru is stunned. The sudden explosion of trauma leaves him speechless. He can only watch Schneider unravel. The air turns thick with raw hatred and regret. It is a suffocating, unsettling sight to witness. Witnessing Schneider, drowning in agony, Subaru intervenes, snapping him back to reality. "That's enough," he commands before the darkness swallows him. Schneider's hands drop, his gaze fixed downward. "Is this pity?" Schneider rasps. Narukami Subaru's response is cool as ice. Most would have broken by now. Schneider exhales a ghostly, bitter chuckle. "Give up. I led them to their graves. Quitting now spits on their sacrifice. I won't let their deaths mean nothing." Grief morphs into cold determination in his eyes. "That's why the Cave of Thunder is my obsession. You couldn't understand. But seeing you, I finally feel a glimmer of hope." Subaru holds his stare. Schneider inhales deeply, his voice finally finding its ground. I'll tell you everything. The true horror of the Cave of Thunder. Cut to a shadowy room thick with suffocating tension. A man stands frozen in shock. Impossible. He cracked it. Perhaps I underestimated him. Rina's white-haired partner scowls. If Kyojutsu already set his traps, this changes things. Realizing Rina's stealth was compromised, rage boils over. He clutches his head, spiraling into frustration. Knuckles white against his temples, his panic suddenly evaporates, replaced by a chilling calm. Fury ignites his gaze. A violent shockwave of power explodes, flooding every corner of the room. Kyojutsu Ki. I'll make sure your end is agonizing. As his aura flares, the world flash freezes. Frost crawls across walls while furniture crystallizes into jagged ice sculptures. Total Sub-Zero lock. He checks his phone, a single message from Rina. Sorry. Lost the shoes, but no big deal, right? The white-haired man's face contorts in pure, unadulterated fury. Is she for real? He roars. Suddenly, a system alert pings Narukami Subaru is now live. The broadcast ignites. Comments instantly flood the screen. What's the move today, King? Is this the big one? High-rank dungeon? Another system notification slides into view. Finger looking good drops 10 credits. Are we hitting the Cave of Thunder today, Subaru? Locking eyes with the camera, Subaru nods. Correct. We're clearing this dungeon to reach that goal. The stream is viral. In seconds, 5,000 viewers are tuned in. The hype train is moving. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Excuse me, you're the streamer. Narukami Subaru, aren't you? Subaru glances back with a neutral nod. That's me. The stranger's eyes light up with pure hype. He approaches Subaru eagerly. Bro, what a coincidence. We just got a mission for the Cave of Thunder too. Destiny thickens the air. On screen, the chat is absolutely losing it over the timing. Numbers skyrocket as the audience smells blood. Subaru maintains a steady analytical gaze on the man. A sharp glint flickers in his eyes. This mission, it's evolving beyond just a personal grudge. This is the prelude to something massive. Behind the man, his party and their leader step forward. Since we're on the same quest, how about a team-up? Subaru's eyes immediately flick to his stream. Yuika's warning flashes on the display. Narukami, watch out. These guys are just a makeshift party, desperate to leech off your clout. Reading this, Narukami turns to their leader with a piercing question. What's the catch here? Before the leader can speak, two girls from his squad cut in. We're joining you in the Thunderbolt Cave. We'll carry our weight. It's not like we're clout chasing. Right, Mr. Narukami. A heavy, suffocating silence drops over the entire group. The tension cracks the leader's confidence. Subaru absorbs their words, his expression unreadable. Exhaling a long, measured breath, he finally relents. Understood. Let's see what you've got. The leader beams, offering a hand. The smartest move you could have made, kid. Gripping his hand, Subaru's voice turns steel. If the system sent you, I can't stop you. It's just how the mechanics work. The leader's smile falters. Wait, what was that? Locking eyes, Subaru clarifies. Let's be clear. You're just passengers on this trip, not my allies. The scene cuts away to a flag, snapping violently in the wind. A sprawling, majestic metropolis comes into focus, the designated meeting point for the coming storm. We open on the desolate fringes of the Conrad Kingdom. A voice cuts through the wind, questioning why such a massive crowd has gathered. A hulking warrior, his skin, a canvas of jagged tattoos, scans the horizon in pure shock. He mutters that there is no way. This many cell swords would swarm the Thunderbolt Cavern. Wait, is that A-rank Raymond over there? He figured even if the guy was broke, he'd at least have an eye for real talent. Then the narrator drops the bombshell. This is Damon, the legendary S-rank mercenary of Conrad. He shifts his gaze to Narukami Subaru, mocking him as a mere outworlder. It makes sense now. You portal jumpers always treat your own lives like they are just bargain bin trash. Narukami's expression goes ice cold. He asks if they should just turn these loudmouths into bird food right now. Meanwhile, the livestream chat is absolutely exploding with hype. Amidst the chaos, Narukami whispers that the stench of blood is overwhelming. Damon roars at the idling mercenaries, telling the fools to quit stalling and move. But Narukami realizes something chilling. That metallic scent in the air, it's human blood, not a monster's. The stench isn't coming from some beast nearby. It's wafting directly from Damon's own crew. As the tension reaches a breaking point, the scene cuts to the border of the Osman Kingdom. We've reached a different meeting point where a new conflict is brewing. Two rival squads are locked in a tense standoff. Schneider leads one side, staring down the opposition with a deadly glare. A hostile leader steps up, challenging Schneider's authority. Schneider's face clouds over with rage as he demands to know what was said. Is your hearing failing you? I said. Pull half your squad out. We are taking over this raid. This arrogant prick is Poleman from the Blue Zone. Schneider squints, sensing the massive disrespect coming from this guy. Is this guild leader Kyojo's idea? Poleman barks back, telling him to show some respect and use the full title. It's because you choked, isn't it? Since you let precious guild assets get snatched, this was bound to happen. The big boss is watching your every move. Schneider's blood starts to boil, his voice dropping to a dangerous low whisper. You think you could have done better if it were you. Poleman just shrugs it off like it's nothing. No need to state the obvious. It is tragic to rot on the 3rd floor for 10 years just to get smoked by a newbie. I'd never waste a decade of my life in a dump like this. Those final insults send Don Xiao into an absolute frenzy. He white-knuckles his spear and lunges forward, screaming that Poleman is only talking trash because the captain is staying silent. You think you can just walk over us, but Poleman simply turns his back, waving them off like they are annoying flies. You should be thankful I even showed up. With my help, we might actually conquer the Thunderbolt Cave this time. Don Xiao, still fuming with rage, asks his boss if he should go shut that guy up. Schneider stays eerily calm. Let him go. This raid party is mostly fodder anyway, so replacing them is easy. Plus, he was right about one thing. Confused, Don Xiao asks what part of that nonsense could possibly be true. Schneider's eyes burn with a new sharp intensity. This time, the Thunderbolt Cave will be ours. With that vow, the scene shifts once again. Back to Narukami Subaru, who is currently trekking through the wilderness alongside Damon and his mercenary team. The chat is blowing up as they march. Fans are shocked to see him teaming up instead of his usual solo run. Some viewers are low-key salty about the squad, while Damon leads the pack, scanning every shadow for danger. Something is off about this place. The fact that the entrance operates on a timer feels way too calculated and artificial. Look, the camera pans up to reveal the looming, jagged mouth of the Thunderbolt Cave. Damon warns them that lethal lightning strikes normally hammer this entrance without a second of rest. It is a perfect trap, only opening for a brief window. Narukami stays quiet, playing it cool while he observes everything. He's analyzing every detail. Suddenly, one of the squad members steps up to grill Damon about his experience. How many times have you braved this cave? Damon smirks, noting this is his 3rd run. He adds that under 10 men have ever made it out of their breathing, and he is one of the lucky few. The man is stunned by the odds. And you're actually going back, Damon scoffs, calling him an idiot. Unlike the rest of these amateurs, he doesn't have extra lives to waste. The livestream viewers are already starting to hate this guy's massive ego. The team member presses further, asking why he's even bothering with them. Damon doesn't hesitate to drop his reason. He is only after one thing, the legendary traces of the Thunderbolt. Once he secures that ultimate loot, he is retiring for good. He's had more than enough of this mercenary life, where you're always dancing with death. Still, skeptical, the man asks if he plans to bail before the end. Damon's expression turns to stone. Only a fool would step foot in there. You're playing it cool because you've got zero clue how lethal this zone is. Subaru Narukami absorbs every syllable, his mind sharp and calculating. Suddenly, Damon's icy gaze locks onto him as he sneers. Especially you E-rank trash. Stay out of the way. If you're gonna kick the bucket, do it fast and don't be a nuisance. Following that ruthless warning, thunder rumbles deep within the cavern. The party freezes, eyes glued to the dark, ominous entrance. With the roar of distant storms, Damon carelessly dangles a squirrel before the group. The lightning will cease shortly, and the gate shall open within the hour. Subaru watches in silence, as Damon suddenly hurls the creature right toward the cavern's threshold. In a heartbeat, a savage lightning strike vaporizes it. Damon smirks at the terrified crowd. Witness that. If you value your lives, shut up and stay put until I say otherwise. The livestream chat goes absolutely nuclear, with thousands spamming that what is coming is a straight-up impossibility. Suddenly, Subaru steps out of line. Damon lets out a mocking laugh. Hey E-rank, did your brain short-circuit or something? Giving him the cold shoulder, Subaru marches toward the danger. Deep down, his mind remains crystal clear. This feels just like the trial back on the 2nd floor of Mount Millennium. Panic ripples through the bystanders. Is he insane? Does he seriously want to die? Wait, Mr. Narukami, stop. The second, his palm touches the seal, a system alert flashes. Heart of Thunder is clashing with the Gate of Thunderbolt. A new window glows. Status effect electrocution resisted. The Gate of Thunderbolt is now evaluating your worthiness. Instantly, a monstrous wave of electric fury explodes from the gate. The sheer crushing pressure forces the others to their knees, gasping for air. They gaze at Subaru, completely shell-shocked, stunned that he is still on his feet. Then a system update. Lightning is resonating with the Gate of Thunderbolt. Heart of Thunder and the gate are sinking. Subaru does not flinch. Violent, blinding arcs of electricity erupt, enveloping his frame and lighting up the darkness. Finally, the terminal message pops up. The Gate of Thunderbolt has vanished, unveiling the long-lost traces of Thunderbolt. Just like that, the storm dies down. The suffocating energy evaporates, and the Heart of Thunder hits the floor with a thud. Every eye in the room is fixed on it. Even Damon is paralyzed. Only seconds ago, he was bragging about hunting for these exact traces. Yet now his prize sits right at Subaru's feet. How the hell does he have that? Damon growls, unsheathing his blade, ready for blood. Meanwhile, Subaru grips the Heart of Thunder, wondering silently, was this artifact just waiting for a master worthy enough to claim it? Suddenly, a colossal X-shaped slash rips through the air toward his back. At the absolute final millisecond, With zero room to maneuver, he contorts his frame, barely parrying the lethal strike. Still, the blade bites deep and crimson starts staining his shoulder. In that heartbeat, a system ping alerts him. Warning: you have been targeted by a fellow raid member. Counterattack penalties are waived. Damon grins wickedly. That was luck, kid. Now hand it over, Subaru. Subaru stares him down. Why should I listen to a word you say? Damon's face turns stony as he spits. You are just tourists. The loot here belongs to the locals. That is the law of the land. Besides, even if you are an outsider, death still terrifies you, right? Upon hearing those words, Subaru pauses to think. Even if falling in this trial is not a permanent game over, the agony is 100% authentic. The terror, the trauma, the sheer shock, the psychological scars are permanent. Suddenly, a suffocating aura begins to bleed from Damon's silhouette. The air grows heavy as he sneers anyone looks pathetic when staring death in the face. Slaughtering outsiders is second nature to us. The regular players start to lose their minds. Why? You have got to be kidding, damn it. So the whispers about Conrad's dogs murdering players were actually true. This was a mistake. One of Subaru's allies screams out in desperation, Narukami. Let us just be reasonable and negotiate. But suddenly, crimson spray paints the floor. Subaru has already struck. One of Damon's lackeys collapses as Narukami calmly advances. With a cold, unwavering gaze, he mutters, well, at least now I have a valid excuse. Instantly, Subaru blurs forward, closing the distance to the next mercenary before the man can even blink. Narukami executes him without a second thought. As the corpse hits the dirt, he mutters with ice in his veins, time to feed the vultures. Damon's pupils shrink as pure terror takes over. This cannot be happening. He is an S-ranker, a literal god among men. His brain stalls, failing to compute the nightmare unfolding before him. But while he is stuck in a daze, Narukami vanishes, reappearing right in his face. In a heartbeat, he unleashes a devastating strike aimed straight for Damon's throat. Damon braces for impact, but the raw force sends him reeling back. Narukami just stares him down completely unfazed and asks, is surviving one hit really the peak of your S-rank pride? Damon's jaw tightens as he screams, you played me, you snake. Who even are you, you monster? Roaring in fury, he hoists his colossal blade, channeling every ounce of mana into one final, desperate swing. Before the blade even moves, his arm flies through the air, severed in a flash. Damon's agonizing shriek echoes as he stares in horror. A demon blade. Clutching his wound, he spits out a bitter curse. You are just a fraud hiding behind a legendary weapon. Narukami's gaze stays frigid. Do not compare me to garbage. If you are so salty, go grind for your own gear. Then again, you won't be needing a sword where you are going. Damon opens his mouth to bark, one last insult, but the words die. Silence follows as his head rolls. A system alert pings in front of Narukami. You have defeated Damon. The rest of the raid group is paralyzed, their minds blown by the slaughter. A heavy, suffocating silence grips the area. Narukami shifts his icy stare toward the survivors, his voice eerily calm as he speaks. Anyone else want a piece? Shaking like a leaf, one guy throws his hands up instantly, stammering, no way, not us. That loot is all yours, Lord Narukami. Suddenly, the stream chat goes nuclear. The viewers are losing their minds over his insane power. The Lord titles start flooding the screen as the vibes shift instantly. The haters have officially been silenced by pure, unadulterated awe. Fast forward back to the ominous entrance of the Thunderbolt Cave. The group stands together, staring into the dark. They watch the shadows dance at the mouth of the cavern. Narukami Subaru breaks the silence, simply stating, let us roll. He marches into the darkness, and without a single complaint, the rest of the squad falls in line behind him. One girl bites her lip, whispering, is it actually safe to follow a guy like that? The blue-haired boy next to her looks ahead and mutters back, what is the problem? She leans in, her voice trembling. He is clearly built different, and not in a good way. The boy just shrugs it off. You will be fine as long as you do not do anything stupid like those other clowns did. If we do not poke the bear, he has no reason to snap. Streaming is all about the clout and keeping the fans happy. He needs to stay on our good side, to keep his image clean. He adds in a low tone, provided our secret posts stay hidden. Suddenly, every head snaps toward the front as their faces go pale. A massive tide of fur and fangs is thundering toward them, directing a lethal charge straight for their throats. The cave echoes with savage snarls, sending the team into a full-blown panic. We are trapped, the exit is gone, and the front is swarming. Where the hell did they come from? Amidst the rising hysteria, Narukami Subaru flashes back to a crucial piece of advice from Schneider. Listen closely, the first gatekeepers of this cave are the Thunderwolves. And right on schedule, a sea of wolves emerges, their fur sparking with electricity. The numbers are insane. Trying to take them one by one is a death sentence. You will gas out long before the end if you are not careful. With those words in mind, Narukami charges forward, diving headfirst into the lightning-charged swarm. Behind him, the team is fighting for their lives against the endless wave of beasts. Someone yells out in a panic, Narukami, are you ditching us? But he is not abandoning them. He is locked in. He is in the zone. Schneider's voice resonates again. There is a shortcut to ending this fast. Usually you would look for the biggest monster, but these wolves play by different rules. Look for the runt, the smallest one is the real alpha. The camera pans to reveal the true terror, a tiny wolf lurking in the back, far smaller than the others, observing the carnage with cold intelligence instead of joining the fray. Meanwhile, Narukami carves through the electric pack with lethal precision. One by one, the wolves are torn apart, dropping like flies as he creates a straight path toward the hidden boss. In that split second, Narukami triggers the hidden passive in his gear. A system prompt flashes across his vision, alerting him that the penalty cooldown has kicked in. Then the real buff appears. You can now walk in midair for 3 seconds. He bursts forward like a rocket, his boots literally kicking off the empty air as he defies gravity. A fleeting thought of Toshia crosses his mind, so this is the thrill of total freedom. Right ahead, 3 wolves lunge to tear him down, but he flickers past them like a ghost, leaving nothing but a blur in his wake. In a flash, he closes the distance. The Thunderwolf boss feels a lethal threat approaching. It lunges first, a devastating blow, slamming Narukami from the air. He hurtles toward the ground. But with insane composure, he twists mid-flight and sticks a rock-solid landing. Frigid energy radiates from his pores. In his mind, resolve sharpens an eye for an eye. Thunder for thunder. My spark is faster. Before the thought even settles, he retaliates. The strike is monstrously powerful, transcending any normal blow. With one decisive slash, the Thunderwolf boss is carved in 2. A system window flashes, boss defeated. The pack's frenzy instantly evaporates. The remaining wolves falter, their ferocity fading fast. As silence returns to the battlefield, a notification glows before Narukami Subaru level up. Strength increased by 1. Agility increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Meanwhile, the team is still struggling against the pack. Someone screams, "Damn, they're endless." But Subaru recalls Schneider's lesson. Kill the boss, win the war. You become their master. Then the impossible happens. Every Thunderwolf freezes. They pivot, gathering before Narukami, bowing their heads in total submission. System windows ping Thunderwolves, subjugated. You may now command the pack within the cave. With that, the wolves immediately end their assault on the survivors. The blue-haired boy stares jaw-dropped and stammering. What was that? Subaru ignores the noise. He looks ahead and commands firmly. We're going deeper. Move out. As he walks forward, the entire pack moves with him, following his every step. The others watch in disbelief, their whispers filling the air, wondering how this is possible and why these monsters are now obeying his every word.